Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Ermin Sinanovic. I'm the executive director of the Center for Islam in the Contemporary World at Shenandoah University in Virginia, United States. I'll be moderating this panel. The panel is on issues of particular concern when calculating zakat in North America. Last night, Dr. Yaqub Mirza talked to us about the need to be creative and think about the ways how we can calculate zakat in modern economy with ways of earning and spending that are quite different oftentimes than from how it used to be in the past, and of course how it used to be at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. So we have three panelists with us: Dr. Jasir Auda, who is a renowned scholar of Islam, a member of many fatwa councils, and he's also a senior non-resident research fellow at CICW. We have Dr. Yaqub Mirza, president and founder of the CICW and a trustee. And then we have Brother Ziad Qaisi, am I saying that correct? Who is a mutual funds branch manager at Sterling Mutuals. I'm going to ask the speakers to speak for about 15 minutes each, after which we're going to open it for discussion and questions. So without further ado, Dr. Jasir, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
It's good to see you virtually.
And you too, akhi, you too, mashallah. Good to see you, Dr. Ziad.
So the floor is all yours, Sheikh. Go ahead.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the merciful sovereign and the merciful giver. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam ala Rasulullah. Praise be to Allah and peace be upon His Prophet. I am very happy to be back at Huron University to speak. The last time I spoke there was in 2009, a long time ago. I am very happy to be sharing the panel with my dear brother and friend, Dr. Yaqub Mirza and Dr. Qaisi. I'm honored. And I start by greeting and acknowledging CITES and CICW for choosing this timely theme, a very important topic of zakah, especially how we can calculate it given the change of times and living in a different planet from the planet that many of our scholars lived in many centuries ago, and especially given the context of the need of our ummah and humanity in general for many of the venues or the masarif of the zakah today in Palestine and many other places around the world. Zakah is a very good example of ijtihad, to practice ijtihad, new reasoning about new questions, has to do with how you can remain faithful to the fixed matters in Islam and how can you remain flexible with the variable matters. How the fixed matters that are ta'abudiyat or rituals in their own right should remain fixed, and how the non-ta'abudiyat or the non-rituals or the issues or the aspects that revolve around what is called maslaha in fiqh, or the welfare of the people, should continue to revolve around that objective, the welfare of the people. And therefore, when to change the form for the sake of the essence, and when to keep the form because the form itself is meant to be as fixed in Islam. And I believe that the discussion of these issues is not black and white and is not simple, but I think that there are many evidences that we can see from the Quran and the Sunnah of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, regardless of your school of thought, for what is fixed and what is immutable in Islam versus what is variable and therefore subject to that ijtihad that we are talking about today. In order to remain within my time, I want to give 3 examples through which hopefully we can have a discussion. One has to do with the nisab, or the threshold below which you receive zakah, above which you give zakah, more or less. And a nisbah, or the percentages. How do you calculate the percentages? And thirdly, a tharwatul jadida, or the new forms of wealth. How can we deal with the new forms of trade and the new forms of wealth? And nisab, what is known is in the hadith of the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Different schools have different takes on the hadith. One of the aspects of the fixed and the variable is the difference between the hadith and the sunnah. Because the hadith could be correct to start with and could be incorrect, could be da'if or mawdu' or has issues, and therefore scholars who deal with fiqh put that hadith aside because it is not a correct narration. It's not an authentic narration. Also, even if the hadith is correct, it could be partial, it could be variable, it could be something that Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam judged according to a particular circumstance, and therefore he judged something else according to a different circumstance. And no, there would be no abrogation or any of that. I personally wrote a whole book against that theory of abrogation, and there is no word nasakha, abrogation, in Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam's approach to the Sharia. But there is special circumstances require special estimates, and sometimes different estimates. It doesn't mean that the latter abrogated the earlier or any of that, but it means that we should understand why are the hadiths different so that we can have a higher level of a fixed principle that govern all of these differences in the hadith. When you look at the nisab, you will find some people are talking about 200 dirhams of fidda, of silver, and that's in the hadith of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, disputed. Another hadith has to do with a number of mathaqil, or grams, if you wish, of gold of today. And therefore, they say if you have 200 dirham of silver, or they calculate it today as 85 grams of gold, under that, you don't have the nisab, you don't have the threshold above which you should pay zakah. A number of scholars, though, even though a minority, have a different opinion that I think is relevant for our context in today's world in general, East and West. They differentiated between poor and rich. And they have evidence from Hadith al-Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, صَدَقَةُ أُخَذُ مِنْ أَغْنِيَائِهِمْ وَتُرَدُّ عَلَى فُقَرَائِهِمْ, always talking about rich and poor. It's not about 85 grams of gold. If you have 84, you are under the nisab. If you have 86, you are above the nisab. It is about poverty versus richness. And then scholars in the past especially refer to Shah Waliullah Dahlawi, Ibn Ashur, Mustafa Zarqa, the more contemporary. Dahlawi is not that contemporary, but recent scholars who looked at the changing world and how we can calculate. They talked about having enough for 1 year. Qutu sana, they say. So if you have $8,000, which is those 85 grams of gold, last time I checked, $7,000 doesn't make you rich in the context of our life in Canada, for example, since we're speaking in Canada. They don't carry on with a family, an average family, for a couple months or 3, and therefore we need to differentiate between richness and poverty rather than a particular number of grams of gold. Was originally silver, but then scholars made a projection to the gold. And I remember a discussion with my ustad, rahimahullah, Sheikh Yusuf Qaradawi, about that. And of course, as a specialist in zakah, his PhD was in zakah. He wrote it in, I don't know how many, 12 years or something. He did an extensive research on zakah. And I remember making this point to him that we need to make a difference between the rich and the poor rather than a particular number of gold grams. And he asked me to do more research. The research that I did, Allah yarhamu, he died now, has to do with calculating what is enough for an average family for a year. In Canada, there is a difference between big cities and farm areas, is true. But if we go by an average of like 40,000, let's say, Canadian dollars, or 35, or more or less, that is calculated to have a basic living of a family, which is equivalent to qut al-sana. Qut has to do with food. People in the past, though, did not have to pay rent or heat or basic services. Today, we need to do that. So we cannot just calculate the food for the year, as Dahlawi said, or Ibn Ashur, but rather calculate the minimum that that family would need for a year. And personally, when I give fatwa, I give it to each family, particularly a guy and a wife with 7 kids, different from someone who lives alone by himself, and so forth. So to calculate if you have enough for a year, which I would say would be 35, 40K, and that would be the nisab now, that under which you are someone who could receive zakah if you are one in one of the masarif or the venues, above which you are someone who has to give zakah because you have this amount in your savings account, let's say. And that would be equivalent to the old times of having 40 sheep or 5 camels or any of these other nisabs that we had, because under 40 sheep, you are not considered rich if you have 5 or 7, if you have 1 or 2, 3 camels, but above 5 camels, then you are starting to have a significant fortune. And then 10 camels and then 100 camels, then you have your life supply, as the Arabs used to say. So in the nisab calculation, I would suggest to you to start thinking about the calculation of poverty line or basic needs line, rather than the word poverty. It's qut al-sana. Secondly, the percentage. Let us divide the percentage into 3. If we're talking about the general Sunni madhabs, and the Shia madhabs are one of them anyway, it has to do with the khums or the 20%. And if we agree on these 3 categories, it will be easier to calculate the zakah. One has to do with the 2.5%, and that is in gold and silver and cash today, as well as in animals and so on. 40 sheep, you take 1, that's 2.5%. And 5 camels, and then you start to calculate in sheep. If you go by the calculations, you will find that the numbers, even when they grow and drop a little bit in camels, etc., they are around 2%. So if we have a 2.5%, in order to threshold, then it is good. In order to be able to gather these amounts, I know that the majority of schools do not agree with the combination of gold and silver. So you have 1 gram under the gold and 1 gram under the silver, you don't pay zakah according to them. Even though if you add the value of the gold and silver, then you pay zakah. And therefore, 2.5% for something that has a value, I would say. Any value that is saved, whether it is a saving account or it is a kenz or a treasure, gold, silver, etc., or like these kinds of or animals. Then you have the 5 and the 10% have to do with plants and produce. The 5% if you use irrigation or if you invest in the farm, and the 10% if you have less investment in the farm, if it's just naturally watered. And there is a qiyas that, again, our Sheikh Rahimahullah, Sheikh Qaradawi, made on the 10% that has to do with the current markets, especially stock markets, etc. And his ijtihad was that if you have an industry, a factory, and similarly an investment in the stock market, you do not pay 2.5% of the value of that, but rather 10% of the outcome or the profit of that. And he made the analogy between the produce at the highest level of produce, which is 10%, since the stock market and similar financial markets, as well as the industry, you have cows that produce milk. You do not give from the cows, but you rather pay zakah on the milk, etc. That 10% is calculated based on an analogy with the land that is watered from the sky, as in the hadith of Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and therefore you are talking about 10% of the outcome of the profit. If there is no profit, then obviously you don't pay that amount. You are not going to consider the land you have or the investment you have in the market as عروض التجارة in that sense, but rather you're going to consider them as something that produces a produce. Now, you have 20% for what is called in the past الركاز, and in the Ja'fariya and Zaydiyya madhahib, you of course are talking about al-khums. And this is valid, but I would like to add something to the rikaz that is now different from our ustad and other asatida that taught us that kind of fiqh, which has to do with finding not just a treasure in the ground, but finding gas or oil or minerals or metals in the ground. And the evidence that the ustads and the sheikhs who said that you don't pay zakah on petroleum for the Gulf countries, for example, the Arabic Gulf, they said that it's not owned by anybody because it's government owned. And if the well of oil or gas is owned by a person, yeah, they pay zakah. But they don't own this. It's the government that owns. My own opinion on that I wrote about, time wouldn't allow to elaborate, is that a nation state defines a border, and what's within the border is supposedly owned by the people. Not exactly how we deal in the Arab world, but let's assume theoretically that within that border, the people, the nation itself actually owns the resources. So if we get out from the ground oil or gas or metals or treasures in the old style, then we have to give 20% of that in zakah in the name of the collective ownership of the people. So my argument, which would be the third opinion that I'm suggesting to you here, is to calculate 20% for the collective ownership when there is a nation state and it gets out, obviously, of Muslims, that gets out a treasure from the ground. So these three examples, the example of the nisab, how we calculate it, I suggest to calculate basic needs for an average family for a year. The percentage, and I suggest that we go by the 2.5% and combine all the wealth in that sense, calculate the value in a dollar amount, yen amount, whatever the amount is. And therefore, this would allow us to give 2.5% of the accumulated wealth of the person, regardless, gold, silver, dollars, yen, rupees, it doesn't matter. And the other point has to do with calculating for the new kinds of trade, and consider this analogy between the markets that make a profit and a piece of land that you get out 10% of the produce or of the profit. If you don't have any produce, you don't get any, give any. And if you don't have any profit, you don't give any. But if you have, you give 10%. And finally, the calculation of the minerals in the ground and what we get out of the ground to consider it part of that khums, or that 20% of the rikaz, the old rikaz or the treasure finding kind of opinion. I will wrap up here. And again, thank you very much for this timely and important conference on zakah. Greetings to my dear brother, Dr. Ermin, for the work CICW does, and my dear sister, Dr. Ingrid, for the work that SITES does. And jazakumullah khair wa barakallahu feekum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Jasser, for this wonderful presentation. It's a great reminder that ijtihad always continues and it's a never-ending process. So we're now moving to the second speaker, Dr. Yaqub Mirza. We heard from him last night. He's going to also add a few thoughts on this issue. So Dr. Yaqub, the floor is yours. Do we have Dr. Yaqub online? Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, wa alaikum assalam. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm so happy and honored that Dr. Jasser Auda spoke before me. He solved many problems I have or questions I have. And please stay online and correct me if there is anything to be corrected. As most of you know, I've been involved with the financial matters, including Amana Mutual Fund, which has become the world's largest Islamic fund at this point. Some 26, 27 years ago, there were a lot of questions. How do we pay zakah on the investments in the Amana Mutual Fund? And then some people talked about what about the shares, what about retirement accounts, what about life insurance, what about stock options, what about employee savings option plan, and what about deferred compensations, what bonuses, and so on and so forth. There was no book and to answer all these questions because some of these financial terms are all known to North America, not to many of our parts of the Muslim countries. So I got a little bit tired of hearing these things. So I took on to myself, I'm not a scholar, I took on to myself to do some research, which lasted a few years. My first source was the Fiqh Zakah comparative study by Yusuf Qardawi, which you heard from Dr. Jasir Auda. The second source was Contemporary Zakah by Mahmoud Abu Saud. Mahmoud Abu Saud was the father of Islamic banking and my Egyptian father. I spent a lot of time with him discussing issues. I traveled with him and so on and so forth. And I also used Fiqh Sunnah by Sayyid Sabiq. So after all that research, I wrote up a paper, which was published in Islamic Horizon after the approval of Fiqh Council of North America. The paper looked like this, and this was done in 2001, June issue of 2001. Then that paper has been widely used and accepted. When I wrote my book, Five Pillars of Prosperity, I expanded on this paper, and chapter 5, I would encourage you to read. I'm not trying to promote my book, but I think you will find there are unique approaches to different things which I've taken. And much of it is, as Jasir Auda mentioned, it's ijtihad. It's you make analogies, you compare it, and you come up with an opinion. I am very much for giving and loving. That is the way of living. And I strongly believe that we should give while we're living. There's no sense to put in our wills that give this much to this much to that. It's kind of too late. Who cares? They do or they don't. But if you do give while you're living, you can see the results of it. And that is a good comfort to have and to see the benefits of that giving. Now, talking about actual calculation of zakah, Dr. Auda has, mashallah, done a wonderful job. He is my work. I will just say that first thing is that zakah is calculated on current year's gross income before taxes. So it is not after taxes, because many people argue it should be after taxes, and you will see the reasoning in my book. So it is before taxes. Nisab is very well defined by Dr. Auda. And then 2.5% on uninvested capital put together, as Dr. Auda explained. Now we give a zakat to a non-profit organization. We do make savings, which is a tax savings. And Muzammil Siddiqui, who was chairman of the Fiqh Council, took the position that can be given out again, the tax savings, if you want to really pay full your share of zakah. So 2.5% and 10%, as was defined, is correct, but that is on lunar year. So I have suggested a fudge factor, because lunar year is less by 11 days than the calendar year, and therefore 2% becomes 2.57, and 10% becomes 2.58, and 10% becomes 10.3. So then I take a further approach to define what kind of wealth we have, and passive investments or active investments. As Dr. Auda mentioned, you take all the investments together. So cash, coins, gold, certificate deposits, guaranteed bank credits, money market funds, and bonds. Although we are not supposed to invest in bonds, but if you do, then they are all added together and subject to 2.58%. Because all of that is a diminishing wealth. If you don't invest it, don't do anything with it, in some 35 years, you will lose all the wealth because of continuous paying zakat on it. On the other hand, if you invest in shares and mutual fund and participate in the economy of the community, you take risk. And therefore, you use the analogy which Dr. Ada beautifully explained. If it is land which is irrigated by water, by rain, not by hand, you pay 10.3% for a calendar year. And if you have no income, you don't pay anything. Now, question often is asked, what about you invest in stocks? Some stocks go up, some stocks go back. My ijtihad is that you take one calendar year, January to December. During that period, your stocks go up and down. You take you sum them all up, and at the end of the year, in December 31st, if you have gained something, you pay 10.3% of that, not on the principal, but on the gain. If you lose it, you don't pay anything. Same thing applies to buildings, factories, and businesses which are not trading. Trading commodities is treated differently, but this is non-trading. So let's say that you have a building which is rented out. One approach could be that you value the building each year and pay 2.5%. The other approach will be that building yields rent, you pay all the expenses, and then whatever net comes to your pocket, you pay 10.3% on that. I like this method because you don't have to get appraisals, which are subjective. And also, if you have a property in a different country, you don't have to worry about inflation and devaluation and converting the currency. So if you receive 100 janae, you convert that into dollars and you give that at that time, whatever the zakah is due on it, rather than appraising the value. Some countries currencies devalue. In Ivory Coast, I remember when we had investments, their sefa devalued overnight, and all our investments was half its value. So I think paying 10% on what you get out from whatever investment you have, I find it more practical. I am a practical person, not a sheikh, not giving a fatwa. Now, stock options and stock purchase plans is something new, and there are two kinds of stock option plan, ISO and NSO, and you will see the difference in my book. Now, stock option plan is a great way to accumulate wealth. When they are granted, they have no value, but over time they acquire value because stocks hopefully go up, and stock option price goes up. And I use the same principle. If you exercise the option and same day and sell it, you pay 2.5%. But on the other hand, if you exercise and hold and the appreciated value, you pay 10.3%. All of us, we have retirement accounts, annuities, and some maybe life insurance policies. I don't encourage having life insurances, but most people, they do. And that retirement plans can be in Canada, you have RRSP and RESP and so on and so forth. Here we have 401k, Q plan, IRA, simplified implied pension plans, and so on and so forth, and the Roth IRAs. So there are two ways to deal with it. Savings which you have in the retirement plan, people often argue that you don't have access to it. It is put aside. If you take money out, you pay tax on it. If you're young, you pay penalty on it. And therefore, I don't want to touch it. I will just deal with it later. So sure, you can do it later. When you withdraw, you pay 2.5% on that at that time, because it becomes almost like an annuity, like a regular salary, and so on and so forth. The other way is that if your retirement account is invested in stocks, like a one mutual fund or similar utilities mutual fund or something, and each year it grows in value, you pay 10.3% on that value, and the next year your value at December 31st becomes the value on January 1st, and if there's a gain on that year, you pay 10.3%. But don't withdraw from the retirement fund. You simply pay from your pocket. And my argument is that that way your retirement account has already been zakatable. It's paid zakat already. So when you withdraw, when you're old, you need most money, you don't have to worry about the zakat. The other method, you pay zakat at the time when you withdraw. That's the time when you need most money, and it has accumulated, and zakah amount becomes large. So that's the way. And you can also add, the savings account. We have education savings account for the kids, and they are also part of the wealth. And you pay them as they grow. And therefore, when they draw to go to college or pay tuition fee, they don't have to deal with it. Now, in the revised the book, the second edition, which is coming up, I have added a section about cryptocurrencies. That's new phenomena which has happened in the last 5-6 years. I didn't know anything about. Still don't know anything about them. Now, in 2014, they were not even in existence. So Warren Buffett has said that I do not invest in something I do not understand. Therefore, I would not recommend investing in cryptocurrency. Mufti Usmani, one of the Shia scholars, has also remarked. He says in Sharia, there is no valid reason to consider Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies as currency. It is merely an imaginary figure generated through complex mathematical process. So, however, zakat generally applies to digital assets like cryptocurrencies and software if you invest in it. Now, I have been involved with software companies, and really they don't have any assets. All they have is, the code and floppy disk, which somebody can pay a quarter, but with a program on it, it has a lot of value. So this is a new kind of wealth, and again, if the nisab is reached, you pay 2.5% total value as a zakat calculated annually. And then the software companies, the way we have dealt with is that we had investments in software companies. We pay 10.3% on the income we receive. And then when we sell the stock, we bought $100 and it went to $1,000 if you are lucky, Apple or Microsoft and others. You pay on the gain at that time. When you exit, you pay on the gain. When the company sold the whole company, then you pay 10.3% on the net gain. Now I want to end with a funny story. I think my time is almost up. When a person arrived in the heaven, angels said, "Let me show you your place." So they walked through mansions and eventually reached to a hut. And the angel said, "Well, this is your place." So he said, "Why can't I have a mansion?" He said, "The money you sent to us, this is the best I can do." Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yaqub. And we're going to have some time for Q&A at the end of the session. But before that, we are going to have our third speaker on the panel, and that is Ziad Qaisi. He has been a mutual fund branch manager with Sterling Mutual since 2003, which entails ensuring that industry standards and regulations are met in letter and spirit. He also provides other personal financial planning services with the Financial Horizons Group. He studied classical Islamic sciences, including under Sheikh Salahuddin Idlibi, focusing on hadith narration sciences. So, Raziad, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Greeting everyone. I learned so much from the previous two speakers, and alhamdulillah, like this underscores the importance of such conferences. Dr. Ingrid, mashallah, this is really commendable work with all of your great team, mashallah. I'm basically an engineer who, for some circumstances, was led into financial services and found myself in this area, and my love for numbers and structures and background engineering helped me do this. And it's just like a small example of our bigger ummah. When I came to London, I looked around for somebody to help me with finances, and in our community, this topic was radioactive, and nobody actually wanted to be in this field. And I felt like I really was walking in a minefield. But in the end, it's something that's, there's a momentum growing in this, and alhamdulillah, there's a lot of information now that's available. And in so many things, Canada is so far behind the US. And when we compare where they are versus where we are, it's like day and night. So kudos to the US being ahead and being role models in this. Dr. Jasser Auda, mashallah, and Dr. Yaqub, they covered almost everything I wanted to say, which is great. It means like we're all on the same page, but there's still little nuances that I would like to shed some lights on it, which is I'm looking from the micro level. When you get a phone call from one of your clients and he says, Ziad, tomorrow there's a fundraising at the mosque and I need to calculate my zakat. I can't tell him give me 2 weeks to read the research paper. I need to go and just give him a number because he had written a check, signed it, and he just needs a number to fill in here. And I have to go and, find an answer to that. Having said that, I mean, this is my start point. Dr. Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, may Allah bless his soul, wrote a reference book, which is Fiqh al-Zakat, 2 volumes, decades ago, until today, it still is the core item that needs to be in any Islamic library of anyone who is interested in Islamic finance. It's comprehensive, but it's academic to a certain degree. Dr. Auda as well mentioned Sheikh Mustafa Zarqa, rahimahullah ta'ala. Sheikh Mustafa Zarqa is the teacher of Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi. He's 20 years older than him, and he passed away also 20 years ahead of them. They both lived into their 90s. So this book is Fiqh al-Zakat. Fatawa Mustafa Zarqa. The Fatawa Mustafa Zarqa. So if somebody is going and looking into Sheikh al-Qaradawi's Fiqh al-Zakat, that's your chapter, and this is your exercise book. This is the micro. When you need really to know the answers of things that Dr. Qaradawi mentioned in general or gave different opinions, these are real people with real names sending fatwas to Sheikh Zarqa, asking him, I have this situation, what's the answer to it? So I depended on this book a lot, and it picked one of the opinions, even though Sheikh Zarqa, he is one of the very renowned contemporary scholars in not only in finances, but in other things as well. And he is pretty much within the 4 madhahib. He does not deviate. He does not try to make ijtihad. And he always insists that so many of these topics need to be done through collective ijtihad or collective research. It's not a matter of making new ideas. It's a matter of coalescing some kind of a center of gravity around a certain opinion to making it mainstream. I'll give another example in here. Al-Hafiz ibn Hajar, who's very well known for Fath al-Bari, which is a commentary on Sahih al-Bukhari, and it's considered to be, once he wrote that book, nobody is supposed to write anything on Sahih al-Bukhari anymore because he just like, this is the golden standard. He wrote this small book, Bulugh al-Maram. This Bulugh al-Maram fi Adillat al-Ahkam, he collected in it the hadith in which he's a muhaddith, the hadith that have the where the fuqaha, where the jurists extracted from them rulings. He's not talking about a hadith about spirituality and brotherhood and what. These are the hadiths that jurists use in order to extract from them rulings. It has 1,500 hadiths in it. Out of those 1,500, 750 are from purification, wudu, salat, till the end of Hajj, including Psalms and Zakat. 750, half of the book. From these 750, 50 hadiths are on Zakat. From these 50 hadiths on Zakat, half of them, 25, are on Zakat al-Fitr only. And only 25 hadiths, and some of them are da'if because he couldn't find anything else, are on actual Zakat. This tells you that this space is empty. So the Khulafa and the Sahaba, when they came after the Prophet ﷺ, they didn't leave that void empty. They actually, we have Sayyidina Abdullah bin Mas'ud, who Sayyidina Umar sent him to Iraq. We have Mu'adh bin Jabal, who was in Sham. We have Abdullah bin Abbas, who was in Mecca and moved also to Iraq. We have Abdullah bin Umar. And all of those Sahaba, they answered questions. These are the fuqaha Sahaba. We have the four Abadillah, Abdullah ibn Umar, Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, Abdullah ibn Zubayr, and so on. All of them, they were asked questions and they were answered. When you look in books like Muwatta and other fiqh books, you're going to see obviously the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ here, but the rest is all fatwa Sahaba. So those Sahaba, their fatwa is actually a little different than other things, because sometimes one Sahabi, for example, he makes a fatwa about salat or something like this, but there's so much material on this that he can be corrected. But when it comes to fatwa about zakat, and since there's so little material, the fatwa of the Sahaba are going to stand. And hence there's students who came after the Sahaba, the Tabi'een, the followers, and then the madhahib, when they got established and crystallized, they adopted those ideas of the Sahaba and they became mainstream fiqh madhahib al-arba. So this provides richness in our capacity in finding answers, and not only answers for particular situation, but extracting general rules like maqasid and macro ideas in zakat, like Dr. Rauda, he mentioned so many of those important ideas regarding nisab and making the difference between need or necessity and so on. This is like breakthrough ideas. So those ideas, I'm pretty sure, and definitely Dr. Ingrid mentioned yesterday, Kitab al-Amwal li Abi Ubayd al-Qasim bin Salam, and there's certainly, that book is not filled with hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. It's filled with the actions of the Sahaba and the followers after them. All of those ideas that are mentioned here, they probably have seeds in those books before. What we are, I wouldn't say missing, but we still need to have it a little bit more visible, is the gathering of the ideas and adopting some of those opinions, making them mainstream, making them basic ideas. Having said this, I just wanted to quickly, there's not very much I can add to what Dr. Yaqub said about calculating. In the end, there are so many different ways of calculating zakat on invested money. I've asked, the spectrum is so wide, I'm going to start with one extreme. One of the very prominent hadith scholars and he's still living, may Allah extend his life and put barakah in it. I asked, his son, who's also very knowledgeable about zakat money and something like that. He said, not my topic. You have to go and ask a specialist. So some scholars are not willing even to dwell in it or to sit down and roll up their sleeve and say, okay, let's think about it twice. No, he just said, go ask somebody else who specialized in that matter. So some scholars are not willing even to touch it. And on the other hand, you could ask someone, for example, about RRSP, which is similar to the IRA in the US, and they will give you completely different opinions. They will say, for example, this is retirement money, don't touch it. And this person is a scholar. He said, don't touch it. When you start drawing money out from it, at that point in time, you'll pay zakat. So you are going to find so many different opinions where you are going to be just like wondering, what should I really adopt? So in the last couple of minutes I have, I'll tell you what we are actually doing, and then you take it from there. But first, 5 minutes. I want to take one idea first. So let's take a small example. Lending money. Let's say I lent you $100,000 for you to go and buy a successful business for 3 years. All right. So this $100,000 you're keeping it with you for 3 years in a successful business that you bought. Who pays zakat on this? This is a simple matter. Borrowed money. Who pays zakat on a borrowed money? The lender, the receiver, both, or none. You're going to find that even such a simple question has multiple answers. If we start with this point, then no wonder that what's beyond is going to be a lot more diversified in answers. The most common answer for this is that the person who lent the money, it's his money, it's in a secure hands, he pays, or whoever the lender is, pays zakat on it, and the one who received it is the one who's getting qard hasan. Qard hasan, it means there's no obligation on it. If we ask that person to pay zakat, then you know what, there's an advantage to me. Yeah, great, take the money, you pay zakat. So if it's qard hasan, it means I'm taking the obligation of paying zakat even though the money is in your hand, and that's where the word hasan came from. It's a good lending. Now, what if this person said after a while, I cannot pay you the whole 100,000, I can pay you only 75. Do you pay zakat on the 100 or on the 75? Right? So take this concept now and let's move it to the investment. I mean, this is the small world I live in. There's so much outside. I'm not going to dwell on it because that's not my topic today, or not my request to talk about it today. So let's go in the very simple matter. You have $100,000 under the mattress at the first of Ramadan last year. At the beginning of Ramadan this year, it's still 100,000 under the mattress. You pay 2.5%, straightforward, nothing there. Now take this money and, I take this money and put it in an IRA or in an RSP, and now this money is untaxed money. What we are doing, and this is, let me just say something in here. Some of my clients or our client, first of all, we're not required to go and do the zakat calculation. They ask us to do it. Some of them, they do their own calculation. They just call us, they say, what's my balance today? First of Ramadan, I give them the balance. What he does with that number, I have no idea. So we are not imposing on anyone our opinion. But when they ask us, this is what we tell them we do. They like it, take it. They don't like it, they can go ask somebody else and do their own calculation. So this is just something we do on this side. So when this $100,000 is in an RRSP, it's untaxed money. If the client tells me, how much should I pay zakat on $100,000 in front of me? What I'm doing right now is that I'm considering collapsing the whole 100,000, because if they take the 100,000 out from their IRA in the US or their RRSP and putting them on a table, they have to pay taxes on it. So actually, it might be 100,000 on your statement, but it's actually 60,000 after your tax bracket on the table. That's how we're calculating it, is that we're calculating 2.5 on 60,000, right? And it's similar thing if somebody has a corporation. So you also consider that, okay, this is a doctor has a medical corporation, there's $1 million in it. What do you do with that money? How much does he pay zakat on that money? So we presume that, what if he took all of that money and said to his accountant, hey, I want that money in my bank account. And they took it out, how much is left? Because this is just a number on the statement until it's in your hand. And once they take it out, then we calculate it to 2.5% on that one. And there's a couple of factors that you still have to consider that will make the opinion still more dispersed, and that's why it's very important. We acknowledge those different opinions, but we need, a gathering around a certain opinion. Do you take the start value or the end value? And what if it dipped for your 100,000 during the course of the year, went down to 70,000, then went back to 100,000? Is it the low water mark? Because in the end, the question is, how much of your money stagnated for a full year? What reason? Why did it drop? I don't know. It could be multiple reasons. But all of these things have someone who adopted that idea. Low watermark, high watermark, beginning, end. And now you do a matrix and you will have a different kind of permutations. So in my last 1 or 2 minutes, I just want to say that there are also certain, since I'm limited talking about investment, something like locked-in accounts. Those money, you cannot take them out even if you wanted to. It's like your CPP, the Canada pension plan. You cannot go tell the government, hey, give me you contributed to this money, give me my capital. They won't give it to you. So your locked-in account are in a similar way. Rental properties, it has been compared to, because some of the clients actually do have rental properties as well, not with us, but through their own personal corporation. But they ask us how to pay zakat, and exactly what Sheikh Mustafa Zarqa said is that you make a qiyas, you make an analogy and comparison with farmland, and you pay either 5% or 10%. There's difference and the reason why 5 or 10, which I'm not going to elaborate now because my time is now 0. Anyway, I'm here, and I'm sure there's so many questions. This is only an eye opener to the need for us to have conventions and scholars and specialists getting together in order that we build some kind of a public awareness around these matters, and people start to understand that this is a fringe opinion and this is a mainstream opinion, and that will make my work a lot more easier. Jazakumullah khair. I hope that was of some use.
Thank you so much. I think you all agree with me that these were 3 wonderful presentations. A lot of food for thought, very contemporary, very relevant for the society that we live in. And I'm reminded of that beautiful quote, Dr. Ingrid, that you gave us last night from that newsletter about enforcement in the heart. Because when you have such diversity of opinions, it really comes down to the consciousness of a person, of how to deal with this. And I think every person has to do that in their heart, that soul searching, reminded of the hadith, الإثم ما حاك في نفسك وتردد في الصدر وإن أفتاك الناس وأفتوك, that sin is that which sort of creates unease in your heart, even if people give you fatwa that it's okay and okay and okay. So ultimately it has to come down to the taqwa and the consciousness of a person. But obviously it also means having knowledge and being informed. And then when you have that diversity, I think it's important that the person does what in their heart, when they consult with and they do what they believe is right. Because ultimately, I personally, this is just my personal thing, I'm not giving any fatwas or anything, is that's what you're going to be asked about, eventually. So we've heard a lot of wonderful things. We have about maybe 15 minutes for questions and comments. So Mr. Bayanouni, go ahead.
One question. Wait 1 second. I'm going to turn on the mic.
Oh, okay.
Which mic?
The ceiling mic. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So my first question is about nisab to Dr. Yasser. If nisab is a case that is open to ijtihad, so why the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had the need actually to mention the threshold for a specific type of wealth, for example, gold or camels? This is the first question. The second question is to Dr. Mirza and Dr. Ziad. What is the role of Ayufi standards in zakat calculations? And you have referenced individuals' fatwa like Sheikh Qaradawi's fatwa and Sheikh Zakat's fatwa. What is the role of fatwa councils in this process? Because the collective work is always above the individuals' initiatives. These are my questions.
Thank you so much. Did you hear the questions? Okay. So I think Dr. Jasser, the first question was addressed to you, and then we'll have Dr. Akub and Brother Ziad.
Inshallah.
Go ahead.
Yes, there are a hadith about the nisab in terms of those 200 dirham of silver, etc. But we know from the collective look at the ahadith, that it's not fixed. It's not a matter of ritual. It's not like the 2.5%. 2.5% never changed. ربع العشر, the quarter of the 1/10. The number of camels, this never changed. But in terms of silver, some scholars said, no, there is another hadith that has to do with gold. And some others said, no, but sometimes the nisab is different. Sometimes they ask whether the person has enough for the year or not. And so because of the different ahadith and the different opinions, but the ahadith, as Ustaz Ziad mentioned, are very few, and the ones that are sahih, according to everybody, are actually very few, are maybe 5 or 7. The kutub, kitab Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, wa kitab, the kutub there, like, very few ahadith. And even the ahadith that are sahiha, did you pay for this, the woman that has a piece of gold, are disputed whether this is about the zakah or not, and so forth. So my point is that this area does have a few ahadith, but they are not confirmed, and therefore this gives us flexibility for ijtihad. And I believe that the nisab is about poverty versus richness, not about 85 grams of gold. 85 grams of gold or 200 dirham of silver is not ibadah in Islam. 5 and 10% are ibadah, 2.5% are ibadah, because they are stated like that. They are muqaddarat. If you go back to Tufi, Tufi talked about numbers being ibadah, but this is not one of the numbers that are ibadah. I hope that this is clear.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Yaqub?
Ziad wants to comment on Ayofi first, then I will add my response.
The second question was regarding the fatwa committees and gathering in general. They definitely are a step forward.
Ayofi in Bahrain.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, he's asking about Ayofi's stand on zakah in Bahrain.
In Bahrain?
Yeah, that's where the Ayofi is.
In general.
Go ahead, continue.
Can you repeat your question, please?
So what is the role of Ayofi standards in calculation? Because Ayofi standards is not only about Bahrain. There are centers in Bahrain, but all the Islamic banks, they follow these standards in a certain way. Yeah, sometimes they actually have certain opinions, but in general, these are the standard that governs their work and everything they do. And how they pay zakat, what is other zakatable assets. So everything is actually within these standards.
So the role of IOP standards.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, so I cannot really comment on it, to be honest. But I just wanted to say a quick comment. Dr. Fadia from Islamic Relief yesterday mentioned that it was very difficult to get the scholars to to agree on something, and that thing stalled for, I don't know, I think the number she said like 20 years or something like that. So yeah, we need this to be moving a little bit faster, but it's really difficult to get those. But in the end, they will eventually move. So whatever conventions are there, or gatherings are there, it's important, but it might not be the last one. But Dr. Yaqub might have a more accurate answer to your question.
Yeah, not really. By the way, when I wrote my first article 27 years ago, there was no AOFI. And I'm aware of it. We deal with them on our mortgage business and others. On zakah, I am more dependent on the North American scholars rather than the Middle Eastern scholars, because they seem to understand more of our environment, our needs. And many of our scholars, as Brother Ziad has mentioned, they don't even want to touch the subject. They just say, well, that's not my field, I have no business, and that's what it is. But I will ask Ayofi, I am on their list, and I get the invitation from them occasionally, and find out what is their current status on these issues in reference to zakah.
Mesa has a question.
All right. Yeah, Mesa, you have a question? Let me unmute the mic. Yeah, so you can go ahead.
We have a question from the online audience. They're asking for clarification on zakat for TFSAs, so tax-free savings accounts. And regarding RESPs, is zakat on the amount that would be left if we were to withdraw it now? So is it on the amount after tax? Okay, see, brothers yet is not.
Yep. All right. Dr. Jasser, have you heard of this question also? Because I think you are familiar with Canadian system as well. Just want to confirm. Have you heard the question?
Ziad
Oh,
would be
yeah.
more capable. I give fatwa about this particularly case by case. If
Okay.
someone is rich enough, I make them pay. If they are not doing very well and just putting everything they need for their retirement, I don't make them pay. I give different answers for the same question depending on the person. That's the way I give fatwa. But Dr. Ziad would have more, inshallah, more systematic.
Ziad, go ahead.
I think I'm contemplating changing my madhab now. But, in practical purposes right now, tax-free savings account, from the title, whatever money you grow inside that account, there's no taxes on it. So it's just calculated as if whatever amount of money has stagnated for over the course of the year and 2.5% of that. So there's no similarity with the RSP. For the RESP, it's made of three components, as you know. There's a capital, there's a growth, and there's a grant. So what we are doing right now is that if somebody has 50,000 of their RESP, we presume they said, okay, I need that money. Said, okay, you know what? The government can take their 20%. The growth is stuck inside, you cannot take it. And so it's really, it's money, it's your money, but you cannot reach it. So you can only pay zakat on the capital that they contributed. This is how we're calculating it right now. Maybe it's, this is primitive way of doing it, but at least it's something that gets us out of a spot until we get something that's a bit more sophisticated and probably more correct than what we're doing. Jazakumullah khair. The Sheikh Jamali is asking for example. So for the RESP, if you put 100,000, for example, let's make a more reasonable number. You start with 10,000, the government will give you usually 20%, which is $2,000. So it becomes 12,000. Over the course of the year, it grew and became 15,000. At the end of the year, you said, I need my money. So how much do you pay zakat on the 15? But what really happens is that if you don't have a child yet in the university and you're taking that money out, the government is going to take their 20% because they only give you that 20% on the condition that it will be only spent on university. So if you're taking it before educational purposes, they're going to take their 20%. And the growth that happened, which is 3,000, it's stuck in there for a good 10, 20 years. You cannot touch it. And the only thing that you have is your capital. The 10,000 that you put is still there. You're going to get it back. And you pay zakat on the 10,000. Make sense?
Okay, wonderful. Yes, Brother Yusuf. Let me unmute the mic. Go ahead.
Just a question to Ustad Ziad. Clarification point about the TFSA. So is the person?
Can you come closer?
Yes.
Closer and ask so he can hear you better and see.
Thank you. So the question about the tax-free saving accounts. Yeah. So does the person have to pay on the whole amount or the profits only? What do you mean? Do you pay the capital and the profits or just the profits?
So on the beginning of Ramadan last year, you put $10,000 in your tax-free savings account. And coming next week, inshallah, the beginning of Ramadan, it's 12,000. You gain 20,000 in the stock market, in the market. Two, yeah, 20% from 10 to 12. So the question is that do you pay only on the 2 or on the whole 10, the whole 12? What we are calculating right now is that we see what is the amount that has stagnated over the course of the year. So the stagnated amount is 10,000 actually, because the remainder, the growth has been growing over the course of the year. You could do it the other way around and pay on the whole 12, but there's no point. I don't see a point where paying only on the 2, because the 10 is almost cash money in your hand that you decided to put it in a tax-free savings account and grow it. So I cannot see the reason why you'd pay only on the 2 or you wouldn't pay on the 10. The 10 is your money, was available as good as money under the mattress. So I think you have to pay 2.5%, difference of opinion, the beginning number or the last number. but not only on a portion of it, which is a 2,000.
So this money is viewed as
Liquid
not
money.
It's not. So this account is not just saving; it's also investment as well.
Yeah.
So is this considered to be kind of a business? What's the key model here? Is it like mubaraka that somebody is?
Depending on what, because the tax-free savings account is just a box, right? You can go to the bank and open a tax-free savings account, put your money in there, and it does nothing, almost like a checking account. Or you can go and put Bitcoin in it if you want to. So it's up to you what you put in it. It's just a box called tax-free savings account. The key feature of it is that whatever you make in it, that you're not going to pay taxes on it. The flip side is that if you lose money, there's no capital losses either. So whatever money you have in there is considered, if it's liquid money, then it's just, it's not considered mudarab, it's just actually considered cash money because it is something that you can immediately convert into cash. So we are treating it as actual cash money.
Yeah, Irman,
Yes.
if I may add, I agree with Brother Ziad, but if this $10,000 is in the savings account, but that savings account is invested in the stock market or in a mutual fund, then Jasir and myself, we take the view that you can pay 10% on the 2,000 because it is risk, it is participating in economic activity, and you can do it the way 12,000, 2.5%, you can do it, but we take the view that you pay on the increase each year. And for next January 1st, 12,000 will become your base. And then if it grows, then you pay 10% on that, 10.3%. If it doesn't grow, it doesn't grow. One comment, if I can make, I think listening to the speakers last night and today, it is clear to me that what we are doing, we are on the right track. This subject needs to be further discussed, explored. And I fully understand that we are not going to convince everybody. But as Ziad mentioned, if we can have consensus from the majority, which can be guideline for the people to use, I think we will be doing a great service. And for that, I believe we should continue these efforts. And I request Dr. Marston to help us in that effort. And we may launch a movement to bring about the awareness of zakah everywhere, not only in North America, but even the rest of the world, wherever we have the context.
Thank you.
Dr. Rawda, do you agree?
Thank you, Dr. Yaqub. This is exactly why we are doing this conference. Alhamdulillah, I'll give the last word to Dr. Ingrid before we conclude. And I'm sorry that because we're already over time, so we have to conclude this session. So go ahead.
I'm so grateful for all the effort, and I know everyone on this panel has put years and lots of thought and heart into working on these issues, and they're of such importance. And at the same time, I'm very, very mindful of what Brother Ziad said and mentioned Sister Faqia. There are people who need answers right today and tomorrow, and so the balance is always between finding those, either the majority or what's developing some kind of mainstream or not consensus, but at least enough collaboration that it gives confidence to the people. In the end, right? I mean, we have to act on knowledge, and if everyone's uncertain, we're not acting on knowledge. We're just acting because we have to act. So I really, I think it's so important, and this is part of the theme of the conference, is we're talking about impact and outcome. What's the impact on the ordinary believer, right? Who's trying to pay their zakat and is left with so much uncertainty and anxiety. They want to act based on feeling like a sense of confidence that they're doing the right thing. And I believe facilitating that will also lead to greater compliance. Because when there's so many choices, people end up just frozen, right? They're unable to act. So inshallah, we're able to, keep in mind that when it talks about the calculation, the ordinary believer is wants to do the right thing, and we need to facilitate their ability to do something based on knowledge and not just just be frozen in inaction, I'd say.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ingrid, and these are wonderful words to end on. We have to close this session. We started a little bit late. We're already over time. I'm a big believer in keeping on schedule. So what we will do is we're going to sacrifice a little bit of our break to be back here at 10 o'clock sharp so that we're on schedule and that we can proceed in the way that it was scheduled. So once again, join me in thanking the panel. Assalamu alaikum, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock sharp here. Thank you.
Barakallah fi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. My name is Yunus Mirza. I'm on the executive board with Ermin Sinanovich at the Center for Islam in the Contemporary World. I also direct the Brzezinski Institute for Global Virtual Learning, which builds international partnerships with universities all over the world, especially with Muslim majority countries. I'm really excited to be here. First time in London, Ontario. We're getting used to the cold and the snow, so mashallah. But I feel the warmth in this room and in this gathering. So thanks so much for hosting us. I want to do a special thank you for Dr. Matson and her team for hosting. It's been really a remarkable and pleasurable experience to work with everyone here. Inshallah, this session will focus on community studies of zakat administration and outcomes. And we have three distinguished speakers that will speak. We have two virtual speakers, and then Brother Yusuf here is in person. We will have each presentation go for around 15 minutes, and then we'll have time for questions. So without further ado, I'd like to ask Brother Jamil Akhtar to present on evaluating efficiency and transparency in zakat distribution, a study of Minhaj Foundation in Pakistan.
Wait, his bio.
Oh, okay, yes. I can look at his bio, mashallah, as well. Mashallah, the bios are also in the back if you want to reference them, inshallah. So he is an assistant professor of Islamic studies at the University of Punjab, Pakistan, and did a postdoc at the University of Oxford. A recipient of the International Postdoctoral Award and SERA Awards, he has collaborated globally with renowned scholars in institutions such as Harvard Divinity School. He has also authored numerous publications. So please, Brother Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am very thankful to the organizer for organizing such a wonderful conference on a very valuable topic. So my topic is evaluating the efficiency and transparency in zakat distribution, a case study of Al-Minhaj Foundation in Pakistan. Actually, the Minhaj Welfare Foundation was established in 1989 in Lahore, Pakistan. It is the welfare branch of Minhajul Quran International and works globally to provide humanitarian aid, promote education, offer healthcare services, and support sustainable development projects. Minhaj Welfare Foundation is recognized for its relief efforts during natural disasters and its initiatives aimed at eradicating poverty and improving social welfare. Zakat serves as a fundamental mechanism for wealth redistribution and poverty alleviation in Muslim societies. Rooted in the Quran and Sunnah, zakat is not merely a charitable act, but an obligatory financial duty upon eligible Muslims aiming to establish economic justice and social welfare. Over the centuries, various models of zakat collection and distribution have been adopted, ranging from state-managed systems to independent charitable organizations. However, the effectiveness of zakat in addressing socio-economic disparities largely depends on the efficiency and transparency of its distribution mechanism. Many organizations have been established to systematically collect, manage, and distribute zakat funds to deserving receptionists, or we can say beneficiaries. This study focused on the Al-Minhaj Foundation, a well-known welfare organization in Pakistan that actively engages in zakat collection and distribution. By evaluating its distribution model, this research aims to assess the efficiency and transparency. Understanding the strengths and challenges of Al-Minhaj Foundation's zakat distribution system can offer insights into best practices for other organizations and policymakers seeking to enhance the impact of zakat in Pakistan. The objective of the research is to analyze the efficiency of zakat distribution by Al Minhaj Foundation, as well as to assess the transparency mechanism in place to identify challenges and propose recommendations. By addressing these objectives, the study provided a comprehensive evaluation of Al Minhaj Foundation's zakat distribution system. Where is the methodology is concerned, this study employs a qualitative case study approach to examine the efficiency and transparency of zakat distribution at Al Minhaj Foundation in Pakistan. Organizational reports, financial statement, and published record will be examined to assess the efficiency of fund distribution and the transparency of its financial and administrative processes. To evaluate efficiency, specific indicators such as the speed of fund distribution, administrative cost management, and beneficiary reach will be analyzed. Zakat serves as a fundamental pillar of Islamic economic justice. As an obligatory form of charity, it ensures financial assistance reaches those in need. From an Islamic perspective, the Quran clearly designates 8 categories of eligible zakat beneficiaries, including the poor, the needy, those in debt, and wayfarers, we can say travelers. Classical Islamic scholars emphasized that the proper allocation of zakat must align with these prescribed categories to fulfill its intended social and economic functions. The study found that effective zakat distribution involves several key stages, including fund collection, eligibility assessment, allocation, and monitoring. The study examined the zakat distribution mechanism at Al Minhaj Foundation. The foundation followed a multi-step process that included collection, eligibility assessment, allocation, disbursement, and monitoring, each designated to maximize the impact of zakat while minimizing the risk of mismanagement. The foundation collects zakat through uh, multiple channels, including direct donations, online transfers, and institutional contributions. Donors contributed voluntarily, with many opting for bank transfers or digital platforms for easiness and accountability. A screening and verification system was in place to determine reception's eligibility in accordance with Islamic principles. The foundation relied on the combination of documentary evidences, in-person verification, and field surveys to assess the financial need. Priority was given to individuals falling under the Quranic categories of zakat uh, beneficiaries. The study examined the zakat distribution mechanism at Al Minhaj Foundation. The foundation followed sorry, efficiency in zakat distribution. The study assesses the efficiency of zakat distribution at Al Minhaj Foundation. Findings reveal that while the foundation successfully distributed zakat to a significant number of beneficiaries, certain operational inefficiencies impacted the overall effectiveness of the process. The research found that Al Minhaj Foundation generally ensured timely distribution of zakat, particularly during critical periods such as Ramzan and Eid days. However, in cases where applicants required urgent assistance due to medical emergencies or debt repayment, occasional delay were observed. An essential aspect of efficiency in zakat distribution is minimizing administrative expenses while maximizing the funds allocated to beneficiaries. The study revealed that Al Minhaj Foundation tried to maintain a relatively low administrative cost ratio, ensuring that a significant portion of zakat funds directly benefited those in need. The foundation zakat distribution model successfully reached a diverse range of beneficiaries across urban and rural areas. Al Minhaj Foundation demonstrated a structured and needs-based allocation strategy, ensuring that funds were distributed according to the predefined eligibility criteria. However, fund utilization efficiency varied across different programs areas. The study critically evaluated the transparency of zakat distribution at Al-Minhaj Foundation, focusing on financial accountability, reporting mechanism, donor trust, and beneficiary verification. The Al-Minhaj Foundation maintained a structured financial accountability system, ensuring that all zakat contributions were recorded and allocated according to predefined criteria. The study found that financial audits were conducted periodically and internal checks were in place to monitor fund utilization. However, while the foundations adhered to basic auditing practices, external independent audits were not consistently available, which limited full financial transparency. Transparency in zakat distribution significantly depended on clear and accessible reporting mechanism. Al-Minhaj Foundation regularly shared annual reports, financial statements, and impact assessment, offering donors insights into fund utilization. The study found that while general financial summaries were published, detailed breakdowns of specific projects and disbursement were not readily accessible on the public. Here are some challenges which they have faced. The study identified several challenges in the zakat distribution system at Al Minhaj Foundation. One of the primary challenges faced by Al Minhaj Foundation was the increasing demand for zakat assistance compared to the available funds. Seasonal variations, particularly during Ramzan and Muharram, placed additional pressure on fund availability, making it difficult to maintain a consistent level of support throughout the years. Another challenge, although Al Minhaj Foundation implemented a multi-step verification process to ensure zakat reached deserving receptionists, challenges in eligibility assessment persisted. While the foundation maintained financial record and periodically released reports, external independent audits were not conducted consistently. So here are some recommendations at the end. The study identified several best practices implemented by Al Minhaj Foundation that contributed to the effectiveness of its zakat distribution system. Al Minhaj Foundation adopted a structured approach to fund allocation. The study found that the foundation categorized beneficiaries based on urgency and long-term financial stability, prioritizing widows, orphans, and the disabled for immediate relief. The study recommended more frequent external studies, external audits, and public financial transparencies measure to further enhance trust and accountability. So at the end, I would highlight very important point that some notable personalities who were attached with Minhaj Foundation and then left them clearly mentioned that it has several flaws. Allegedly, zakat funds were used to purchase luxurious vehicles worth millions and spent on media coverage rather than on deserving beneficiaries. Reports claims that religious and political gatherings were funded using zakat fund despite their earlier stance of avoiding politics. Initially, Dr. Tahir Qadri, the founder of Al Minhaj Foundation, had a motorbike, but now his children own expensive cars, raising concerns. Moreover, zakat money was allegedly used to start private businesses like cement business and other business in Pakistan. To facilitate such actions, key financial positions were reportedly given to relatives such as Javed Qadri, Dr. Qadri's very close relatives. These things raise questions on transparency as well. So thank you so much. If there is any question.
All right, thanks so much to Brother Jamil for that presentation. Part of this conference, we want to make sure that we incorporate global voices even though our focus is North America. So we very much appreciate your perspective from Pakistan. Inshallah, our next speaker is going to be Suhair Kafri, and she'll be presenting on zakat for mental health support and families at risk, success, and stigma. And Dr. Suhair Kafri is a social worker at Adams Center in Sterling, Virginia, and that's actually my community. So I actually had the opportunity to see her work and impact firsthand. She is someone that holds a social work degree from George Mason University and is a qualified mental health professional. She created the Adams Social Service Department and developed a holistic mosque mental health model. Suhair is a longstanding member of the Loudoun County Family Services Advisory Board. So please, Sister Kafri.
Can you ask her to put the light a little bit more? Put the light on
For
it.
the introduction.
Do you mind? We just have one request before you begin. If you could put the light in front of your face a little bit so we can. Yeah, we would love to see your face. Okay, great.
Is that better?
Yes, thanks so
Okay.
much. Proceed. Thank you.
I'm actually coming to you from Adams Center. I had to come to a quiet place today to try to do this presentation. So thank you so much for allowing me to present. Thank you, Dr. Ingrid, for this wonderful conference. I wanted to present on this topic, and I was happy to present on it because there's so much stigma associated with mental health and mental health needs in our community. Next slide, please. Okay, so Brother Yunus did an introduction, and thank you so much. A little backstory to this is that when I came and I applied to work as a social worker at a mosque, I was extremely excited because I thought, okay, this is it. This is where I want to be. I'm going to be working with my community, alhamdulillah. So I got the job and started working, and I said, okay, where do I social work? And they said, no, there is no social service department. And so I said, okay, so what do I do now? And they said, so you have to build it, you have to create it. And that was what I thought, oh my goodness, this is probably never going to be able to come true. But alhamdulillah, within a few months, I was able to speak with the community, observe their needs, and come up with a plan that Imam Majid, Sheikh Abdul Rafi, and our leadership at that time looked at and said, perfect, just go ahead. And one of the things that really surprised me was how amazing this community and this leadership is in this masjid, and how much they wanted for our community to progress in the right way. And so plan began for social services. Next slide, please. And so in designing the social services department, I had some familiarity with working in social services. And so I looked at the county model, which is in every county here in the US, they have a model. And then I began to build and branch out our social services model, making sure that nothing was excluded, that you would be able to get in the county if you went there. I realized from working with the Muslim community that there's a sense of fear when you ask a client to go to the county and, ask for this, or go to the county and receive services for financial assistance. Many are scared and they say, no, I don't want that on my record. I'm really scared to ask. What if they ask too many questions? So something that I realized is, in addition to those services, we also had to bring a lot of things in-house. And so we began to design things that were side by side with the county. So you had the emergency assistance, which was our zakat, mashallah. We have that in our Islamic faith. And we have Medicaid in the county. So that means we are affiliated with a clinic here. So alhamdulillah, I was able to refer everyone to a clinic that was, they could receive some free medical care. And then SNAP and Medicaid, SNAP and food stamps. We built a food pantry, and then mental health, emergency mental health in the county. That was a task that we had to come up with here at Adams. And alhamdulillah, we were able to design the Adams mental health program that inshallah I'll talk about next. Next slide, please. And working with the clients, As a social worker, I'm taught and trained to look way under the surface of an individual. So they may come to me and they may just say, I couldn't pay my rent. Okay, so now let's look at why you couldn't pay your rent. Well, I lost my job. Well, why did you lose your job? Well, I'm a caretaker for someone with mental health issues. For example, I've had this so many times that I'm so surprised that it is so prevalent. Someone with a serious mental illness that is not being treated. So their family members, their mother, their father, their sister, their brother is at home full-time caring for them and unable to go work themselves. So they are unable to earn an income, meaning they are unable to meet their financial needs. So in looking way under, like, this iceberg model is something that I really love to look at, because it reminds me what you see is not what is really under the surface. Everything under the surface is an accumulative of that tip of the iceberg. Next, please. So the barriers of mental health in our community were really heartbreaking. When I would screen a client and try to talk to them about mental health, they would say, well, if I go to mental health, what if my family finds out and they think I'm crazy? I say you have to take that word out of your vocabulary. Mental illness does not mean crazy. Mental illness is just like any other illness. And so, inshallah, let's figure out how we can get you there. So a lot of the times it was in relation to a marriage. So, a sister would tell me, if I go to receive mental health care, well, then my husband's family may ask him to divorce me. Very, very heartbreaking. But, coming from a culture where this is very prevalent in the Middle East, where I'm from, and all over, kind of in the Islamic cultures, you do have this really barrier to mental health, where the culture plays even a bigger role. A lot of the times it was language. I cannot even, speak to someone. They will never understand me. The fear that was in them. I don't want to go sit and talk with anyone about anything that's going on with me. I don't want to be judged. Health insurance. Many people lacked health insurance. And even if they did have health insurance, that simple copay, they were unable to make. And so this was a very big consideration that I had to also put into the factor that even if you're making a decent income, sometimes you are unable to go to mental health care. So removing all those mental health barriers from our community here, I got together with the imams and we spoke about the inclusivity of mental health topics within our khutbahs every Jum'ah. And alhamdulillah, I can't even say enough about the imams here at the Adams Center. They immediately jumped and said, yes, let's go, let's talk about it. And so I said, okay, with their permission and with their, excitement that I found, I became even more motivated. I told them we need to design, inshallah, our own mental health program, and that would make the community more comfortable in coming to their masjid to reach out for mental health services. The mental health program that was designed, the clients come through me. And alhamdulillah, I do the triaging of all of the clients. I give them different kinds of screening tools for depression, anxiety, ACEs, which is adverse childhood experiences. And in that, you can look back at the iceberg model and see how you go in and see the foundation of the person building up. And then you see what kind of has evolved from that. And so what you see on your screen is the Adams mental health model and all the factors that go into it, which is the clinical counseling, the community empowerment, which means we bring it not just to the individual that needs mental health care, but also to the community at large, because we need to educate everyone and begin to destigmatize, begin to take off that bad look of what mental health is. And so, as for our goals with Adams Wellness Services, we wanted to come up with a holistic approach. So this means not just, going with the individual, but also going along with the community. We allow everyone to have access to mental health care, not just if you're getting counseled, but also if you're attending our workshops. You're learning and you're being educated every time you attend. So now we come to the part where how do we make this zakat eligible? So when I communicated with our imams, I said to them, if we build this program, is this a zakat eligible cause? And they said, yes, of course. This is definitely a zakat eligible cause. Just ensure that you design it so that it is used efficiently and fairly so that everyone gets an opportunity to use it. So when we did it, we did this and kind of calculating how many counseling sessions will it take for someone to kind of be sufficiently seen. And I told them probably 12, that's once a week, for 3 months, let the person speak with the therapist, and then we do another assessment. So they receive initially 12 sessions. If the therapist needs more sessions, they're not done working, we will not cut off that person at all. They will continue seeing that therapist, and Adams will continue to support them. We currently have 21 mental health professionals in our network, and that is inclusive of psychiatrists, psychologists, licensed professional counselors, social workers, and qualified mental health professionals. So the mission and vision, again, is we aim to provide a very innovative platform where we're able to educate and empower and encourage our community to learn about wellness and their own well-being. And our vision is for Adams to be a well-informed community coming together for the purpose of maintaining wellness through awareness and the utilization of resources, both in-house and the extended service realm. And so this is something that has always had an effect on me, so I decided to include it in my presentation. Kintsugi is a Japanese art form where you take all broken pieces, something that's broken, and you put it back together where you mend it with gold. I use this a lot with my clients, and I show them these pictures to show them, that when they tell me that I'm broken, I'm sitting in front of you here and I'm broken. I show this to them and I say, everything will be okay. We're going to work together to bring you the mental health care you need and allow you to come and seek spiritual counseling and mental health counseling. And I show them this image because the kintsugi form of art really puts together all those imperfect, broken pieces and comes up with an even more beautiful piece of art. So for us, as we work on a larger scale to provide to begin to destigmatize mental health within the community, we had to create some kinds of efforts that the community can get involved in. And so we wanted to engage the community in efforts for mental health related donations. And that could be materialistic donations, and then engage the community in volunteer opportunities. So every time we had a mental health event, we would ask, hey, does anyone want to volunteer? And we would have many volunteers come in. They would be able to, listen to what everybody was asking about mental health, as well as participate in putting together the program with us. And then engage community by asking for testimonials. This has been really effective in asking for testimonials on really hard topics, actually, which is domestic violence, addiction, and mental, struggling with PTSD and depression and anxiety. We've had testimonials where people have actually come up and said, I'll speak to the community. So we know something is working because the community is able to tell their stories. This is one of the efforts that we had the community engage in donations. So during Ramadan, we asked the community to purchase prayer rugs and allow us to, for Adams to be a big part of the volunteering with the Northern Virginia Mental Health Institute. This is a lockdown facility, mental health facility. I would often go and do family partnership meetings with my clients as they visit their loved ones in this lockdown facility and try to figure out a way that they can bring their loved one home. So Adams would be that community that would be the supportive community. And so our community here during Ramadan, as we were selling prayer rugs in our lobby, we would ask them if you would like to donate one to the Mental Health Institute. So a Muslim that is, at this lockdown facility can have a prayer rug, please, do. And so many people did. We donated over, I believe it was 180 prayer rugs. And believe it or not, they ran out so fast. This is another volunteer opportunity with the Northern Virginia Mental Health Institute. If you look at the left side, the left picture, it is a completely barren bookshelf. They reached out to me. They said, we don't have any books in our library, and we have so many Muslim patients here at the Northern Virginia Mental Health Institute. Do you think your community would like to donate books? I just put out one post on social media, and I told everyone, because this was actually during COVID too, I said, if you just leave it on your doorstep, I will drive around, I'll pick up all the books, and I will take it to the hospital so that we can make a wonderful library for these patients. And I could not believe, if you look at all of these bookshelves that are filled, this is from the Adams community, all of these books. So of course you can imagine what kind of literature is in here. It's amazing. It's extremely culturally rich. And so during a lot of the times that we were having issues in our world, our community was struggling, and they would come to us and say that they were struggling. So while this was happening, we decided that we would make the counselors available for everyone by just announcing that there are on-site counselors. If you're struggling with something that happened in the world, with Gaza, with the genocide, with the election, please, come to us. We have an on-site counselor today, and you just have to go in and see them. And we designed, so this was a way to reduce the stigma in our community, and it was the topic of addiction, which is extremely difficult to bring to the community, but alhamdulillah, we did it. And I wanted to make sure that we called the series Removing the Shame, because one of the things that everyone would come to me and say, I'm ashamed that this is happening. And so we called this series Removing the Shame. We brought in, of course, our imam and many different kinds of professionals from within the county, within the government, within the field of mental health. And we also, this is one of the programs that we had a testimonial speaker that told his story, and it was great to listen to and know that he had gotten into recovery. So this is the two different events that we had in order to help everyone through a very difficult time that is going on in our world today. So we had one on Palestine and the psychology of occupation. We had over, I think, 140 attend that one. And they listened to the two psychiatrists speak about the occupation, as well as Imam Kiba, who is one of our imams here, comfort us and lead us into prayer. And so it was an amazing program that day. We also had processing the election, which I just spoke about, where we sent out a notice to the community that if you are having a difficult time, after Jummah, please come see us. We're in the lobby, we're waiting for you, and we'll help you through. These are two other events that we had where we were definitely hoping to destigmatize topics that were very rarely discussed in the community. One of them was the Addiction Symposium, and the Addiction Symposium brought together many people from government agencies, and then also SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration, and our imams and different practitioners, where we spoke about addiction. Where we thought this may have a very low attendance, alhamdulillah, 60 people came to listen to a symposium on addiction. And they also brought up not just substance use addiction, they started talking about many different kinds of addiction. So in these kinds of seminars, when you engage with the community, they bring to you a lot of wealth in telling you what they're struggling with, so that you can move forward and bring to them what they need in order to recover from those issues. We also did suicide awareness and prevention. That was also well attended, a little bit less than the addiction symposium because it was really a tough topic to listen to, but alhamdulillah. And we spoke about the signs and the preventative measures to take and how to support a loved one, as well as giving resources. When COVID hit, it hit really hard for those that were receiving mental health care within the Adams community. Many people, lost their jobs. They were scared. How were they going to get to the masjid to have a session here within our counseling office that I'm in right now, and see their counselor very discreetly? How were they going to do this? Were they just going to be cut off? And so, alhamdulillah, all of our service providers switched to telehealth. And so they made themselves available to be able to speak with the community. We came up with the Families at Risk program. So this program not just does the clinical counseling, and the case management and financial assistance and support groups. So the staff empowerment here is also part of the services that we bring. And these listed are the different kinds of trainings that just our staff went through. One of the big programs that we just had in December was the Metastan Suicide Response and Prevention Training that allowed the staff to be trained. This is a full day training where you receive a certificate and you're able to have a lot of knowledge to move forward to help the community. Jazakum Allah khair. It was a pleasure to present to you. My contact information is there. And may Allah bless you all in the work that you do.
So thanks so much, Sister Kafri. Once again, I firsthand see the work and the impact that Sister Kafri has on the Adams Center community. I've attended many of these programs, and also these programs are available on the Adams Center YouTube channel, so you can still access them. So thanks once again. So inshallah, we'll move to our last speaker, Brother Yusuf Wahab, and he will speak about the administration of zakat funds by Muslim institutions in the greater Toronto area. And Brother Yusuf is the research director of Quranic Studies at Yaqeen Institute, an Islamic law instructor at the University of Windsor, and the Islamic finance author for LexisNexis Canada. He holds a LLM and MA University of Chicago Divinity School and a bachelor's in Islamic Studies at Azhar University. Wahab is pursuing his PhD in Islamic law at the University of Chicago. And Dr. Maxson actually referenced his paper last night. And actually, I was telling him before the session that I've already downloaded it and started reading it. So I look forward very much to your presentation. Please, Yusuf.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So first, I would like to thank the organizers. Thank you so much for putting this program together, especially Dr. Ermin and Dr. Ingrid. It's always great to come back to Huron. This is where my graduate studies journey started about 7 or 8 years ago. And the discussions have been really very inspiring and thought-provoking since yesterday. Today, I'm usually taken, when I present on zakat, I've been presenting on zakat for some time now. I focus more on the legal aspect of zakat, the different legal approaches from an Islamic perspective. And my presentation today will take a different approach, just focusing on how organizations are actually administering zakat, specifically in the Canadian context, with some reflections that I would argue to be relevant to institutions across North America in general. Next, please. So I also would like to acknowledge that when I started this research about 2 years ago, the University of Chicago, Chicago grad, and the Divinity School at the University of Chicago, they were actually supporting and funding this research through an internship program that I've designed in collaboration with the University of Toronto Institute of Islamic Studies. So one institution provided the structure and the financial support, the other institution provided the field work support, which is here, University of Toronto in Canada, to focus on the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, and how Muslim organizations are collecting and distributing zakat in the area. The other thing I wanted to highlight before I share some of the findings, I have to admit that there are data limitations stemming primarily from very limited access to organizations to interview. We can speculate a lot about why that happened, but it was really difficult to secure an enough number of organizations to interview on this topic. My personal interpretation of this is that it's primarily about institutional concerns. And these concerns can stem from one of two aspects, or maybe both. One, institutional concerns about compliance to regulations, meaning CRA regulations. Some institutions that I spoke with informally, they were about to lose the charity status and they felt maybe a little bit uncomfortable speaking about this. They did not deny or they did not reject talking about the topic, but having the official kind of setup and have an interview and recording some of their opinions, which of course would have been anonymous anyway. But I couldn't get to that final step for some reason. It could be also about some concerns about Islamic compliance, Islamic law compliance. We've been highlighting since yesterday the different approaches, the different schools of thought, the different fatwas that we always hear about zakah. Every institution has its own Sharia advisory board or group of scholars that they consult, and then sometimes a lot of debates and discussions happen between Muslim scholars, which result in divergent opinions and applications that could be, again, I'm just speculating about why it was really difficult to secure a number of interviewees for this project. The project has not been finalized yet. I'm hoping to continue building on my findings, but I'm going to share with you some of the major findings that I've actually found, in addition to some research on the theoretical level that would explain some of these findings. So just to give a general background to the scheme of charitable organizations in Canada. So we have 86,000 registered charities in Canada. That's not like 2025 stats. It's a little bit old, but it's the most updated kind of number that I could find. Also, reflecting on how we define charity is actually very relevant to how we think about zakah. I know we agreed yesterday zakah is not per se charity, but of course charity is the umbrella term that covers a lot of giving for the sake of a particular purpose. The Income Tax Act does not define charity as with a kind of a codified legal definition, but the common law sense of what a charity is stipulates what they call charitable purposes to be one of these four. So whether you alleviate poverty, advancement of education, advancement of religion, other purposes beneficial to the community. What you can see from these purposes is that they're broad, they're general, and a lot of causes and purposes can actually be included within these purposes. There is that interesting statement that Aristotle said, of course, a very long time ago, that to give away money is an easy matter and in any man's power. But to decide to whom to give it and how large and when and for what purpose and how is neither in every man's power nor an easy matter. This statement really underscores the complexity of giving and philanthropy throughout history. It really intersects with a lot of, first, conceptions about charity giving. It also encompasses many questions about purpose, power, impact. It also intertwines with social hierarchies, religious principles, identities, whether religious or nationalist or any other kind of identity. And when we come to the question about how zakah or charity in general is very effective in political advocacy, the idea of power, zakah as an exercise of power by the collective community is something that always very interesting to reflect on the history of philanthropy and giving throughout time. These are some qualitative data on how philanthropy practices are, and again, I'm saying philanthropy to include both zakah and sadaqah. We don't have yet very specific zakah-related qualitative data. However, very recently, I would like also to acknowledge the Lilly School Foundation, or the Lilly Foundation of the School of Philanthropy in Indiana University, with Professor Shariq Sadiqi. They have been doing an amazing work on qualitative studies and how zakah in particular is administered and distributed within the Muslim community. So they have more updated data that literally came a few months ago, and they published already some of that, and they're continuing to publish more. These data is a little bit old, but the numbers are not radically different from the recent numbers about how Muslims think of giving when it comes to charity in general and zakat in particular. I don't think it's a surprise to find the house of worship to be 89%, and then domestic poverty 60%. Again, not just zakat, we're talking in general, education, then overseas relief, youth family service, civil rights, and research organizations. We're still need to do a lot on the Canadian scene. I don't think I haven't found really a lot of research that is unique to the Canadian scheme of zakat collection and distribution, or even charity in general. There's this very, very small study that was done in 2021, the one at the bottom, just speaking or observing some communal attitudes and also individual attitudes towards the zakat collection and distribution. But again, I would really hope to, and my project, which I don't know if I can call very successful, was really an attempt to contribute to kind of the Canadian side of this kind of research. Why are we focused on organizations when it comes to zakat? We've observed enough so far that organizations are in the core of both collection and distribution of zakat. It's the fact that we're dealing with. We may have a lot of fiqh questions, we may have a lot of legal questions about how that happens, how these organizations operate, what is the legal personality of an organization, which I think is a question that a lot of organizations grapple with until today. Is the organization functioning as an agent, as a wakil from an Islamic law perspective, taking money from people and then distributing, and therefore the implications of wakala and agency will actually follow? Or the organization is representing the absence of Muslim government, and then now they're acting on behalf of the public treasury or on behalf of the Muslim government, representing the Islamic or the Muslim authority, which we have a whole different framework for. When Muslims live as minority, can certain groups represent the hakim or the wali al-amr or the Muslim authority when it comes to some of these questions that require collective decision. When we reflect on the development of the Quranic discourse on zakah from Mecca, it was pretty broad. It speaks to the individual. It reminds the person to take care of your relatives, prioritize based on qaraba, based on kinship, give people in need in general. And then when you move to Medina, you find a lot more sophisticated institutionalization of zakah on both levels of collection and distribution. And then you find some of the categories mentioned in the ayah in Surah Tawbah we discussed yesterday to be basically a state responsibility, primarily zakat workers, which again causes a lot of the questions that we've been discussing about the administrative costs and the overhead costs. It's about zakat workers classically were actually government jobs, meaning that the authority, the Muslim authority, will appoint these workers to both collect and distribute zakat. In the absence of Muslim kind of governance system, how can organizations represent that governance system in a way that still functions legitimately from an Islamic law perspective? So whether an organization is an agent on behalf of the community or representing the authority over this community, when it comes to specifically the collection and distribution of zakah, that's a very large question that is relevant why we're focused again on the idea of organizations. From the regulatory perspective, why we also focus much on organizations. Now, whether, when, how, and what to give as, again, charity or zakat or sadaqah is really partly a product of the laws that govern both the creation of nonprofits and the operation of nonprofits. So how the government of the state that you live in, how the government creates or codifies certain laws that create nonprofits, private foundations, trusts, and also how the government governs how these should be operating will influence, whether directly or indirectly, how community members are actually going to contribute to these organization. And that develops a term that has been used a lot in the study of philanthropy, which is called philanthropy or philanthro capitalism. And it was supposed to be an alternative to the traditional philanthropy. Traditional philanthropy is very individual. It's basically how we imagine Islamic law back in the days. Very individual, tamlik, transfer of ownership, knowing your neighbors. There's a social element to it. There's a spiritual element to it. And that happens. If I would really recommend a book on that, there is Paul Vitali. It's a very large book, but you can really skim through certain aspects. It's called Philanthropy from Aristotle to Zuckerberg. It's really interesting. It covers like a very wide scheme of how people have been giving since maybe the beginning of time until today. So the idea of philanthropic capitalism was supposed to be a viable alternative to traditional philanthropy that is more practical, more effective. And usually philanthropic capitalism criticizes traditional philanthropy that it's outdated. But it's actually not, because philanthropic capitalism will lead to, and we'll talk in actually on this slide on the idea of tax credit or tax receipts. And also that's a whole different topic about the idea of incentives by the government for donors. And that really makes us think, Muslims come usually to the imams and ask, if I get a tax return or a tax credit, is that okay? Like people feel like it's not. And usually the answer is, yeah, that's okay for sure. That's an incentive from the government. But the question has maybe kind of a spiritual element to it too. If like it's transactional, I'm going to pay zakat, I get an incentive. I shouldn't really get an incentive to pay zakat. But look at this beyond the fiqh question. At the bigger picture, it's actually very interesting that it's an incentive for people, an incentive for rich people, because this is, I'm going to avoid, it's tax evasion is what everybody's trying to do in these countries, right? So the more I have money, the more I have to educate myself in tax evasion as much as I can. And then if I donate more, and if I have a corporation or a foundation and I donate more, I can eventually affect policies that will be in place in this country. So it gives really power to people who already have power. And that's, again, that's the irony about criticizing traditional philanthropy, that it wasn't empowering community members. Well, the philanthropic capitalism is not true, because you're basically reinforcing the power that already rich people have. And you're telling them, okay, if you donate that much money to whatever cause, you can eventually have a say on whatever policy the government can develop. And the idea of politics is a very, very clear example for this. So long story short, philanthropic capitalism does not actually amplify the voice of anyone who is marginalized to begin with. And that's why some people tried, some academics really developed the political theory of philanthropy to think about philanthropy as an exercise of power. Actually, when you think of zakat collectively, and we have these, alhamdulillah, big organizations, that's an exercise of power that represents the Muslim community in Canada or in the US when we put all this money towards particular cause and lead the scenes when it comes to relief. For example, alhamdulillah, our organizations have been really doing a lot on that front. Next, please. So again, I'm really not here to educate you on what CRA does, but just like to give a general background about how CRA thinks or operates with the audits. So CRA plans to audit 500 to 600 charities a year. And we as community have kind of strong sensitivity against CRA, and we always think about the bias, which is true to some extent sometimes. And we know the Institute of Islamic Studies has been doing fantastic work on studying and examining whether and why there is some kind of bias or kind of Islamophobic trends in the work of auditing. But at the same time, in retrospect, we need to be very honest and think how we're actually managing the books and how we're actually managing our specifically small nonprofits, i.e. mosques and Islamic schools, etc. So it does audit with all that number of organizations. Can I just go back, please, to the previous slide? And then they also have education program that they provide a lot of manuals and education and consultations on how organizations can do better and improve at the level of record keeping. And they actually reach out to 1.5% of registered charities a year. Next. Reasons for audit selection. That's a question that a lot of people think about. Sometimes it's random. That's what CRA says. It is random selection sometimes. Public complaints. And that also happened quite often, or media reports. And again, becomes very tricky about random media outlets speaking or trying to really criticize a particular organization. And now with a very heightened scene of, let's say, anti-Semitism or terrorism, now things might really get, hopefully not much worse. Legal obligations under the income tax, compliance with tax, of course, is a major reason. And then compliance from previous audits as well. So if you got audited before, it's likely that might happen again. Compliance actions, it's not just like the CRA will right away revoke your status. There is education letters, which are called education first approach, compliance agreements, sanctions, annulment, revocation of registration. That comes, of course, at the very end. So it really goes through a kind of a full process before it gets to that kind of result. Next. Restrictions imposed on charities. Sometimes it's on owning fixed assets. Sometimes it's on cash-based programming, and cash is a major issue for our small organizations. And I'm talking also from personal experience working with mosques and Islamic schools and others. There are also regulatory concerns about the unmonitored payment methods. Now, discussions about like donating with cryptocurrency, for example, it's not very clear how that can affect or trigger some kind of audit. What organizations, and this is I heard from some of the organizations I spoke with, how they would address some of these issues. Of course, very careful project evaluation before deciding on this project to be the cause the organization is going to focus on, strict financial oversight. And from, again, personal experience, I think the community is really doing a lot better on that front, in my opinion. And then also use of regulated payment channels, sticking to just the conventional ways of donating. Next. From a legal perspectives, the Income Tax Act, from the Income Tax Act, charities cannot support or oppose political parties. That's pretty known. Charities can engage in unlimited public policy dialogue and development activities as long as it furthers charitable purpose. One of the four that we mentioned at the beginning, one of the four categories. So it's not political purpose, but it's one of the four that can be related to the public policy dialogue. And again, here you can see a little bit of vague gray area that the organizations or the charity organizations need to be pretty careful with. Now let's look at this from both perspectives, state perspective and community perspective. From a community perspective, for us as Muslims, philanthropy, and let's say zakat in particular, is not just the material support of individuals. We want, and this is part of the discussion that we have here, we want zakat to be a vehicle for reconstructing and preserving our identity. We live as minority, and the minorityhood discourse is something that we always bring up, and zakat is one way that can actually solidify our existence as a minority, and also our identity, our collective identity. It gives us resilience when we face a lot of challenges, and we are facing a lot of challenges today. Zakat is also viewed by the community to be a mechanism for achieving justice, whether we're talking about domestic politics or we're talking about international politics and what is happening in the Muslim world as well. From the state perspective, same thing. The state looks at philanthropy, again, in general, not just zakat, of course, to not only be altruistic endeavor of you just as a nice human being trying to help others. It's also, again, a very strong potential of exercise of power. That's why some academics say it warrants democratic scrutiny. This has to be very, very strictly monitored, basically, by different state agency. Next. Anti-terrorism, that's a major issue, and we've been reflecting on this since post 9/11, and I really hope that we move on the discourse of post 9/11. But it's always the point of reference that we always go back to, and it also affected how our community members paying or donating domestically versus internationally. Now, a lot of organizations became much more reluctant, and members as well of the community, to send money abroad. So we are going to start to focus on maybe domestic purpose of a charity because of the very strict surveillance and scrutiny of the Muslim assets. Canada's counterterrorism measures and legislative response on 9/11, we have all these different agreements and task forces that Canada entered on the screen just for the sake of time. Basically, of course, prohibits funding of terrorist organizations, and it could also revoke registration of linked to terrorism. The global events continue to bring this into discussion, and of course, the genocide in Gaza is a very, very clear example for this. Now, again, the community is again thinking how zakat can be a vehicle of achieving justice, not only by sending money to Gaza, but also by spending money here in a way that would give Muslims a voice to represent their cause and to speak to the state about its both ethical and legal stance on what is going on in Gaza. Next. So zakat and justice, that basically builds on my last point about zakat is really means of justice for the community, and specifically when it's a religious minority, it further shapes our collective identity and our caring about the causes of our community, both domestically and globally. Next. Assistance zakat eligibility. I know I have only 1 minute left. So two main categories I wanted to shed very brief light on. One, those in need, how organizations are identifying the person who's in need to receive zakat. We also have been discussing this to some extent. So there is a recipient selection process by many organizations, specifically relief organizations, and also small charities like mosques. So relies on field teams and local expertise for assessment, and also no third-party verification to maintain recipient dignity. This is something I found across multiple organizations. There also attempt to balance compliance with confidentiality, ensuring accountability while preserving recipient privacy, also avoiding excessive documentation that might discourage people from applying. I'm going to stop here for the sake of time. My second category, it might open up a lot of discussion about the category of winning the hearts. And again, the point of political advocacy and how zakah or sadaqah or charity in general can be used in political advocacy, both domestically and globally for the Syrian Muslim community. Maybe this is something that can come up in the Q&A. Thank you.
When you want to take a question from the audience, put this on and then.
Okay, great. All right, wonderful. Thanks so much. We had 3 excellent speakers, and they were amazing in keeping time. Sometimes that's a challenge. So that means we have more time for a question and discussion. So the floor is open now if you have any questions or comments that the speakers could respond to. Yeah, please. Well, why don't you go ahead first, and then we'll go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all so much for the wonderful talks. Learned so much, and it's really thought-provoking. My question is for Mr. Wahab. You mentioned the counterterrorism laws. Kind of what I was wondering is, especially now with the political climate of the United States, are we kind of anxious about another Holy Land 5 moment? Are we anxious about another buckle down, especially with what's happening in Gaza and the very public efforts, the very explicit efforts for getting funds to Gaza and Lebanon and other countries in the region? Is this something that's on people's minds, or is this something that's just kind of, that was of the era and we're in a new space?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So on the American side, which I've been also focusing on maybe for the last year, yes, there is really kind of major concern among a lot of organizations about that. They're expecting a lot of further scrutiny about their maybe more regular audits, possibly legislative changes about how money can be sent abroad, or maybe setting cap for how much can be sent. So there is a major concern, and I think it's a valid concern. How bad is it going to be compared to 9/11? I don't know. Some people would say, yes, it might be as bad, if not more. Some people say, we're ready now, at least we're matured, versus maybe 20, 30 years ago. We've got matured, we've seen a lot. Some organizations are actually trying to take proactive measures of being always in touch with the right group of lawyers and representatives, for example, in their own respective state level or federal level to address that, whatever happens. In Canada, I'm not very sure. I think the concern is always there. I think I was talking to Faisal yesterday about this too, and she was sharing that, yeah, there is a kind of this concern about, we don't know about the next government and how possibly further measures can be taken. Usually, in the States, things are much more magnified, but Canada sometimes echoes that. I'm not sure that answers the question, but these are all expectations.
Yeah, I do have a question regarding the zakat eligibility verification process within the organizations. Have you noticed any organization that doing on-field checks? For example, normally they ask for the notes of assessments if they have any assistance from the government. But we know in Canada, actually, you can't play with these papers. So there's a lot of people who play with these papers. Okay. They are rich in their countries, and they are living here as poor people. And if we actually do the process based on these papers, that means those people are going to benefit from zakat, even though they are not eligible.
So you're asking whether organizations can investigate those individuals' financial situation back home?
Yes.
That wasn't brought up in my discussion with the organizations I spoke with, and I don't know if they have such mechanism of verification. I don't know if anyone from the...
Do we have to?
Fiqh-wise?
If he's rich in his country, how come he's receiving zakat?
It's of course wrong on his part, ethically and religiously.
Conscious of the person.
But I think Sheikh Mohammed is talking about from a fiqh perspective, on us here as an organization, if we can't know what are the limits of our investigation, I think that's the point.
Say what you want to say, Imam.
Yeah, so the zakat generally, yes, we have to be careful. تخيروا صدقاتكم كما تخيرون طفكم. So when we put the zakat, we have to do our diligence, our investigation. At the end of the day, if some people taking advantage of the system, it's not our problem. Yes, we try to eliminate that, but it's always going to be like this. If they cheat the government with all the resources, they cannot cheat like a small organization that didn't have much resources. So I think one of the process, and we did that to take the liability from us, which confidential. We have a statement. The people, they will sign on it. You think that you're eligible for zakah? They sign it. Then between them and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
I have a question, but Omar has one first.
I was going to say something very similar to the Sheikh. One of the things we do is we ask people to sign an oath before they engage in services, and that oath informs them about these funds are coming from zakat. This is what determines zakat eligibility, that you don't have enough to make your ends meet. And then it's between them and Allah. We've done our part by educating them. I wanted to comment on Adam Center, and I really, really appreciated what they were doing. I think my one comment on that is I think we've hit a point in the Muslim community where we've moved past stigma to normalization. And I think the amount of Muslim scholars who are really willing to talk about mental health addictions has changed dramatically. I think one of the needs for us is to think about what do we do, not just to look at clinical approaches to mental health, but holistic approaches, and how do we imbue that into our organizations. That's a bit aside from the zakat discussion, but I just wanted to add that because I really like what Adams is doing. I wanted to contribute to it.
Okay, wonderful. Sister Sue, did you hear Omar's comment? Did you have anything you wanted to respond to?
I understood that he was happy that we're now normalizing mental health. Is that what I understand?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So-
Okay. May I respond to the previous question just about organizations and?
Yes, absolutely. And if you could also respond to Sarah's question about the Holy Land moment, because I know in Virginia, where we live in the United States, there's concerns about nonprofits being targeted and certain bills. So if you could also share how you're feeling in your locale.
Sure. So for the previous question on looking at the financial aspect of someone asking for zakah, for Adams, of course, we are an audited organization, and we do ask for all of the documents from an individual. So we do ask for their tax returns. We look at the situation here in the U.S. while they're here. There's a lot of people that are being resettled, a lot of refugees, a lot of immigrant families that have been here for years that are still struggling to make it work, for themselves and their families. Many have lost everything that they've had because they've come here due to war or escaping, their country. And so I just wanted to say that for us here, we do a complete check of the finances when we determine zakah eligibility. For the other question, as Adams, as the second largest masjid here in the U.S., we do get notified if there's any kind of impact on Muslims within the U.S. and are always notifying our community of any critical matters, to keep everybody safe and to keep everyone up to date. So we do that here. I hope I answered that question, Brother Yunus. Was there another part of that first question?
Please.
Over here, it'd be easy to ask. Assalamu alaikum. I have 5 questions for everyone, but I'll confine it to one for Dr. Jamil and one for Sister Suhair. So, Dr. Jamil, I understood that that you were saying that unfortunately it looks like some of the Al-Manhaj Foundation, some of the funds are being directed towards family members. Is that correct? So is there a problem then with nepotism? And I wonder how many Muslim organizations have a nepotism problem. That's a question for you. And then after that, Sister Suhair, you talked about the stigma of mental health, but I remember when, and I think it's probably not gone, especially because our communities always have new people coming in. I think it may be gone in our, I don't know, our encultured Canadian culture, but I don't think that's true everywhere. But you also, I remember you also mentioning to me that you find that many clients find they're stigmatized receiving zakat. So the difference between Adams paying for therapists out of zakat, and then they just receive the sessions, versus handing over zakat to clients and saying, you pay your mental health treatment with this. So if you can just talk about maybe the interaction between those things, but I'll maybe get the answer from Brother Jamil first, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for your interesting question. Yeah, actually, it is very critical situation in Pakistan, especially at Al-Minhaj Foundation. Al-Minhaj Foundation was established in 1989, and those people who are attached with them at the initial stage, and we can say that who were the founders of Al-Minhaj Foundation, they were kicked off from the organization because they raised concerns that they raised concern to Dr. Tahul Qadri, the director of Al-Minhaj Foundation, that you are appointing your relatives at the key posts. They are not managing the finance very well, and you are giving them big posts and key posts. But Dr. Tahul Qadri, he kicked them off kicked them out from the organization, and when those people were interviewed, they told the people what is going on in the organization. So yes, you are right that it is very critical situation that such a big and very good organization, although they are doing very good work in Pakistan, they are helping the people, they are helping the needy people, they are distributing zakat, and they are trying their best, but still they have some issues, such as I highlighted, they are appointing their relatives on key posts, and they are spending the finance on their personal expenses, they are using these funds for their personal use. uh, but I think that when these things will be highlighted, they will definitely try to do their best to to better this system. Imagine that Tahir Qadri has two sons, and both have been appointed on very key posts. One of them is appointed as the director, or you can say chancellor of the university, Al Minhaj University, and the second one is also given a very important task. So he is appointing his relatives on the key posts, so the other people cannot be able to ask them what is going on in the organization.
So we have around 10 minutes, so feel free.
Did you call me in? I'm sorry, the sound cut off for a minute.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ingrid, for that question. So for the stigmatization of receiving zakah, there are many people that will say, okay, so this is zakah funded. What if I do have some money? What if I, have health insurance and can utilize it, but I don't want my husband to know, I don't want my family to know, the bills are going to come in. I still help those people because those are the people at risk. There's a risk that is there that is not allowing them to accept the service, and that could be fear of, kind of disrupting their marriage or their family for finding out that they're getting mental health treatment. So for the mental health program, I strictly receive the invoices from the therapist and I pay those out. The clients never see a bill. That would just add more stress to them. So I never have them pay for their own mental health treatments. I do that through the mental health program, as well as the Families at Risk program. So for the Families at Risk program, they still get a stipend every 2 months. And they receive mental health treatment. So I will receive the invoices for those as well and pay them out. I have to always speak to them in a way that they completely know that there is trust. So I tell them that there is no one that is going to see your file or know that we are paying for your mental health treatments other than myself and the imam that is signing off on the check. And this is going to go through our accounting department. And although something may be in your name, no one will know for what. And so I ensure them that there's absolute confidentiality. And once they move into that trust with me, then alhamdulillah, they just embrace the service and they allow themselves to begin healing and financially, emotionally, and mentally. Alhamdulillah.
All right, please. Yeah. So please, Sister, and then we'll come to you.
I have two questions. One is for Sister Sohair, and maybe it's a follow-up on what Dr. Madsen was asking. So just to clarify, is the mental health program, the service itself, that's zakat eligible, or does the person have to be, or the family have to be zakat eligible, and then mental health is part of that service? Like how, because that's a challenge, especially I found with a lot of Muslim organizations, like the mental health, if a person is not in themselves zakat eligible, but they can't afford mental health and they need it, would that make them zakat eligible and they would be able to receive the mental health service as part of the zakat? So is it the service itself that's eligible, or does it have to be the individual or the family? Sorry, I just have a second question for Sheikh Yusuf. So you were talking about the overhead costs for charity. So right now the organizations serve as the agents that collect and distribute in place of government, Islamic government. So I'm just wondering how that impacts things like monitoring and evaluation to determine impacts. So I've been working in MNE from a very international NGOs, and it's a lot of budget. And I'm just wondering how that would work for zakat. Like, how do you determine impact? What are the purposes of zakat? Is it really to alleviate justice and poverty, or does it have other purposes? And then would that be part of overhead, or would that be zakat eligible? Like, it seems it's a component of a lot of Islamic organizations. That seems to be missing, monitoring and evaluation component. And I'm just wondering if, like in your presentation, you were saying sometimes they're restricted from even owning fixed assets. So that puts a lot of burden on like overhead and fixed assets costs. So how does that work in running a zakat organization that's not government?
All right, wonderful. So Sister Sue, did you hear that question about using zakat in mental health services?
Yes.
Please, why don't you go ahead and respond?
Sure. So yes to both of the questions that the sister asked. The program itself is a zakat eligible program. So our imams approved it as a zakat eligible cause. So meaning that we are able to treat the community in this regard using zakat funding. So that's one. And the second is that if the individual is zakat eligible, they receive the service. If the individual is not zakat eligible, but they have a circumstance that is detrimental to their family life, to their, there's a lot of domestic violence clients that are in the zakat program. Their families don't know that they are receiving mental health treatment. So they will come to the masjid to receive the mental health treatment, and I will pay the therapist for seeing them. I will cover the invoice through zakat funding. So nothing will show up on their statements. Their family doesn't know, but at the same time, the sister or the individual is healing and they're getting treatment and they're finding resources and solutions to what they're going through. So we don't exclude someone just because they perhaps can make the can pay for the session. And even a lot of people, if they can pay for sessions, they can only pay for maybe 1 or 2 times that they can see the therapist. The therapists here, they can go from 150 to 250 per session for each hour. And many people cannot afford that, even if they have insurance and they have an income.
Okay, great. And before we go to Sheikh Yusuf, we just have a comment from Dr. Yaqub Mirza. He says, I agree to have people sign a statement saying that they are eligible for zakat, but it is wrong to ask for tax returns, right? So that's a kind of larger question of how do we determine who is zakat eligible, and then how do we go about verifying the process. So please, Sheikh Yusuf.
I just wanted to verify something about the question. So you're talking about the evaluation of the impact from the state perspective or from the organization Islamically?
From the organization. I don't know, I'm just curious so usually for a lot of international NGOs, when they have a monitoring and evaluation system, they determine the impact, they put the criteria and the KPIs on whether a program is effective or not effective, depending on certain their theory of change and all of that stuff. It's a system, right?
Okay.
But it's in itself, it's usually considered an overhead and a fixed
cost. Oh, okay.
But how would that work in a zakat organization? In a government sense,
yeah,
they have funds, they have revenues. But a zakat organization is supposed to be non-profit.
Yeah, so I think that to my knowledge, the most zakat organizations, they try as much as they could to minimize the overhead cost to a very specific percentage that they're not supposed to go beyond. So if everything, so if I want employees, sometimes field work, research, marketing, media, fundraising, if it would group all of that together, I don't want that to, as the organization, I don't want that to exceed 12, 15, 20%. They're of course varying different percentages, but the overall approach is let's try to minimize that as much as possible, primarily because of the fiqh restrictions and also the ongoing discussions between boards and the scholars about this. Some people will be conservative to say anything that relates to that is not zakat eligible. So the whole category should not be applicable. And some people would say it can, but it has to be up to a very specific cap. So the assessment of the impact will be from that perspective, how much you're actually spending on your overhead costs. Let me give one example. It was actually one of my last slides that I didn't get a chance to cover, the fundraising. So historically, some organizations were actually spending at least partially on the fundraising from zakat revenues. Now there is a shift in a lot of organizations to stop doing that almost 100%, but that used to happen. And then that triggered a lot of questions about not only from CRA perspective, which they do have restrictions on fundraising as well, but of course the restrictions from an Islamic perspective will be more, because it addresses the culture of the community. So one interesting comment I heard from a person who works in the zakat field and who does a lot of keynote speeches in the fundraising. So I'm going to reveal my opinion here. So I was basically critiquing the overspending on fundraising, specifically by zakat organizations. So one of the things, he wasn't really justifying, but one of the things he mentioned, which is interesting, he said, we have to admit it, this is the culture in this country. People are not going to donate except if they are in a hall, given 3-course meal, entertainment, some comedy show, and fancy kind of venue or hall that they're sitting in. Then you can tell them, okay, now donate, they're going to donate. So, okay, so my question was should we continue to reinforce this culture, or should we try to push back against this culture a little bit? So the whole idea of the fundraising culture was very problematic. Now, from my experience, I see a little bit of more, I think, commendable shift in being more strict about this. Organizations that said we're not going to use any money from the zakat and fundraising. Other organizations would say, regardless of zakat or sadaqah, we're going to be kind of moderate when it comes to fundraising about, again, keynote speakers, honorariums, venues, and all of that. So I think fundraising would be the very good example for your question, if I understood it correctly.
So unfortunately, we have to stop now because we have, I think, 5 minutes until our next session. So we have a break. for a couple of minutes and then we'll continue, but you are free to continue the discussion informally. Please join me in thanking these three wonderful speakers and presentations.
Yeah. Is this one? There's three. Miriam's coming in a minute. It is.
So.
It is, it's, you can tell whether it's green or red. Hey, how are you doing today?
I feel that could be another one.
And so I'm just seeing this, like, everyone's been covering the countries and everything. It's still like a lot of contributions so far.
Are you feeling, is there any profit nonprofits there?
I'm pretty new to the area.
Okay, please take your seats and we're going to begin now again. All right, once again, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. I know this was a short break, but we need to keep on time. We have another session. It is on zakat for mutual aid and liberation. It's a very, very interesting session that is in front of us, and we have a number of wonderful presenters. The first of which is Shahid Asafa, who is based in Nigeria. He holds a PhD in Islamic Studies from the University of Ilorin in Nigeria. His thesis explored the practice of zakat and poverty alleviation in southwestern Nigeria. He is a fellow at the Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals and the IFI Institute of Advanced Studies, and is currently at the Department of Religions at Osun State University in Nigeria. So, Brother Shahid, salamu alaikum and welcome. You have 20 minutes, so I would remind each presenter when certain marks are hit at 10, 5, 2, and 1. If you keep it to 20 minutes or even a little bit less than that, we can have anywhere between 20 to 30 minutes for conversation, which I think everybody would appreciate. So once again, Brother Shahid, welcome, and the floor is yours. Shahid, can you hear us? Do we have a connection with him?
Yeah, just give him a second.
Yeah. Brother Sahid, can you hear us?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We can't hear you. We can't hear him. Is there anything I need to do here, or is that?
No, just give us a second.
Okay.
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me? I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me too? Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Did we turn off our speaker?
What is that? The source. Can you? I don't know how to operate this.
I think the speakers are speaking.
Can you not hear me?
Okay, give us a second.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You didn't touch anything?
I didn't touch anything.
Okay. Should be there. Should be.
Can I go on now?
That's here. Source. No, we never had to do the speaker. We never had to do the speakers before. Those are the mics. Those aren't the speakers. Let's see. Oh, I have no idea, huh?
So you turn the floor mic.
Yeah, but the microphone is not the speaker.
Okay, why don't we?
Can we check the settings?
Huh?
Sometimes you need to change the settings.
Sorry, give me
The what?
The settings on Zoom. So sometimes you need to.
I mean, no one touched this, did they?
Can we just have the next presentation go first while we figure this out?
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
just do that.
Because
Sorry.
this is not, this doesn't control the speakers. The speakers is the whole room.
Okay, Mariam.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do
Tell
until
him Paul will
yeah
apologize.
until we fix this, Dr. Shahid. If you could just be patient with us. In the meantime, we're going to move to the second presenter, and then we're going to come back to you when we make sure that everything is working. Is that okay with you? So just be patient with us, and we'll call on you as the second speaker. So, Mariam, we can do this. So we're going to move to the second set of presenters. These are Professor Kisha Ali and Professor Mariam Kashani. They're going to speak on distributing zakat to free believers from pre-trial and immigration incarceration. I am just going to briefly read their bios. Professor Kisha Ali teaches a range of classes on Islam. Her research focuses on Islamic law, women and gender, ethics, and biography. She's author of several books, and she's also held research and teaching fellowships at Brandeis and Harvard Divinity School. Professor Mariam Kashani is a filmmaker, associate professor at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Her 2023 book, Medina by the Bay, is ethno-cinematic study of multiracial Muslim communities flourishing within and against racial capitalist carceral logics. She is in the Believers Bailout Leadership Collective. So, Professor Kisha, assalamu alaikum. And you are here also with Mariam, so go ahead. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah. For ease of technology, I'm going to do most of the presentation, and then Kisha is on hand to add and do the Q&A as well. All right, so thank you for this invitation to speak about our work. Next slide. So I want to discuss in our conversation today the origins, practices, and trajectory of Believers Bailout as a lens through which to explore the complex meanings and possibilities of zakat in the contemporary North American context. And already we've heard so much and a lot of food for thought around this. BBO was founded in 2018. I can speak a little bit to why we were founded in our specific goals, which we can't extricate from the American racial, political, and carceral context. Then I will explore how BBO has worked, how its organizational structure and processes have evolved over the last years of our founding, after our founding, paying special attention to some of our partnerships with other organizations, which are both inside and outside of the Muslim community, some of our successes and challenges and questions as we move forward in this work. And also considering what lessons BBO might offer to others committed to working creatively and faithfully with zakat to ascend the steep path and create more justice in our shared world. Next slide, please. Okay, I wanted to say a little bit about our context because I think it's really important in terms of thinking about zakat as an economic issue, but also thinking about the prison system, what I call the criminal punishment system, how that is also an economic issue, right? So I've pulled two graphs that describe the cost of the criminal punishment system from courts, policing to incarceration. The left one, following the money, has estimated 182 billion. They are more of a progressive leftist think tank. Well, I wouldn't say leftist, but progressive think tank, the Prison Policy Initiative. But then I also pulled from a group that might be considered more on the right, the American Action Forum, which considers it center left or center right. And they actually estimate a much higher cost of the criminal system at $300 billion annually. But when they factor in what it costs as a society, and this is specific to the United States, in terms of lost earnings, adverse health effects, and the damage to not only those who are themselves individually incarcerated, but to their families and communities, we have to actually triple that cost to $1.2 trillion annually. Next slide, please. Another reason why this is also an economic issue is when we follow the trends of wealth in the United States, it actually follows along a similar one in terms of incarceration rates, right? So the top line is the percentage of national income held by the top 1%. And we see that from 1950 to this ends in 2015. And then the bottom is people in prison per 100,000, right? And so these things are not unrelated in terms of how we understand wealth and poverty and how we understand incarceration. And so I want to go a little bit into how money bail works because many people are actually not familiar with this. And so when and we say people need care, not cages. Our current system punishes people for being poor by incarcerating them before trial while they are legally presumed innocent, right? So when an arrest happens, right, you are taken to a police station, you have been accused of committing a crime, breaking a law, and you're taken to jail. Then you may spend a night there. If you get arrested on a Friday or Saturday, you might spend a few nights there until you can appear in court on Monday before a judge. Well, they will determine whether you should stay in jail because you are a danger to society or whether you can be trusted to come back to court and are free to be released into society. Oftentimes, they will put a money amount on you to sort of encourage you to come back to court. That is called your bond or your money bail, right? The people that we are working with are people who cannot afford the amount of bail that has been given to them. If you can't afford it, then that means you are going to spend the course of proceedings in jail. This is not as fast as it happens on Law and Order, right? This can be days, but more likely weeks, months, years. We have had people who've been in jail pre-trial for 10 years, right? They have not been found guilty of anything. The actual system cannot handle everyone going to trial. So they count on people spending months and years in jail so that they will plead guilty to a crime, so that they will be released based on the time they have already spent in jail. So this is a scourge on our society, and we are all implicated in it, right? Because we actually pay for it through our taxes, right? And some of the effects of being in jail, of course, the psychological trauma. People will lose their children, right? They lose their custody of their children if they can't be home to take care of them. They can be evicted. They can no longer pay their rents or mortgages. Of course, they've lost their jobs oftentimes. And also, especially for Muslims, an inability to practice one's religion and have access to Islamic education and services. And of course, people have died in jail waiting for a trial, right? And I think it's also important to understand, it's fine, you can stay here, that so we think of money bail also as an on-ramp, right? To sort of being put into this criminal punishment system because so many people actually take plea deals regardless of whether they are innocent or guilty, just because they want this ordeal to be over, right? And of course, in Illinois, we have, and in Chicago, Cook County, we actually have a fairly robust public defender system, but there are states that have, and counties that have no public defense system, meaning the lawyer that's going to be provided for you. So then the system has to pay private attorneys to provide defense, right? And it's probably not the same rate that they can get from people who can afford to pay for their own attorneys. And I think it's also important for us to understand this because this is what it means to live in a society that has a carceral logic, right? That the fact is that half of the population, actually the amount of people who have criminal records in the United States is about equal to those who have college degrees. The statistics is about 1 in 4 young Black men will have been arrested at least once before they hit around 23 or 24. Oh no, 1 in 3 actually. 1 in 4 white men will also have been arrested before the age of 23 or 24, right? These statistics were actually published in a pediatric journal to point at this as not only an economic issue, but a medical issue, right? The impacts of being arrested, being subject to policing. And if these numbers sound ridiculous to you, it means you already live in a society that is not as carceral, right? Because this definitely is much more felt by those who are poor. Okay, so this is where BBO comes in, right? We started, Keisha Ali was one of the sort of brainchilds of this project, sitting at a Women in Islam conference in 2018, hearing someone ask about what Islam has to say about abolition and wondering whether we could use zakat towards abolition, right? And so we started in 2018 thinking we would be like a one-time project inspired by this group called the National Bailout Collective, which had been raising funds annually for every Mother's Day, where they would release Black mothers from jail in time to join their families for Mother's Day, right? So we're like, well, what if we raised money to free Muslims from pretrial incarceration in time for Eid, right? And knowing that most Muslims give their zakat during Ramadan, we thought this would be a great task. We were also not sure how our community would feel about donating their zakat to someone they thought was a bad person, right? Or a criminal. Like, why else would they be in jail, right? So we estimated maybe we would raise $15,000 to $20,000. And we raised over 100,000, right? And then we faced the next task as a new group. How will they find us and how will we find them to pay their bails? Right? And so this is where we partnered with an organization called the Chicago Community Bond Fund. They had already been doing this work a few years before because what had happened was a young man had been killed by the police, and at a vigil commemorating his death, a number of his family members were arrested by the police in Chicago. And so community members gathered funds, got them out of jail, and then said, and the family actually said, please use these funds to help other people. And so that's how that bond fund started, right? And so we partnered with them because they understood, they had lawyers who could go into the jails, talk to people, understood how to pay bail, and have records and keep track of all these processes. And so they started to refer us, like they happened to find out someone was Muslim. They said Believers Bailout can help pay your bail. And so we started working with them. We also were taking our very serious amana of collecting zakat seriously. We were also like, this process is actually taking much longer than we expected, and we need to spend this money in 1 year. And so the National Bail Fund Network reached out to us and was like, we also have a lot of Muslims in immigration incarceration, in ICE detention, and they also have bonds. So we then started also paying bonds to them. And so because our intention has really been in particular to address the sort of what we call the prison industrial complex, and in particular around the so-called criminal justice system, we always wanted to be sure that we maintained at least equal status, if not more, for pretrial incarceration, because the immigration bonds can wipe out our funding very quickly, right? So we tend to do about 50% for each annually. So that's been really important. And I think something that's also really significant about the immigration bails that we have done, they really span the global ummah, right? The countries that people are coming from, Mauritania, Guinea, Egypt, Palestine, Afghanistan, Iran, Nigeria, Ghana, a lot of different countries, Morocco. And so it's also been really important for us to think about that. As well as, and this also connects to sort of what we think of as our core tasks in terms of the education we do around this work, right? Because we recognize that money bail is not like going to abolish the system of policing in prisons. We recognize it as a form of harm reduction, but we also see it as an opportunity to talk to our community and to educate them about this system, right? As I am doing here. And so in that education, we try to focus on teaching folks about what this prison system does, what the prison industrial complex is, how it relates to anti-Muslim racism, and how it relates to anti-Blackness and anti-Black racism, right? The majority of the Muslims we bail out around the country are Black Muslim men primarily, but they are not the only ones. And I think that's also very important for our communities to realize, right? We have folks from every background, right? Arab, South Asian, white, Latino, Black, African, right? Like, so I think that's also really important to understand. And I think sort of stereotypical ideas of who is in jail has also harmed the community, and that people don't understand what happens when someone gets arrested, right? They don't understand how the court system works, right? And so we've also been able to sort of facilitate that discussion, right? There were a number of Palestinian young folks in the community who were arrested for some things, and they didn't need bail, right? But they needed advice about the system, and they needed support. They needed people to show up, to go to court, to show the judge that these people had community. And so court support is also an important element of what we do. We show up in court, we accompany people. I encourage everyone to go to court and witness what happens, how quickly judges and prosecutors discuss someone's life, how uneven they treat different defendants, right? Is quite illuminating, and it's not how it is on television. It's really important to understand that difference, right? So let me go into a little bit of our, let me make sure I've gotten everything here. Okay, so so you can see our process. Also, our website's pretty good, believersbailout.org. So I want a next one, please. So these are some of our questions and challenges, which is really what I'm hoping to get at with you all today, since there's so many scholars in the room. So one of the things that's been really challenging is working as an in coalition, right? Because we are very focused on the particular work we do, we've actually been able to bring together Muslims from a lot of different perspectives and schools of law and traditions to agree to work together on this topic, right? So we were working with the Nation of Islam, a mosque, Masjid al-Rabia, which was particularly inclusive in Chicago, all because we were committed to focusing on the forgotten parts of our ummah who are in jail and prison, right? The geographic scope of our work is complicated. We were part of a coalition that actually was victorious in ending money bail in Illinois a couple years ago. So now we've been expanding our work nationally. Our leadership is sort of dispersed around the country. So the tensions between what we're able to do locally and nationally is always an issue for us. We're very cautious about being incorporated into the criminal punishment system, how judges might factor in that there's a bail fund and give people bond knowing that, well, this is a way to take more money from the community, right? And so we're very hesitant about that. A number of bail funds have closed because of being included. Our capacity, we are primarily a volunteer-run collective. I have a day job. I do this when I can as my religious obligation, right? It has slowed down our work, but we feel like it's important to maintain this as a collective, primarily run by volunteers, because we also don't want to get sucked into a kind of C3 kind of work where we're more invested in keeping our doors open than actually addressing the issue. This is our personal opinion, right? Or a collective opinion. And so this means we work slower and we work at the speed of trust, safety, and capacity. And just facing the scale of the system. When we first started, you know, Chicago has a robust Muslim infrastructure. We thought we could bail people out and then plug them into social services. Every Muslim organization that does social service work in Chicago is overwhelmed by capacity. There are waiting lists for mental health, waiting lists for housing, waiting lists for medical attention, and there aren't enough jobs that people are eligible for, especially if they have been formerly incarcerated, right? So the scale of this has been profoundly challenging, demoralizing, but also activating, right? Thank you. And then the lack of knowledge. We have brought a lot of experiential knowledge into this work, but you know, as we have been trying to figure out what ours, like we have as a CAT policy, Taiba Foundation was very helpful for us in determining how to work with the CAT. But we also feel like, especially in terms of Fir al-Riqab, there isn't enough work being done around how to apply that category to the contemporary circumstances, which is why I spent some time talking about the prison system, right? And so we've been trying to figure this out, referring to scholars and things like that, and putting this together. Actually, everyone we've bailed out is either poor or needy, right? But in a lot of cases, they're fulfilling like 5 or 6 categories of zakat eligibility here, right? So I think that's one thing. And if we can go to the next slide. So we're looking for fatwas. We are working to develop participatory justice, which means you actually give legal knowledge and skills, or you not even give, you facilitate it in the community, right? Folks will meet people who have cases or who have gone through cases, share knowledge so that folks don't feel quite so alienated and dependent on lawyers. Right? So this is something we're trying to do, more coalition building, developing curriculum, because education has been a big part of this, how to address carcerality in our minds, in our mosques, right? The kind of policing that we do of each other, as well as thinking about what specifically within our tradition speaks to these situations, right? Like Surah Yusuf has been a very important part of how we're developing this, and really mobilizing the Ummah to take this seriously. You know, in the United States, the Muslim population is about 10% incarcerated, of the incarcerated population. We're about 1% of the general population, 1 to 2, and 10% of the incarcerated population. So this also means that we have to take this seriously as an Ummah, right? That this is a major problem. And so part of the mobilizing is getting folks to be more connected. You can see our annual report in the next one, and we'll have it published. And maybe if you can put up the last slide while I sit down, it's a message from one of our brothers. Thank you.
Thank you.
They gave me a clue at the other place. Let me see if I
Sorry,
can.
Keisha.
Just a minute. I just want to see the here.
Okay, it is on. So it should be on. Room volume should be on. There we go. Okay,
Should be good.
it's on now. Yeah, we should be able to hear someone online
Okay.
now. Let's do a test.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ashafa. Can you hear us?
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa
Walaikum assalam.
I can
Thank
hear
you
you.
so much. Alhamdulillah, we finally hear you, and we are so sorry for these difficulties. Before we turn to you, I just want to take a second to thank Professor Mariam and Professor Kisha for not just this presentation, but for the wonderful work that you do. And it kind of makes you think, how come nobody thought of this before? But alhamdulillah, better late than never, and the wonderful work that you do. So Dr. Ashafa, the floor is yours now. You have about 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me participate in this conversation. One significant phenomenon in the Sustainable Development Goals project is inclusivity. That is to have an inclusive society. And when you talk of some of the goals of sustainable development, when we talk of no poverty, no hunger, quality education, gender equality, and so on and so forth, you see that these goals and some others, dwell around inclusivity. We need to, create enabling society for people who are poor, for those who are hungry, for people to have a quality education, and so on and so forth. So it is our responsibility as stakeholders to also come and put our hands on deck in achieving these sustainable development goals by the stipulated period. Is the reason why some of us researchers have to also participate in making sure that our research focus on how to attain these goals. It is on this basis that in recent years, I have been working on some areas that border on the inclusivity, and particularly this study has to do with modern perspectives and practices in the implementation of a record category by zakat administrators in Lagos State. Lagos State is located in southwestern region of Nigeria. Next. So there is the abstract of this study, which has to deal with to explore the modern perspectives and practices in implementing a record category by zakat administrators in Lagos State, Nigeria. A record, one of the 8 categories of zakat beneficiaries, refer to slaves or captives. Historically, the interpretation and implementation of a record were clear-cut. However, with the abolition of slavery and the evolution of modern societies, its implementation has become ambiguous. Despite its significance, no study has previously examined the implementation of a record in the contemporary zakat administration in the Nigerian context. Hence, the study aims to investigate how a record, one of the categories of zakat beneficiaries, has been interpreted across ages and its implementation in contemporary times in Lagos State, Nigeria. It also aims to identify challenges and opportunities in its implementation. This qualitative study has to this qualitative study employs a phenomenological approach, gathering data through in-depth interviews with zakat administrators in Lagos State, in addition to analysis of zakat distribution reports by the administrators. The study's findings will contribute to the development of a framework for a record implementation in modern zakat administration, providing insights for policy makers, zakat administrators, and scholars. By examining the intersection of traditional Islamic principle and modern context, this research has shed light on the complexities of ARICOP implementation and its potential to promote social justice and inclusivity for sustainable development. Now, this is the overview of what we are looking at in this study, which we are going to be interacting with in a couple of minutes. And that is what is captured in the abstract read out minutes seconds ago. Next. Zakat refers to a specified portion of a defined wealth given to specific recipients at a particular time recognized by the Sharia. Zakat is duly imposed on the adherent of Islam to indicate that professing Islam comes with responsibilities. And of course, it is a social contract that is meant to create bond among the members of the Ummah. So zakat shows inherent nature of class. Some people have, some do not have, and the social status of human among themselves, and the necessity of wealth redistribution to bridge the existing gaps. Next. So zakat is the third pillar of Islam. Now, in implementing zakat, there are specific beneficiaries spelled out in the Quran to benefit this zakat, but it is discovered over the years, and as research has confirmed, that focus on the poor and the needy oftentimes has been the issue of zakat administrators. They look for the poor, they look for the needy, and these are just two of those 8 categories of beneficiaries stipulated in the Quran as mentioned by Allah. We have, including Fuqara and the needy. The third category is the workers of zakat. Those are those whose hearts are being reconciled. We have the riqab, which is the focus of this study, that is those in bondage or captives. We have debtors, then on the path of Allah, and the wayfarers. So a riqab which originally refers to slaves, captives, is one of the beneficiaries. But next, over the years, we have seen that abolishment of slavery in modern societies call us to ask about the relevance of ARICOB in zakat administration. Is it to be scrapped since slaves and captives are no more in existence in the modern society, or should it be reinterpreted? So the focus of this study explores the modern implementation of ARICOB as it affects Lagos State in the southwestern region of Nigeria. So we, in this study, want to query the interpretation of ARICOB historically and contemporaneously. We want to investigate, or the research has investigated, how ARICOB is implemented in Lagos State Zakat administration. And of course, to look at the impact of zakat disbursement to ARICOB, if it does, in relation to social inclusiveness. Qualitative approach of phenomenological type, in-depth interview with zakat administrators in Lagos State, then report of zakat disbursement over the last 3 years were analyzed to actually find out how ARICOB has been interpreted has been interpreted over the years and how it is being treated in zakat distribution. So we use a case study of Zakat and Sodako Foundation, an organization that was formed in the year 2000, and Nasfat Zakat and Sodako Foundation, NAZAS, that was also established for Zakat administration in Lagos State, Nigeria in the year 2014. In the process of, exploring the interpretation of Arikom over the years, we'll see that since the days of the revelation to Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Arikom has been interpreted as slaves, that is, those in bondage, because it used to exist in that society in those days. And after then, during the era of the prophets, during the era of the Tabi'un, that is the successors, those who came after the generation of the prophet and his companions, it continued to be interpreted as slaves, those who were captives of war. So same interpretation has been sustained over the ages until slavery was established, abolished in the contemporary society around the 19th century. So now looking at the Maqasidu Sharia, which has to do with the well-being of human society, there is a necessity to reinterpret once the slaves who are the primary focus of that aspect of zakat had been in the previous era of the society. So how do we interpret? So scholars have reinterpreted in various eras and up till the present generation. But coming from the background of the need to reinterpret, the scholars of the classical Islamic jurisprudence first deposited their opinions about how do we give or distribute zakat in relation to the 8 categories of recipients mentioned by Allah in the Quran. So some of them, specifically the Hanafi and Hanbali scholars, are of the view that zakat is okay if it is being given or distributed to only one of these categories. So it is not necessary to be distributed to all the categories. If it is only a group, perhaps Fuqara or Masakin is available, then they take the entire available zakat. Of course, in this opinion, some scholars of the Maliki school and some scholars of the Shafi'i also go in that line. However, the majority of Maliki and Shafi'i scholars are of the opinion that zakat at any point of distribution should be distributed to all the listed categories of recipients as now. So, and I align with this second school of thought in zakat distribution. Why? Because the social inclusiveness, which is a demand of the present modern society, requires that no group of vulnerables should be left behind. Next slide. So going by that, so modern scholars have interpreted a record to include prisoners, detainees, refugees, displaced persons, victims of human trafficking, victims of domestic violence and abuse, abandoned patients in the hospitals, homeless people in general. So these are some of the current interpretation of zakat, a record group of zakat recipients in the modern society. Now coming to Lagos State, Nigeria. So Lagos State is the commercial hub of Nigeria as a whole and is located in southwestern region of the country, Zakat administration became structured in Lagos State through the activities of non-governmental organizations just over 2 decades. The first of them, emerged around 1999, and we began to have others evolving 2000 and above up till the current era. The state has the most active Zakat activities in the entire southern region of the country, and that is why the research is focusing on this state. Its Zakat activities continue to improve significantly over the years as a result of findings from previous research carried out by Ashafa and other scholars interested in Zakat administration. So these are some of the notable organizations of Zakat administration in Lagos State, Nigeria. Next slide. So looking at these two organizations that have been chosen as samples for this particular study, let me quickly add that the criteria for mentioning for choosing these two organizations, Zakat and Sadaqat Foundation, NASFAT, Zakat, and Sadaqat Foundation, they are the biggest organization running Zakat. They have the largest amount of resources from Zakat, and they are the most consistent in giving out Zakat to eligible recipients around. So I have taken Zakat distribution of the last 3 years of Zakat and Sadaqah Foundation, and also that of NASFAT. So from what is being chosen, what is being displayed in this slide, you see that in 2022, no Zakat was given or allocated to a recovery group, those in bondage, in 2022. The same thing goes for 2023. The same thing goes for 2024, as you see in those successive years. But it is discovered also, as part of the findings of the study, that there are welfare packages from both organizations, Zakat and Sadaqah, NASFAT, to those categories of people interpreted under a recovery in the modern society in Lagos State. So take, for instance, the prisoners. This organization occasionally get relief packages for prisoners rather than, working or deploying Zakat resources to their total emancipation in those various categories, those in IDPs and the like. The next slide. So it was found that no direct allocations for ARICOP, funds allocated under welfare for internally displaced persons, prisoners, and victims of natural disasters occasionally, no structured framework for ARICOP beneficiaries from our findings. However, administrators agree with modern interpretation of ARICOP during interaction and during the interview. So what we have seen is that poor implementation of Zakat for ARICOP is what we witness in Lagos State Zakat practice as it is. Minimal allocation of funds for captives in contemporary context. There is no Zakat allocation for total emancipation of those in bondage, that is, those in ARICOP category. Then, because of this, those in bondage are not provided equal opportunity for inclusivity in our own interpretation. Conclusion. So from this recommendation, yes, we see the need to have clear guidelines established for ARICOP beneficiaries in modern context as it affects Nigeria, particularly in Lagos. There should be need to educate stakeholders on contemporary interpretations of ARICOP so that there can be improved disbursement for that category of recipients. There should be regular significant funds allocated to victims of captivity and social oppression. There is need for collaborations. Zakat experts in the region should work together for meaningful application of inclusive policies. So the key takeaway from this study is that modern interpretation of ARICOP align with social justice and inclusivity. So we therefore see the need to have a policy adjustment and structured disbursement for vulnerable groups generally. So there should be strengthened zakat frameworks to ensure holistic support for all, so that we can have an inclusive society as advocated by Islam and, of course, the modern contemporary society. I want to thank you sincerely for listening and for your attention.
Nigeria, with all its promises and difficulties, again, our deep apologies for not having all the tech working earlier on. Please stay online for the discussion. But before we turn to discussion, we have our final presenter for this panel. This is Sara Kayali. She holds an MA in Near Eastern Studies from New York University and a BA in International Area Studies from the University of Oklahoma. Her scholarship investigates authority, ethics of care, economic relationships, and religious conception of the self, with an interest in the creative use of the digital humanities. Kayali is also an Arabic instructor at Agnes Scott College. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you to both of the presenters before me. A lot of what I'm going to talk about today has already been touched on by the wonderful presenters throughout the conference so far, so please forgive me if I'm a bit redundant. Hopefully we'll be able to engage in a great dialogue over the topics. Also, you'll forgive me if I'm a bit nervous. You guys made this look easy. Can you please go to the next slide? Thank you. So just to begin with a quick overview, this project is going to be looking at what logics of zakat practitioners invoke when giving zakat in different ways. I look specifically at a small but growing population of young United States-based Muslims who pay their zakat through mutual aid projects. So what that means, I borrowed mutual aid projects, the term from Dean Spade, where he emphasizes the immediacy of receipt of funds. So that looks like crowdfunding, that looks like explicitly mutual aid projects. It looks like really anything that's decentralized. So think anything that's not an NGO. If you've ever seen a call that says help, rent needed, help, we need funeral costs, we need medical debt relief. If you've ever seen any of those calls, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So zakat functions, when it's exercised in this way, what we see is that zakat functions as an alternative economics and a politics to that of compassion, which I'm going to break down because we've kind of been in tension about some of the terminology so far. So we're going to break down what compassion means specifically in this context, because it kind of touches on what Brother Yusuf had discussed as philanthropic capitalism. It presents an ontology predicated on consensual trust rather than power. So really the crux of my argument is that zakat, when exercised in this way, and really zakat when exercised in particular ways, presents a conception of authority that's predicated on trust. It's not predicated on this knowledge or power. It's trust in the recipients. It's trust in the people who are administering the zakat. Something about my project is that I speak to donors specifically, over a dozen interviews with donors and some recipients of zakat. So I'm looking at it at more of an atomic level than organizations. And the inherent triadic relationship of zakat, so we have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the donor, and the recipient, is interpreted in multiple ways that destabilizes the self and presents us with alternative approaches to value and social relationships. So like we've already discussed, sorry, I keep on saying that, I'll stop saying that. So it presents alternative approaches to value and social relationships by destabilizing the self, with the person, with the individual donor functioning as kind of the transit of wealth that they understand does not belong to them. They're really just kind of a means of transportation, really. All wealth belongs to God in this conception. So as the donor, you're really just the hand that's giving. You erase the self in this notion, which kind of flips this idea of philanthropy on its head, as it's discussed later on in this presentation, through the politics of compassion, through this up-down, through this higher up to trickle down notion. of, well, the donors are higher up, recipients are lower down on the food chain, and it's our job to help trickle down. It really flips that on its head when the donor erases themselves from the equation. And then we also have that zakat becomes a tool of sustenance in a form against late-stage capitalism, all while remaining an immortal practice to practitioners. So a really important thing that came up, actually I should probably begin with how this project began. I was sitting with a group of friends and someone said, you need to redistribute your wealth. And someone responded, are you a Marxist or are you a Muslim? And someone else responded, you can be both. But it really got me thinking about this concept of, well, this term redistribute your wealth has really been taken up by Marxists as this is our tagline, whereas it was kind of Muslims first, if you think about it. So it kind of got me thinking about, well, where does zakat situate itself in these contemporary systems, in these contemporary political systems? And the answer to that came up through my through the participants in my study is that it really doesn't. It's kind of up to the individual how they situate it, but everyone who I spoke to kind of felt uncomfortable situating it in a particular politic because they saw it as a timeless practice that adapts to the times that it's in, just like how we've been discussing historically how it's morphed through the different economic stages that we've been in, through the different economic landscapes that we've been in. Contemporarily, we're in late stage capitalism. So zakat has adapted to that. We've adapted our, through ijtihad, we've adapted our practices to our times. So they've felt kind of uneasy about labeling it explicitly like it is socialist, it is this, because they'll have critiques of socialism, they'll have critiques of Marxism, but they don't have critiques of zakat. Because if they do have a critique of zakat, they look inward and they say, well, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? And how can I adapt my practice of zakat to be more in line with what I believe Islam says it should be? So in response to, oh, thank you. Can you just go back just for a second? Thank you. So in response to this uneasiness that they had, they started questioning, where do I give my zakat to? And the most popular answer is NGOs and mosques. That's kind of the go-to in the United States. That's where most Muslims, that's where most Muslims give their zakat to. I think that's a pretty safe assumption. But a lot of my participants, they had this unease, which I wish that they had all been here to hear from the wonderful organizers from the NGOs. They had this dis-ease with NGOs because they'd heard all of these stories. One of my interlocutors shared the story of going to her mosque and they had these separate boxes, zakat, sadaqah, and someone stuck their hand in and noticed there was no divider between the two. So that kind of led her to, I see some people shaking their heads, that kind of led her to divesting her zakat from the mosque because she stopped trusting it. She didn't believe that they were distributing the funds appropriately. She didn't believe that they were even dividing I mean, how could you divide the funds if that was the box? So she turned to mutual aid because she had already been on the side of the recipients. She had already she had been a zakat recipient before, and she had experienced waiting, she'd experienced going through the system, and she'd shared that she thought that immediate cash programming was the most helpful for her. And so she wanted to help in that way, but due to restrictions, mutual aid emerged as the most viable avenue for her. Can we please go to the next slide? Thank you. So what I want to do now is I want to trace a couple of kind of genealogies that emerged through my interviews. One is the emergence of NGOs, and the other is alternative memories that emerged. These are things that help make sense of the things that my interlocutors were saying. So through the colonial period, colonial governments encouraged the formation of non-governmental organizations over which they had oversight to centralize material movements. So zakat is a lot of money, as we've seen. It's a lot of money to be moving around without any oversight. So colonial governments thought, well, that's a lot of money, which means that's a lot of power. We need to consolidate that in some way. We need to have some way to control that. Thus, NGOs. it is a way for governments to have oversight without directly controlling everything. And we see that particularly in the Indonesian context under Dutch colonial rule. Zakat emerged as sort of a social service tax, where it was used towards schools, it was used towards education programs, towards food programs. It was used by the state as social welfare as it was collected. We also see regulation of distribution in Malaysia. I had to go a bit far because in the United States, contemporary NGOs are based in kind of different routes, and we had to go to Indonesia and Malaysia to find explicitly zakat as NGOs. So the regulation and distribution seen through Malaysia. Patricia Sloan White, if I can just enlarge my text, excuse me 1 second. Sorry, some technical difficulties. So as state models developed, so did agitation when citizens divested their zakat from established institutions, as you can imagine. In her work on corporate Islam, Patricia Sloan White writes about suspicion of recipients in Malaysia. This is kind of a very pessimistic case. She compares views of zakat recipients to welfare queen discourse in the United States, where, for those of you unfamiliar with welfare queen discourse, it was a heavily racialized, heavily gendered term introduced. It was popularized in the last quarter of the 20th century. They were allegedly specifically single Black mothers who were defrauding and manipulating governmental welfare systems and living lavish life at the expense of taxpayers. It was this myth to kind of vilify the poor and make it seem like, well, if you give and give and give, people will just keep taking and taking and taking. So we really get into this imagination of who the poor is, who the needy are. And these are really relevant to how we imagine zakat, because zakat, the categories are, the first two are the poor and the needy, the indigent. And these, just because you're Muslim does not mean that you are immune to all of these stereotypes that emerge about other people. So Malaysian citizens are encouraged to pay zakat through governmental zakat collection centers. And in her case, in Sloan White's case, she observed that zakat officials would do home visits. And if they noticed that there were upgraded appliances, for example, you didn't have a dishwasher and then now you have a dishwasher. You didn't have a washer, now you do. They would suspect that they were defrauding the system. So you've improved your quality of life. You're no longer as poor as you were. So you're no longer receiving zakat, which is a bit antithetical to this idea of zakat that both my participants and what we've been discussing. It's a bit antithetical to this idea of zakat as improving quality of life and not really as maintaining the poor as poor. One particular incident that comes up is in 1955 in a northern Malaysian town, villagers rejected the legal zakat structure in place and instead chose to distribute their funds directly and locally. They acted according to what they considered the essence of zakat, which is a face-to-face gift to personally known beneficiaries, which serve to create or reinforce social bonds between classes and in the village. So it's a very important point where they divested from the state, and the state basically called them disbelievers. The state said that you are shirking from Islam. You are not acting in accordance because you are not paying us your zakat, even though they were acting in accordance to what they were acting consistent with what they believed was the essence of zakat. I just think that that's a very interesting instance, especially when we consider the instance that Dr. Ingrid brought up yesterday with Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu and his collection of zakat. So I want to get into compassion as an idea as it comes up in NGOs. Construction of authority through humanitarianism hinges on this idea of compassion as a top-down that flows from above to below, generally from the more powerful to the weaker, the more fragile to the more vulnerable. Those who can generally be constituted as victims of an overwhelming fate. I think that that's a very critical point of the definition, because categorizing people as victims of an overwhelming fate kind of absolves people of any blame. It absolves systems of any blame. It becomes, well, this is just how things are. What are we to do about it? You stop addressing the actual root of the cause. You stop addressing why things are the way they are. Why are we under this? You stop addressing really what the root of it is, capitalism right now. So what emerged instead were alternative memories of giving. Charity and philanthropy carried a bad taste in people's mouths. They really didn't like using the words charity and philanthropy, and for that reason, I don't translate zakat in my project. I maintain zakat as zakat because I haven't found a satisfactory stand-in, honestly, and I don't really believe that there is one. I think zakat is zakat. The Black Panther Party emerged as a very legendary, iconic image of what successful mutual aid could look like, what successful networks of community could look like. Their free breakfast program, their education programs, they all came up in my interviews independently between interlocutors of this is what community can look like if we all show up for each other, if we all give time, if we all give what we can. It's about giving what we can. That's one of the things that came up. COVID-19 was also a breaking point for many in the United States, particularly. A lot of people felt very disappointed by the lack of response, the lack of support by the state. It really emerged as who's going to be there for us if not us. That was what COVID-19 meant for so many people. And it really emphasized the autonomy of recipients. A lot of people found themselves on the side of being a recipient instead of being a donor with this crisis. And so they really started questioning, what does it mean to honor the dignity of the recipient? What does it mean to not be so invasive in our vetting practices? And so it led to this construction of authority. It led to this construction of authority as trust rather than power. Instead of trusting NGOs as the authority because they can legitimize the recipients as valid recipients of zakat, it meant trusting that the recipient is who they say they are. They are indeed in the situation that they say that they are. And me giving to you, that completes my act of zakat. I don't need to verify through extensive vetting processes that you are who you say you are. You have authority over me as the zakat recipient, and you have authority over me in that I trust you. You are conferring agency unto the recipient by giving them that trust. Can I get the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, thank you. So zakat, one of my interlocutors, he had a really interesting point where one of our interviews, he kept mentioning, I'm really uncomfortable with talking about zakat carcerally, which really speaks to Mariam's point. I'm really uncomfortable with talking about zakat carcerally. I'm uncomfortable with talking about it as if it's something that someone's going to come and punish me for it, because it's between me and God. That's who it's between. So what if we think about zakat as a duty instead of an obligation? A duty being something where I think the example he gave was it's like opening the door for someone. It's something you do because you're a human and you just do it. You're kind of looked at as a bit weird, a bit odd if you don't do it for the person behind you, but no one's going to come and admonish you. No one's going to come and punish you. It's between you and yourself that you didn't do that. And kind of there's a social stigma, but this is a more private scale. So Hamza is the name of that participant. That's the name he chose for himself. Hamza's experienced fundraising. He was fundraising for queer Afghans trying to leave Afghanistan. And in his experience, he was trying to bolster the trust that people had in him, because in his experience, the more that people trusted him, the more he noticed that people donated. It wasn't about presenting yourself as, well, I know these people and I know this and I know this and I know that. It's about, I'm a person just like you. And I believe that this and this and this, I believe in X, Y, Z. What do you think? It's about getting to know the people. It's about building community. It's about building these networks through which people can trust you and trust that you are going to deliver what you say you are going to deliver. The role of the self, fana, which we've already discussed, the erasure of the self through giving, because it is believed that you are just a vehicle of the wealth. All wealth comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As the donor, you're simply just a vehicle for it. You are not the self-important being, this, I am saving you and I am giving you this, I am giving you this. There is no I in zakat, is what came out of this study. It's we, it's us. That's what it is at the end of the day. Doing good is a terminal point, making them interested givers, which deviates from current literature on disinterested givers, which means that my participants were interested in doing good They weren't as invested in, oh, if I do this, then in the afterlife, inshallah, I'm going to get this and this and this. They weren't as interested in that. They were just interested in, if I do good, that is my duty. And that's it. That was it. They were interested in maintaining relationships with the recipients. They were interested in making sure that things followed through. They were interested in maintaining things. And do you need anything else? Is there anything else that I can do for you? If I can't give you time, can I drop off groceries? If I can't give you money, sorry, excuse me, can I give you time? Can I drop off groceries? Can I take care of your kids for you? Is there any other way that I can help you? Doing good was a terminal point for them. They weren't really as motivated or not as explicitly motivated by the afterlife. And restoring humanness to recipients via trust. So by conferring trust, unto the recipients, they conferred agency. This idea of, you are a person in front of me. You are not this third-party abstraction that I'll never see. You are someone who I know. I've seen a picture of at the very least. I know your name. I know your story. I know something about you. I feel connected to you. Even if I've never personally spoken to you, I have this idea of you that I can relate to. You're a person. Bringing that back down to earth rather than as this abstraction of, you're just kind of this vague face that I think I have an image of, that I think I might know, this kind of stereotype of who might get the money. And that all goes back to the distrust of institutions. This idea of, well, I don't know who my money is going to. I don't know how much is going into overhead. Kind of speaking to these fundraising banquets, it really left a bad taste in my participants' mouths. Like, they just could not get down with it, to put it briefly. Can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, and that's actually my time. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for this wonderful presentation. There is no I in zakat. I'll be using that. Okay, before I turn to moderating, let me editorialize for a moment, if you don't mind. Wonderful. Your presentation reminded me, I remember reading that book by Patricia Sloan White years ago when it was published also, because I lived in Malaysia and I had experience and talked with people. And it was interesting. I might have shared this with you and Mariam earlier, that when I was a student in Malaysia, I was done with my studies. I was accepted for my PhD in the United States. And the Zakat Foundation actually at that time was paying for all international students who have completed their studies in Malaysia a one-way ticket to return to their homes, because you're considered Ibn Sabil as a student. And so I remember that when I went from Malaysia to the United States to study for my PhD with Zakat money. They paid one-way ticket from Kuala Lumpur to Syracuse for me to do my PhD. And I also, as a student, received scholarship that I think probably was mostly funded by Zakat as well. And not just me, but hundreds and hundreds of students. And so I've seen transformative power of Zakat in my life personally. And I've seen it all around with faith, with Islamic Relief, institutions that I contribute to and that I love, and many others. So you can see that power of zakat. At the same time, there is also this aspect that Sarah is talking about, which is about this humanity and humanness and building trust, and to what extent do we believe those institutions and so on. So I think there's always a balance between the two. And one final thing, I've seen people in Malaysia actually distributing zakat al-fitr in, like rice, not money. So on the morning of the Eid, before Salatul Eid, people who had means would have actually sacks of rice in their homes, and others would come and would collect their zakat al-fitr in kind, which is very interesting, because we have had these debates. Is it in kind? Can it be given in money? And in some rural areas, it was actually in northern Malaysia that this happened. They actually gave it in kind, so they would literally be applying it the way that it was in the old books. Whether that's, we can have the discussion debate about that. So I just wanted to share these stories too, because your presentation reminded me of it, and thank you thank you for that reminder and for bringing back all those memories that I also wanted to share with the rest of you. So we have about 15 minutes for, so the Sheikh, please. Yes, go ahead.
When it comes to the religious terms, I would be really careful, and as if somebody walking on eggshell, would not give it interpretation that might be under the written that they place the word and they interpretate it not in the purpose that as was meant to be. Because that's how the term being determined by scholars as ijma. So who am I will give it other meaning that shifted it from it. And we understand the slippery are polished and now bringing it back in a different concept. But when you bring it back in a different concept, do not take one element from the whole chapter and just use it for that purpose. It's really a dangerous discussion, to be honest. But here my question to Dr. Shahid, you mentioned that there's a contemporary interpretation. I'm not sure who's that qualified scholars that give that insight for that contemporary interpretation regarding riqab. I need to know names and sources of that. That's qualified scholars or jurisprudence that actually they shifted the word for riqab, which is very clear. It's not only in this context, because if we shifted in all other contexts, so why? They give it that different interpretation, as you mentioned, the way they include that temporary being kept in a prison, that will be given that title. And also my question to Dr. Mariam, that we share that's a noble cause, no doubt, that what you're doing in service is amazing, and its area need to be really tackled, like, taking care of the inmates and all of other things. It's amazing things. But why we need to utilize the zakah, which is a specific terms and a specific recipient. And that's why my question, there's a sadaqah, okay? And sadaqah is a wide range, there's no restriction like the zakah. Zakah, for example, had to be for Muslims, like given the Muslims. Now, when you include the Muhammad group, you're giving them zakah. There is a questions in there, so why we need to limit ourselves with zakah? The broad meaning of sadaqah that can be used. And also, if we want to include in zakah, those are in need, so why not under fuqara and masakin? So why it has to be goes to something that open a can of worms, open discussion will be endless. While there's a categories, those are in need, so goes under that one, fuqara al-masakin. That's my question.
Thank you so much. I've been actually asked to just briefly repeat the question because they would always come through on Mesa asking, should I do that? Yeah.
I think that was too long. Maybe just.
Yeah. So basically it's about the definition of riqab and also about, does it have to fall into that category or it could be under fuqara al masakin? Okay, so that's the first question. We're going to take 2 or 3 questions and then have the participants or the presenters answer them. And so I think that the use of, go ahead.
I have a mix of a question and a comment, if that's okay.
Yeah, if you make it quick and brief and direct.
Inshallah, two comments. So the first comment, I just wanted to commend Sarah's presentation about the idea of the social aspect. I think I hinted in my presentation about in philanthropy studies, effective altruism versus philanthropic capitalism. I think this is always an ongoing debate. So the idea of social and spiritual aspect, because there's a ibadah, there's a ritualistic aspect to it. I think it's important to keep that in mind on an individual level and communal level when it comes to how to identify recipients and how to pay and how much to pay as well. The second comment for Dr. Mariam, I really want to commend BBO's work. I'm a big fan of BBO, actually. And it's very important to bring it here because I think for the Canadian audience, I moved to the US 3 years ago, very different context. And I think, I'm sure some of the information you shared was like kind of eye-opening for a lot of people. And that makes us think of the point about the riqab and the slavery and the definitional problem. I think one unique thing to the US is the 13th Amendment of the Constitution, because the country itself, the Constitution itself, did not basically make the abolishment of slavery to be universal, because there's an exception to the Constitution itself that state prisoners are considered to be slaves. I still see a conceptual problem. I think this is what Sheikh Mohammed was hinting to. There's a conceptual definition that needs to be worked out, which is, can we validate the slavery, even if the country acknowledges this to be a kind of a slavery? Can we as Muslims, or should we as Muslims acknowledge that or not? That will be the conceptual issue. But I see this to be something very unique to the US that I don't know if exists elsewhere. The fact that the system itself considers these people to be a kind of bondage in a not just analogy, by definition, it's actually a kind of a slavery. So there can still be some, I hope there will be some kind of research on this. At the same time, the good news is, as a lot of people mentioned, they already qualify for a lot of categories, whether they're poor, masakeen, or in debt, and even ibn sabil sometimes, because sometimes the person is in present a different state. So yeah, that's my comment. And the question will be specifically about the conceptual definition of a riqab and if there's any research on this.
Thank you. And one last question, Mara.
Hi, I just have a quick question for Sahid. Thank you for your presentation. You noted that Lagos State has the largest zakat activity in southern Nigeria. I was wondering how that compared with northern Nigeria, and also if you could say a word about the state's role in regulating zakat in Nigeria.
All right, Dr. Shafat, have you heard the question? It's about the difference between southern and northern Nigeria and what's the role of the state in administering zakat. So what I would do is I would call on each of you and give you 2 to 3 minutes, because that's as much time as we have. So Dr. Shafat, why don't you go first? You were first on in the line of speakers, and we had to switch that around. So this time we're going to give you the floor. Take about 2 to 3 minutes, and then we're going to turn to Mariam and Keisha, and finally to Sarah. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for those beautiful questions. On the questions that has to do with the, modern scholars who have interpreted a record. Firstly, you recall that in the Makasibu Sharia, the goals of Sharia in relation to all these laws has to do with preservation of certain things, which are 5: the preservation of deen, the religion, preservation of life, preservation of intellect, and preservation of lineage. And the 5th is wealth, of course. But I say that these first 4, apart from preservation of wealth, border on the essence of creating that law or establishing that law for emancipation of those in bondage. And among renowned scholars that have explained basis for this reinterpretation is Dr. Yusuf Al-Qaradawi in his book of Zakat. See that he said that there is modern interpretation of a record in Zakat, because there is the modern equivalent of liberating people from humiliation and oppression, bring them under the same status as the initial slavery or those in bondage. So those who fall under the oppression or captivity of modern society, according to him, can be categorized. And from him, some other scholars are bringing out the fact that those who are experiencing modern bondage can fit in under the interpretation of Arikop, since there is no more original slaves in this contemporary society. As the question relating to a state's role in Zakat, yes, like the person asked, in Nigeria, we have the northern and the southern part of the region of the country. In the northern part of the country, we have states that are predominantly Muslim society. And as a result of this, in those states, in many states in the northern part of the country, Zakat administration are even part of the administration of the state. So we have some states like Sokoto State, for instance, they have an appointee who is in the status of a state executive council member who oversees the administration of zakat. So in state like that, when we talk of a state like that, Sokoto, Zamfara, and some other states in the north, governments of the state government have administration of zakat as part of their governance policy, unlike in the southwest here where we only have non-governmental organizations that do such things. So I think I have been able to answer this question. If I didn't, so probably you call my attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shafa. So Mariam and Keisha. Okay, Keisha, go ahead.
Sure. This was a terrific panel, and I have learned a tremendous amount from the other folks on it. I think the question about the category of riqab is a really important one, and it's one that we at BBO are really interested in thinking more about, thinking about conceptually, because I think it has tremendous implications for how we as Muslims live in North America today, how we think about our community, how we think about our society. As far as the specifics of bailing out believers, everyone whom we've bailed out, 200 people or so, has qualified as either poor or needy, right? Fuqara or masakin. Whether or not we might have also, under a different interpretation, been able to use a different category, the softening of hearts, those in bondage, right? Fisabilillah. There are lots of ways that we could slice and dice it, but everybody has qualified. So we've used really a very conservative interpretation as a kind of a baseline. Having said that, I think one of the things that we've heard over and over since the very first panel yesterday afternoon is how important it is that we have conversations about zakat that really reckon with the radically different situations that we find ourselves in communities, in societies, in the contemporary world. There are so many injustices. There are so many social norms, government policies, just sort of vestiges of capitalist destruction that we have to contend with as we think about zakat. I think this is just a very important space to be having conversations, and I'm tremendously grateful to the organizers of this conference for convening us here as a first step towards that.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Also, Ghazali in the Ihya book.
Why don't you come to the microphone, please? Thank you so much.
Also, Ghazali in the Ihya book on zakat also said that at some scholars also thought we should be distributing our zakat equally across the 8 categories every year, right? So, and in that way, I think it is an invitation to like open the can of worms and to talk about it and think about it. I mean, because we have been cautious because there isn't a consensus on this. Yes, as Keisha said, we have used those primary categories. But if there were scholars that believed we should be addressing all those categories, then that is incumbent upon us to have the conversation and to really, and I think this is what I meant about the lack of knowledge, that we all have so much knowledge, but because it's compartmentalized, we have scholars who know zakat law very well, but they don't understand the prison system and the money bail system, right? And vice versa, right? So I think that's why this space is important.
Thank you so much. Sarah.
Up to the mic.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have much to say other than my participants did identify bail funds as a zakat eligible activity. They, in their personal interpretation, which I'm not giving any fatwa, I'm just sharing what they said. They identified that part of how they discriminate between causes is the immediacy and the urgency of the cause. So for example, student debt was not something that they considered zakat eligible, but for example, medical bills were because they would be sent to collections, rent was, bail funds were because those were immediate issues. So that's about all I can say on the topic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a fabulous panel. Yes. Dr. Ashafa, thank you so much for joining us from Nigeria. We really appreciate it. And again, our apologies for the technical difficulties that we had earlier. Professor Kisha Ali, again, thank you for doing the wonderful work that you do and presenting this with Miriam also. And you know, it's been a while since I last saw you, so it's good to see you, that you're doing fine and good. And Sarah, of course, wonderful food for thought as well. So thank you so much. I think now it's lunch break, and we're going to have some performance as well, and then we're going to be back here at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Good, we're on a break. Yeah, so just for clarity for everyone, everyone is invited for lunch. Okay, I'm just waiting. Oh. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Okay, I need to hear you. Let's see. Hey, wa alaikum salam. It's Pearls of Islam.
Salam.
Thank you for thank you for joining us. I'm going to show you this beautiful room of people that are here for the Zakat conference. Okay, people, wave to say salam to Pearls of Islam. You're saying? All right. So I'm gonna turn off. As you probably been told, we're talking here about solidarity, about community, about helping each other, and that's the whole point of this Zakat conference. So we're so happy to have you here.
MashaAllah.
I'm gonna turn my mic off because I'm feeding back, and but I'll leave the camera and let you go.
Can you hear us okay? Can you hear us okay? Are we coming through okay? Oh. Bismillah, I just wanted to double check to make sure that you can.
Oh, you can hear
You can.
us.
Okay, cool. All right, Bismillah. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yeah, we can. Bismillah, we can start.
Okay, I'll just
اللهم صل وسلم على نبينا محمد عليه السلام صلاة تدوم وتهدى إليه ما مر الليالي وطول الدوام اللهم صل وسلم على نبينا محمد عليه السلام صلاة تدوم وتهدى إليه ما مر الليالي وطول الدوام اللهم صل وسلم وبارك عليه وعلى آله صلى الله عليه وسلم صلاة الله سلام الله على طه رسول الله صلاة الله سلام الله على ياسين حبيب الله صلاة الله سلام الله على طه رسول الله صلاة الله سلام الله على ياسين حبيب الله بسم الله وبالهادي Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Salam, salam, salam. I hope everyone's doing well, inshallah. Bismillah. Can you hear us okay? Well,
Is it a bit better? Bismillah. Let us know, Bismillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yeah, good. We need to be louder, or we
Okay, brilliant.
2 thumbs. Alhamdulillah, that's all. All right, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah, this is a qasida about...
Right at the end there, you got loud, which was good because we needed it a bit louder. And right at the very end, it got a little louder. So
I've just turned up the mic. Do you need to even be
I
louder?
think it's our
Do we need
problem
to be
with
even
our
louder?
speaker system too. So.
Oh, okay. Bismillah. I can turn it up. I can turn up a tiny bit more without. But yeah, Bismillah. I'll turn it up a little bit more.
And if you get any
if we get any feedback, then let me know. Inshallah, I'll turn it up a tad bit more. Bismillah. All right, Bismillah. Let's try this. All right, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, Bismillah. We'll see. All right. All right, Bismillah. This is turned it up a bit more. Let me see. Allah, 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 Allah. Salam, Ya Wadud, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, Ya Salam, Ya Wadud, Ya Allah, 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 shower us with your mercy, your kindness, and your peace and your love. Ya Allah, shower us with your mercy, your kindness, and your peace and your love. And we say, Allah, 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 Allah. And we say, Allah, 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 Allah. And can you hear the beat of my heart as it praises the names of Allah, and listen to the swaying of the trees as they whisper Allah's name so sweetly, oh so sweetly. Allah, 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 and we sing Allah, 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 اللهم صل وسلم وبارك عليه وعلى آله صلى الله عليه. Bismillah, this song is called the Rumi song. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And it's a poem by Mevlana Rumi. And being a guest in this world. So Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Generosity and helping others, be like a river. In compassion and grace, be like the sun. In concealing faults of others, be like the night. In anger and fury, be like the dead ones. In modesty and humility, be like the earth. In tolerance and acceptance, be like the sea. Oh, be as you are. Oh, be as you are there to be. Be as you are. Oh, be as you are there to be. Be like the river and be like the sun. Be like the night and be like the dead ones. Oh, be like the earth and be like the sea. Oh, be as you are. Oh, be as you are there to الله نور محمد صلى الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا ربي جل الله لا في قلبي إلا الله نور محمد صلى الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله. Bismillah, we're going to leave you with our last one, inshallah. Yeah? Yeah. This is called Love Is My Foundation. Please forgive me. It's cold out in England, and so lots of people have colds, and I'm one of them. So please forgive me.
So just a little bit more about the Rumi song. Let me just think.
Okay.
Just a little bit. So that song was from literally a poem. A poem from Mevlana Rumi, in which we found the words to that song on the walls of a guest house in Cyprus, in Lefki. And it was just these beautiful pieces of advice from Mevlana Rumi. He was speaking about the way that we should be in the world, as though we are travelers in the world. And Bismillah, we thought it was such a beautiful piece because it's very beautifully asking us to look to nature as a means of inspiration for us to be. So Bismillah, that was the Rumi song. Bismillah, this next piece is called Love Is My Foundation. And this song, we found that this song is actually inspired by one of the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And we found this song through a reggae legend, absolute legend. His name is Jimmy Cliff. Inshallah, some of you might know about Jimmy Cliff, but if not, he's an incredible reggae legend, and is what we were raised on growing up as Afro-Caribbean new Muslims into the world, and we were very much with reggae. And so Bismillah, he sang this at the end of his song, Many Rivers to Cross. Many rivers to cross. And he started singing, love is my foundation, wisdom is my capital, enthusiasm is my horse. And it was so beautiful that we Googled it and we realized that it was inspired by the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is a qasida, a poem inspired by the words of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, called Love Is My Foundation. Love is my foundation, wisdom is my capital, enthusiasm is my horse, and firmness is my treasure, devotion is my art, and poverty is my pride. And he said, knowledge is my weapon, contentment is my reward, and struggle is my manner, conviction is my power, and my pleasure is in my prayer, and my pleasure is in my prayer. And he say, Allahu, Allahu, Allahu. When I say one, you say love. One love, one love. When I say one, you say love. One love, one. When I say one, you say love. One love, one love.
one, one, one. Love is my foundation. Love is your foundation. Love is his foundation. Love is her foundation. Love is our foundation. Love is the foundation. Love is the foundation. Love is my foundation. Allahu. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك عليه وعلى آله صلى الله عليه.
Yes, thank you so much for having us. Bismillah, yeah, that's it.
Bismillah. I think that's all we've got prepared for today. Bismillah. I don't know if we've got time at the Bismillah. So yes, we've been the Pulse of Islam. Myself, Rabia, and my fellow Pearl Sakina. And Bismillah, this is I suppose we do this work in a way of bringing traditional poetry and qasaid and kind of bringing it to a place in our hearts that feels like it's from us, inshallah.
Inshallah.
You do want to say anything?
No, okay.
Bismillah. You're just trying to breathe.
Yeah, I'm just trying to breathe everywhere.
Bismillah. Bismillah. I think that's what we've got. I don't know if there's more time for more, or Bismillah. You let us know.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Dear sisters and brothers, I'm honored to speak to you today about the important pillars in Islam, zakat, and how important is to also understand the spiritual aspect of zakat. I would like really to start with you with the testimony and the words that my father left for us to remember and inshallah to implement it in our lives. Allah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My father said, I sanctify justice, celebrate freedom, and honor humanity, while demonstrating gentleness with the weak. I remind the strong that there is always someone who is stronger than him and her. I advise the rich to fulfill the rights of the poor, while I remind the poor that the rich among them have been entrusted with Allah's wealth to fulfill the rights of the poor. I love goodness and gentleness and reject evil. I invite to piety and reject violence. I cling to the rope of guidance and uphold the truth. I fight lies and deceit and forbid corruption. I seek reconciliation to the extent possible. I yearn for peace and despise war. I love humility and strive for a good life. I stand in awe of death, yet I believe that this is a bridge I must cross, to cross from the fleeting life to one that is eternal. I desire the best ending and seek refuge in Allah from the contrary. I love heaven and detest hellfire. I seek security and hate instability. I abhor hatred. I'm not profane, destructive, or corrupt. My lineage extends to Adam and Eve. For Adam is my father, and Eve is my mother. All of humanity are my sisters and brothers. I do not disdain, betray, or humiliate a single human being. Rather, I strive to guide human beings, light their path, and walk with them along the path to heaven. I seek to be roadblock between them and falling into hellfire. I love the universe and belong to it. I love all my neighbors in the universe, including trees, plants, rocks, animals, mountains, and rivers. God most majestic has created me from this earth, and to this earth he will return me to it. And from this earth he will restore me once again. To this earth I belong, and for its cultivation I call. My desire is to elevate the truth. My goal is to spread peace and security in it. My means is to struggle with my own soul in order for peace to be realized and security to prevail. I invite to Allah, to God, to whom is my ultimate return. Peace is my objective. Security is my desire. Terrorism is my enemy. Conflict is my adversary. Inner peace is my pursuit. Do you recognize me? Do you know on this earth anyone who parallels this description? I'm Muslim. The words my father scribes about, it's about the Quranic worldview that for Muslims to implement and to embody this earth. I was always wondering how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala teaches us in the Quran how to grow in purity, tazkiyah. And through zakah, in fact, there's entire framework about how to implement and how to embody tazkiyah, purification, through the zakah. In this short time, I would not be able to, of course, explain the entire ayat and how it goes to build that purity in every soul when we seek Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's forgiveness, and how to seek also the knowledge how to implement that tazkiyah in every aspect of life, in our soul, in our mind, in our heart, in our action, in our intention, in our thoughts, the way how we address the poor and the needy in our communities. And I found it, at least I can share with you just a few things here that I found it very interesting also for us as Muslims. How Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala connects zakah with tazkiyah, which is from the root of the word itself, zakah. And zakah or zakah, the root itself, it's mentioned in the Quran almost or more than 57 times, the root itself of the word. And the meaning itself, it's about purification, growth, flourishing. But there is always also the connection between zakah and sadaqah. And the root of sadaqah, which is sadq, it means also truthfulness, sincerity, and being honest. And this by itself, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in many ayat in the Quran, tells us how to be truthful and sincere in our intention when we come to give and when we come to take. And in this, subhanallah, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam explains to us about even our relationship with wealth and how to build our wealth from the beginning to the end. And this is what it makes zakat as a journey of spiritual growth. So Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, explained to us in the hadith, the son of Adam will not be dismissed from his Lord on the day of judgment until he's asked about 5 things: his life and how he lived it, his youth and how he used it, his wealth, how he earned it and how he spent it, and how he acted upon his knowledge. So zakat play a key role in purifying our hearts from shuh. And this word shuh in the Quran is a deep-rooted greed that prevents people from giving in any aspect of life. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Hashr, Surah 59 and Ayah 9, however is protected from the greed, shuh, of his soul, they are the successful ones. The Ansar in Medina, they embodied this and exemplified it in their generosity when they give half of their wealth to the Muhajirin, the immigrants, despite their own needs at that time, because they understood that true success lies in overcoming greed and trusting in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because He's the owner. I found also, subhanAllah, there is a connection always between zakat and salah. And there is on the word itself in the Quran, and I ask the questions, why does the Quran uses always atu zakah? Itu zakah. أقاموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة instead of أعطوا الزكاة, which is is fascinating point in the Quran about the command here to zakah, to deliver the zakah, instead of أعطوا, the usage of the word أعطاء, أعطى, to give zakah. The meaning of ita is to give something that you don't truly own. It belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you are entrusted with it. While ata is refers to giving something that you own. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the owner, and He's the giver. And He is also, with His generosity, with His compassion, with His love to us, He allow us to own this. But He asks us also to purify our souls and hearts, and then purify our wealth. And this will help the meaning of zakah itself as to grow in purity and also to grow in our own wealth. Sayyidah Aisha radiallahu anha, she understood this, and she used to use the purifier to musk, which is beautiful smells that in any charity she gives. And once when she was asked, and she said, it reaches Allah's before it reaches the hands of the recipients. And I want to make sure that it smells that good. I will end it with how really this zakat is a journey of spiritual growth. And in this, because zakat means purification, and that purification cleanses wealth and it cleanses our hearts from any attachment to this dunya. Also, zakat is expression of faith, demonstrate obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's commands. Zakat reflects gratitude and encourage us to thank Allah for His blessings. Zakat means also building communities, supports the less fortunate and strengthening the ummah. Zakat is the right of the poor and needy. Zakat is to help us to build the community that, as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, elevate the poor and the needy to be the role model, in fact, in giving, in giving to that, giving back to the community, to build them in that self-sufficient and elevate them to the degree that they will give back to our community. Also, zakat help us to transform internally, to develop selflessness and empathy and compassion in our as individuals, as families, and as community. As we reflect on zakat, we realize that it is not simply a financial obligation. It is an opportunity for personal growth, spiritual purification, and strengthening our connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and with our brothers and sisters on this earth. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us the sincerity to give, purifying our hearts, and bless our wealth. جزاكم الله خيرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Your favorite moderator is back. So I hope you all had good lunch and some time to discuss and talk to one another, inshallah, to get to know better. So now it's time to come back to our conference and our session today. This is a shorter session, 1 hour session compared to the ones in the morning. This session is going to be on zakat distribution in challenging Muslim minority contexts. We have 2 papers and 3 presenters. The first presenter is Arafat Karim, who is going to talk about the socioeconomic contribution of Mu'allafatul Qulub and Fi Sabilillah categories, contemporary application in Sri Lanka, and then Mariana, is it Cicirco or Cicirco? Cicirco, that's what I assumed, yeah. Right. And Katarina Gorak-Sosnovska, they're going to talk about positioning zakat in the Polish religious and tax landscape. That's a topic that you rarely hear about when we talk about zakat, so we are grateful that we have you. So before I proceed, I will just briefly introduce our first speaker, and then when he is done with his presentation, I'm going to introduce our remaining speakers. So Arafat Karim is a senior lecturer at Nalimia Institute of Islamic Studies in Sri Lanka. His PhD dissertation was the role of zakat management institutions in the actualization of social well-being in Sri Lanka. He has published several papers on zakat application in Muslim minority settings and presented papers related to the zakat at international conferences. I would just highlight that this is an international conference, and you can see by the composition of presenters and topics that we really are covering wide geographical ranges and aspects. And I think, alhamdulillah, this is a great thing about this conference. So do we have Dr. Arafat Karim online?
I am all.
Oh, you're here. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear us, Dr. Arafat?
This is a recording because it is very late for him. So
it is a recording. Okay. Then he is doing what they call it asynchronously. Okay. So, all right then. Play the video.
It was almost okay.
Okay, when you're ready, please start.
Okay. Okay, sister, shall I start? Okay. نحمده ونسلم على رسوله الكريم وبعد. Respected scholars, academics, professors and doctors, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I am here, Dr. Arafat Karim, Senior Lecturer, Nalimia Institute of Islamic Studies in Sri Lanka. I am super excited to share my paper in this tremendous international conference. My paper will be discussing very important topic which is related to zakah application in a minority context of Sri Lanka, which is benefited for all communities, exist all over the world, I think so. My title would be the socio-economic contribution of Mu'allafatul Qulub and Fi Sabilillah categories, contemporary applications in Sri Lanka. As we all know, zakah is very important socio-economic rituals. It is not merely restricted to ritual, rather than it is connected with socio-economic benefits and objectives and goals. Therefore, when it comes to the practice, we need to consider its wider objectives should be applied, actualized. In this regard, this paper is going to discuss about the main two categories of zakat recipients, which are mu'allafatul qulub, which mean those whose hearts are reconciled in Islam. The second category is fi sabilillah. So it is a very important topic, I think so, mainly discussing zakat distribution in minority context of Sri Lanka. So zakat is to be disbursed in the minority context in order to actualize wider objective of zakat. In Sri Lanka, we are seeing very important critical issues in terms of fi sabilillah categories as well as mu'allafatul categories, which means while we are actualizing these categories in light of classical jurisprudence, we are managing or facing some practical issues. For example, my research is arguing whether juristic tradition, which focuses on traditional analysis, are suitable to minority context of Sri Lanka or not. There is a main problem is my research paper. So therefore, while we are discussing mu'allafatul qulub and fi sabilillah category only for exclusive to Muslim orientation, it is not good. Therefore, I am suggesting some important idea to actualize or practice these two categories in Sri Lankan context. Mainly some key questions I need to respond to those questions. Firstly, how does traditional Islamic jurisprudence define these two terms, mu'allafatul qulub and fi sabilillah categories? Basically, mu'allafatul qulub is exclusively used for newly comers, embrace those who have embraced Islam newly. At the same time, fi sabilillah category is used for various the fighters for the sake of Allah. This is the interpretation and definition of both categories. So is the term mu'allafatul qulub limited to those who recently embraced Islam or not? Can we expand the term to non-Muslims? Are we allowed to dispensate this portion to non-Muslim or establish harmonious relationship? At the same time, the third question is deliberating, does the fi sabilillah category confine to the class of warriors who fight for Islam? Otherwise, is there any rooms for discussion? to utilize this portion for other communities, other sections, other benefits? The fourth question is, what are the dimensions of both categories in modern contexts, the modern contemporary situations? It's a very much important thing. Fifth, how can both categories be applied in a multi-religious context? These 5 questions are analyzed, discussed in a detailed matter in my paper. Due to time concern, I cannot review and elaborate all things whatever I have presented in my paper. But basically, I would like to highlight key important ideas related to my paper. In this regard, my methodology is qualitative research methodology with the thematic content analysis, which means I have interviewed leading zakat scholars in Sri Lanka. As well as in Sri Lanka, there are more than 100 zakat institutions working all over the island. So some zakat institutions were selected for discussion and interview. I collected very important ideas and data related to zakat application in terms of fisabilillah and mu'allafatul qulub. So while collecting all these relevant topic and the content, thematic content analysis were employed for the analysis. At the same time, this method of this research uniquely is using very important fiqh that is called fiqh of Muslim minority, which is developed by modern and contemporary Muslim scholars in order to contextualize Islamic jurisprudence in a pluralistic context like Sri Lanka and Western countries and other countries. Therefore, I am using and adapting fiqh of Muslim minority or jurisprudence of fiqh of Muslim minority in order to review the portion of mu'allafatul qulub and fi sabilillah category in respect to Sri Lankan context. So I think this methodology would be a unique and new methodology in terms of 2 categories. Jurisprudential literature vastly and widely deliberated and analyzed, discussed these both methodology in various formative. But minority context, employing fiqh of Muslim minority is a different story. While we are using this methodology, we can discuss broadly, of course, within the restriction of the Sharia. Otherwise, we are not discussing beyond the Sharia. Sharia is very flexible. You all know fiqh is human intellect, whether we are using human intellect to actualize and contextualize fiqh discuss and discourse in a particular context. So based on my research and empirical data, I could be able to come to very important conclusions and findings. First important finding is the theory of fiqh of Muslim minority has the potential to contextualize Islamic jurisprudence. This is a very important thing. While we are discussing zakat-related rulings and procedures, we need to understand there are more than 3 or 4 methodologies using for that. One of the important methodologies is Muslim minority fiqh. Muslim minority fiqh is incorporating various flexible rules and regulations. Therefore, how we are going to utilize this fiqh in regards to mu'allafatul qulub and fi sabilillah, we can understand this fiqh is focusing on minority context or multi-religious context. We need to consider socio-political situation of the country, how non-Muslims perceive our rituals, how they are thinking. There is a very very much important thing. In Sri Lanka, 2019, there was unfortunate situation happened. So it's the attack that motivated non-Muslims to think Islam itself is a factor for promoting extremism, violence. For example, we can say fi sabilillah category in the jurisprudence normally is analyzed or explained. We need to allocate this fund for jihad. So they started to discuss this term, fi sabilillah. They are going to promote jihad fi sabilillah in Sri Lanka? No. That is why I am arguing here. We need to reconsider this kind of thing, how fi sabilillah it is defined, it is confined to jihad fi sabilillah, or otherwise we can expand this term to other common goods in order to strengthen, empower Muslim minority community in terms of education, health, or any other dominant domains. That's a very much important thing. Therefore, fiqh of Muslim minority has the potential to review and reconsider previous studies and other literature. So this is the main findings of my research. Secondly, in terms of mu'allafatul qulub portion, can be distributed to people of other faiths in a multi-religious context with certain restrictions. This is second conclusion of my paper, which means there are 2-3 contrary arguments with regards to mu'allafatul qulub portion. One is arguing only for new Muslims, converts, only for converts. Secondly, no, we can utilize this portion to people of other faith in order to establish harmonious relationship. These arguments exist in the fiqhi debates. While we are using human fiqh of Muslim minority, we can understand the portion might be or could be utilized for the harmonious relationship, which is a very strong argument in the multi-religious context of Sri Lanka, because it would create good, peaceful environment. So, but there should be some restrictions for utilizing this portion for non-Muslim. Firstly, that should be managed by an authorized agency. Individual is not allowed to allocate this portion for people of other faith. Rather, authorized, institutionalized zakat agency should determine and decide how we are going to utilize this portion for people of other faith. At the same time, second restriction is while we are using this portion for non-Muslim or people of other faith, this should not affect other zakah categories, which means already we are collecting very minimal collection in Sri Lanka, zakah, in terms of zakah. Therefore, we need to allocate this fund for all 8 categories. In this regard, while we are utilizing this portion for most people of other faith, we need to consider all other categories. Otherwise, this would be detrimental to other categories. At the same time, while we are using this fund for other communities, we need to give priority for harmonizing relationship with other faiths. So we can utilize this portion for organizing some events and conferences, some discussions in order to develop harmonious relationship among the communities. It's a very important thing. At the same time, we can also use this portion for caring and empowerment of new Muslims. Already jurisprudential argue this portion could be or can be utilized for new Muslims. So of course that is very much important. That is dominant jurisprudential view. Still we need to utilize this portion for new Muslims, because we need to empower there in terms of Iman, in terms of Islamic practices. Therefore, this one is very much important for that. So this is a second important findings in terms of my paper. Third one, which is very much important, it is related to fi sabilillah category. It is also very debatable, heated debatable topic in terms of fiqh argument for fi sabilillah category. But we need to reconsider and review fiqh argument exists in the literature. Is it only for fighters or military purposes? Otherwise, we can utilize this portion for other benefits. This is a very much important thing. While we are reviewing both different ideas, we can understand by using fiqh of Muslim minority methodology, fi sabilillah category is not limited or confined to fighters. That's for the sake of Allah, or jihad fi sabilillah in another name. But rather we can utilize this portion for empowering Muslim community itself. Modern and contemporary scholars also are emphasizing that this portion would be and should be utilized for the empowerment of Muslim minority community all over the world. Therefore, we can utilize fi sabilillah category in order to strengthen our Iman, strengthen da'wah related activities. Therefore, I am suggesting in this paper, fi sabilillah category can be utilized for da'wah related activities of Sri Lanka or any other countries, especially Muslim minority settings, because dawah is very much crucial in Muslim minority settings. So while we are utilizing this portion for minority purposes, in order to strengthen dawah related activities that would bring enormous benefits for all communities, Muslims becoming very strong, Muslims strong Iman, their values and moral values are becoming very good. Therefore, everyone can get some benefits. So activities, dawah related activities is very much important. Fi sabilillah itself denotes the Islam must be empowered by dawah. Islam is peace and harmony. This peace and harmony can be promoted through da'wah. So da'wah activities is very much important in terms of fi sabilillah category. Second one, empowering Muslims morally, spiritually, as well as educationally. So for example, we can say Muslim minority communities are weakened comparatively with Muslim majority community in terms of education. For the education purpose, also we can allocate some sort of portion from fi sabilillah in order to strengthen education domains. So this is another suggestion given based on my research utilizing and employing fi sabilillah fiqh of Muslim minority. At the same time, we are in need of qualified Islamic scholars. So we can also see and observe some scholars, contemporary scholars arguing this portion also can be given for education institutes. They are dedicated to producing qualified Islamic scholars, or generally the needed scholars. So that is why I am arguing in this paper, the fi sabilillah the sort of portion of fi sabilillah can be utilized for producing qualified scholars through giving that portion for education institutes. So higher education institution, Islamic universities or other universities, they are dedicated to and committed to producing, generating Muslim scholars. While we are producing this kind of scholars, they are becoming very famous, influential scholars in terms of writing and speak and other activities that would bring enormous benefits in terms of for Muslim minority communities. Therefore, there is another suggestion for using this portion. At the same time, we
Dr.
also
Karim, we're over time.
There was a little bit more, but he basically just stopped talking.
Oh, all right. That was a recording.
He's with us, but he pre-recorded the talk.
Okay. Well, I think that was a really interesting paper connecting the fiqh al-aqalliyat, the jurisprudence of Muslim minorities, to the study of zakat in Sri Lanka. And you know, one of the proponents of that was the late Sheikh Taha Jabir al-Alwani, the father of Sheikh Zainab, who gave us this talk at 2 o'clock. He was a proponent of this theory of fiqh of Muslim minorities. So definitely a very interesting paper. And we have the second paper and two presenters. Just a brief introduction. Mariana Cichirko is an assistant professor at the Warsaw School of Economics. Her research fields include insurance risk management, technology, sustainable development, and climate risk management. She leads research teams and took part in consultation at the EIOPA, that's for pension funds, is it, in Europe, and the European Commission regarding social matters and challenges of the next decade of the EU. And then we also have Katarina Gorak-Sosnowska, is an associate professor and head of the Middle East and Central Asia unit, also at Warsaw School of Economics. She holds a PhD in economics and doctor habilitation, I think this is right, which is the European equivalent of tenure, and the study of religions. Her research focuses on Muslim communities in Poland, and her monographs include the case of Polish female converts to Islam that was published by Brill. I noticed that one of the co-authors, Anna Piela, right? She presented with me, we were on the same panel several years ago at AAR, and then she had this book that came out after on the Niqabi Muslims, you know, so it's a very interesting book. In any case, our two speakers are going to talk about positioning zakat in the Polish religious and tax landscape. So.
Thank you very much, and we are very happy to be here. We traveled a long way, but it was definitely worth it to meet so many nice people in here and to share with you a very minority context. So as you could see, you know, the title is Challenging Minority Context. The Polish case is challenging for two reasons. First of all, we are a country of 38 million, and there are like 50,000 Muslims, maybe 40,000 Muslims, 0.3% of the population is Muslim. So we do have Platonic Islamophobia. It's Platonic because of hardly anybody there. The community, but still we are, yeah.
I like that, Platonic Islamophobia.
And our community is historically well established, but very diverse, very fragmented, and there is just a few of them. And if you go through even through the streets of Warsaw, we're wearing a hijab, people will stare at you, people will look at you, and yeah, sorry, not my fault. But if you see another hijabi, they will greet each other. So this is the positive side. I think, I mean, you are greeting each other here, but in Poland, when you are like, very few of you, then this is what you do. And then the context of Poland is also challenging for another reason. Namely, if you think about Islam in Europe, you don't think Poland. You might think UK, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, France, not Poland. So that's why we decided, and we were asked basically yesterday, what brought us here? Zakat brought us here. Because on one side, we want to share with you the story of Poland, and on the other side, we want to do our internal research. Because to be honest, there are 3 articles in Polish about zakat, but they are general zakat. How is it in general? And there are plenty of articles about the history of Polish Tatars, the indigenous autochthon Muslims, while all the pillars of Islam are described and how Tatars in a way deviate or adapted these customs to their own specifics. The zakat is only mentioned. Muslims should pay 2.5%. Tatars pay zakat al-fitr and sadoga, nothing more. So we wanted to see what's there and how does it look like. Okay, I thought that I am in charge of this presentation, but yeah, it happened. So our table of context is the context, Islam in Poland. I already told you a bit on the history of zakat in Poland, a bit on zakat nowadays, and then the tax exercise. But Marianna is into taxes, so she will do something sophisticated that I have no sense of understanding. So I'm looking at my stuff. And can I have the next slide? So this is the very small introduction. So on one side, we have the Tatars. It's like 5,000 people in total, 600 years of presence. So imagine how long it is. And they are the established Muslim minority in Poland. Until recently, Tatars were the Muslims of Poland, Muslims in Poland were the Tatars, and there was no one more. Then, through the socialist era and later, we have diverse groups of migrant origin from the Middle East, from the Balkans, from South Asia, but it's still many tiny minorities that go separately. And then we have quite a few converts to Islam, many of whom live outside of Poland because Poland is not the best country to live as a convert to Islam. And also because, as you know, Polish people are everywhere as economic migrants. So this is where they met Muslims in the UK, in Germany, and so on. They married into these families and they became Muslim. So the community is fragmented and small. So then we tried to figure out if the Tatars have this established presence, they must have had some sort of zakat. There is one article that tackles this issue by a historian from 80s, I suppose, or 90s, and the data, unfortunately, is pretty much incoherent and fragmented. So on one side, he says, okay, zakat was sort of alms, but then he says maybe zakat was some sort of tax, and he believes that this is due to the fact that Christians who were living next to the Tatars paid some sort of tax, so most probably Muslims had to pay it too. Then we have zakat and we have sadaqah, and they were either separate or used interchangeably. So again, we don't know a lot. Anyway, sadaqah became a festive treat that you distribute sweets for different Islamic holidays, by funerals, by this kind of things. So in a way, it changed its original meaning. So while people in the literature still say sadaqah is almsgiving, and then they say Tatars distribute sweets, and this is how the word remained, but the content in a way has changed. And nowadays, as you can see, there is the zakat al-fitr, and there is sadoga, which is this festive treat by the Tatars. I'm looking, So the givers and the donors' perspective, we really Googled for all possible information. To be honest, we did not ask the organizations or the beneficiaries, because talking about taxes, charities is not the good thing to do, and Muslims in Poland are securitized, so it's not the right way yet to do it, but we did some sort of mapping exercise to see how it goes. So first of all, we have this natural, boxes in mosques, banking accounts. So this donations to Islamic organizations, to Islamic religious associations. Then we have the sadoga, which is considered as an equivalent of sadaqah. Then some of Muslims, the Tatars, say that, okay, we are not going to pay anything more but zakat al-fitr, but we will do some volunteering. We will clean up a mosque. We will do some educational activities. We don't consider zakat to be just this 2.5%. And this is, by the way, a claim that because the Tatars, they don't like the Muslims of migrant origin, they clash with each other because one group is established, the others are newcomers, so you know how the story goes. So this is also in a way to see, we take things symbolically, not in the directly. Supporting causes. Due to the fact that we don't have many zakat projects, the Muslim community gets engaged. We used to have flood in Poland. Muslims got engaged. War in Ukraine. Muslims got engaged. This Wielka Orkiestra Świątecznej Pomocy, the biggest charity event, Muslim community gets engaged. It doesn't have a good PR because people don't know about it a lot, Polish mainstream society, but they get engaged in this variety of projects. And then at least one syncretic practice, Muslim Catholic family, Christmas. Let's donate money. For the Catholic part, we will buy Christmas gifts. The Muslim part will be in charge of distributing the money for charity. So combining zakat with non-zakat in Catholic environment, as this is what we are. And on the zakat collection side, we have in total 5 Islamic registered religious associations to collect zakat al-fitr. They don't collect the regular zakat. And this is the Muslim Religious Union and the Muslim League. So this is what they do. No zakat, it's just the zakat al-fitr and that's it. Then we have 2 Islamic NGOs and they collect, as you can see, zakat al-fitr, and one of them collects no zakat, and the other says, okay, if you want, feel free to give us your 2.5%. We will distribute it to those who are in need, but there is not much more information how, where, to whom, and so on. It's just stated on the website. If you want, you can give it to us. And then there is a strange, I would say, foundation, non-Islamic NGO. It also has a tax office, like a company. They are not Islamic. We went through their legal report, and they say, okay, if you want, give us your 2.5%. We will deliver it to children in Nigeria. So while the cause is nice, it's like strange in a way. So this is where we are standing. I hope that one day we will have such a nice projects, but without your American context. So now Mariana goes to this tax part.
Yeah. Okay, so in this part, I will try to explain you how to generally position zakat in fiscal system in Poland. As probably you know, in our, let's say, European law point of view perspective, we can say that zakat is like a tax-like obligation. So next slide, please. Moving to Polish tax law. Actually, I was searching for zakat in Polish regulations and generally information about the taxes. So the main and the most important regulation in Polish tax law is the Constitution of the Republic of Poland. And it just sets general obligation for all citizens to pay taxes to the state, government of Poland, so the country just function properly. And also, what is quite interesting, the Constitution gives the quality treatment of all religious beliefs here in our Poland. Then I was looking deeper into our regulations in Poland, and I moved to tax-related acts. So there are like 2, the most important acts. There is a tax ordinance, and here the tax ordinance sets and defines general taxes in Poland. So the taxes, public, gratuitous, compulsory, and non-returnable monetary benefit to the state. So probably you can feel and see some, let's say, similarity to zakat, but of course it's not the same, because the taxes in Poland, or in general in other countries, when the state collects the money from the taxes, the state decides what to do with this money. Yeah, you cannot decide to whom you want to redistribute this money. So in another act, so the civil code, there is something like a donation in Poland, and all citizens actually can make a money donation and decide to what cause, what purpose, and what kind of organization they want to give this money. And I was also searching deeper and deeper, trying to find the zakat in our regulation in Poland, and I found just a few things. So as you can see, there is a convention between the Republic of Poland and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and also an agreement between the Republic of Poland and the State of Kuwait on the avoidance of double taxation. So generally, there was just information here in those two documents about the Saudi tax and Kuwait tax, and the general information how to calculate and how to make this payment for those two countries. So again, no zakat when it comes to Polish regulation. What is quite interesting and also very important for my next slides, there are some church laws in Poland. So it's like agreements between Poland and religious organizations that are functioning in Poland. Next slide, please. So, as you know already, I didn't find any zakat in a Polish law framework. So there is no concept of zakat tax or zakat in Polish law. So formally, it cannot be classified as a tax, also because of this essence of zakat. But from a legal perspective, we can say that zakat is a voluntary benefit. And also, because of a vital role of zakat in a charitable contribution in Muslim community, technically we can say that zakat could be classified as a donation. And what I think is very interesting in Polish tax law is that the state allows deduction of a certain amount of donated money from your calculated annual tax. So at the end, for a certain year, calendar year, you can pay lesser taxes because you make some donations. So I think this is nice for all citizens. And how Polish Muslims are paying those zakats, it's via the Muslim Religious Union, so IMRU, and it is very vital and very important institution, so religious organization in Poland. Next slide, please. And here are we going again about those church laws, because MRU in Poland has its special status. It is, according to the church law, it's a church legal person. So this is a very important organization for all Muslims in Poland. And as I said, zakat does not exist in Polish tax law, and it could be classified as a donation, but it's not, of course, directly indicated in the law. And on the other hand, we can also interpret law because, and we can say it is a donation because on the basis of other religious organizations in Poland, how they formally operate in Poland, and that the constitution just ensures this equality, religious equality. So my conclusion was that there is a chance for some legal reform in Poland to incorporate zakat in Polish framework. Next slide, please. And that is why I conducted research
about this issue, and I will present some few main conclusions about it. On the slide, you will see a potential for integrating zakat into Polish tax law, and there are three main advantages of incorporating zakat. So first one is legal framework enhancement, so it will facilitate tax deductions and also promote compliance among Polish Muslims. The second one is the tightening the tax system, because in Poland we want to just combat tax avoidance. And the third one is minority rights enhancement, so it will promote inclusivity and respect for minority rights. Then the last one slide, here you can see on this table the pathways for zakat in Polish tax law. Left column, there are legislative forms, so like the current forms that we can use from our current Polish law to incorporate zakat into law. And the right column are legal challenges to suit the purpose of zakat. So there are, of course, the donations I spoke. So donation to a public benefit organization and donation for charitable and care activities of church legal persons. So they just differ between each other. It depends on how the Muslim organization will work in Poland. So on the other side, there could be public benefit organization, so Muslim public benefit organization, and the second one is the church legal person, so IMRU, as it's still in Poland. When it comes to this first donation, it will be vital challenge when it comes to this deduction possibility, because there is a limit. If you want to pay zakat for a certain amount of money, there is a limit in Poland when you want to deduct it from your tax, because the limit is 6% income limit. So you can donate as much money as you want, but still from your calculated tax, still you need to just deduct the 6% income. And it, of course, goes to the personal income tax. Also, it should be, I think, especially legally described the purpose of this donation. Yes, so it will meet the charitable nature of zakat. The two others is the transfer of 1.5% of the tax amount. We have something like this in Poland when we are paying our annual tax. You can decide to which organization you want to give 1.5% of this calculated tax to some organization. You can choose. Of course, there is a limit still. So for the zakat, it should be changed legally. So if you can pay any amount you want. And also it should be probably change the specific purpose of this transfer. So this meets the purpose of zakat. And the last one, the membership fee. Yeah, membership fee. Also, we have something like this in Poland. If you are a member of a trade union, you are paying some fees. And then again, if you have this calculated annual tax, you can deduct those fees from your tax, again, paying less taxes in Poland. So, of course, for zakat purposes, I think there should be probably made some union, Muslim union, so you're paying like membership fees for this kind of union. But it should be changed for the purposes and meeting, the zakat essence of the zakats. Yes, and the conclusions, of course, there's a possibility, technical possibility how to do it in our Polish law. Katarzyna said and mentioned some challenges for Muslims in Poland. So in the current political discourse, it wouldn't be easy, but still, I think if we interpret the law correctly, there are no, let's say, limits for paying zakat in Poland. But, to be formally and legal strict, it could be made like this. And that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much both for this wonderful, rich presentation on the topic that very few of us know anything about. So I also like you introducing the concept of platonic Islamophobia. You know, I knew of platonic love, but I never thought of platonic hate. And now that explains the feelings I've had for many people over the years, you know, so thank you for that, so I can give a name to it. All right, we have about 10 minutes for the discussion, and then we're going to have a 15-minute break. So if you have any questions or comments, please go ahead. Yes? Just, yes, how do I do that? Oh, yeah, I got it. I got it. Yes?
Don't turn off the other.
Yay. Go ahead.
For the tax deduction, it's up to 6%, right? And normally it's the zakat is 2.5%. That means it's like it's okay, right? If you pay zakat to 2.5%, it will be deductible, the whole amount from the tax. So you're not paying double taxation. Is this correct, or I'm?
I should pick it, or it's working. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably it should be calculated for each specific person because it's like 6% of your annual income. It could be equal to this 2.5%, like you're saying, but I think it can be, it could be manageable to do it like this, but I'm not sure. We should calculate it, you know, for a specific person. It will be the best. Probably
it will be less. It will be even less, yeah? It will be even less.
Maybe.
Not if you had big investments.
Yes,
You said it's only income.
It's income,
Only
yeah.
income.
Not 12, right.
And the zakat also from the income itself?
No.
If it's for the investment, it's the income of the investment, not the whole capital. You're not paying zakat from the capital, you're paying
Yeah,
from
for
the
the
income.
saving and business.
So it's a different thing. Income rather than wealth. Above the.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Again, it's always lovely to learn about new environments and minority contexts. You mentioned this interesting relationship between kind of the indigenous Muslims, the Tatars, and the newcomer Muslims. And how, from what I understand, the Tatar Muslims have moved away from the traditional understanding of zakah and that they usually just pay zakat al-fitr and sadaqah, which is usually sweets. So I wondered, the newcomer Muslim population that's coming to Poland, are they well equipped to be financially secure, or are they struggling financially? In which case, how are they receiving support? Because as we know, zakah should be distributed locally as much as possible. So I just wondered, do you feel the newcomer Polish Muslim population and other populations for that matter are at an economic disadvantage in that they should be receiving zakah?
There's probably always someone who should be receiving zakat. But anyway, you know, in case of Tatars, it's probably not that they were deviating. They come, you know, they are of this Turkic origin, from, you know, the Golden Horde. So it's most probably that there was never this, you know, classical understanding of zakat. But when it comes to the migrants, we used to have great Muslim migrant population in the socialist era. We have now engineers, doctors, you know, professionals, businessmen. This is our population, and we also, to some extent, differ from the West European context because there are so few, and they were like, you know, the special people. And nowadays, this migrant population, they are striving or trying to establish these zakat networks, but still due to the infrastructure, to lack of the possibilities, all that there is, because we talked to some religious associations, it's like, you know, you are in the mosque and there is zakat al-fitr, so let's collect, and then the imam decides who is the needy one, and this is how it goes. So it's very in-person and very direct and not formalized. So this is for the time being. But anyway, our Muslim community, despite the Platonic thing, is really quite successful, very successful.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mariana, I'm interested in the church legal person. So in some of the other European countries, they want to have, they do have recognized religious denominations. So you can't do anything. You can't be recognized as, for chaplaincy or for doing other things unless you're recognized by the state. So they only want to recognize, especially for a minority community, they only want to recognize one organization as that. So like if there were a church legal person for Muslims, it would be one. What's it like in Poland? Are they very, liberal in giving out this kind of recognition, or only would give it out to a very limited number, do you think?
I'm not sure. Maybe I can answer this question. Yeah, because I think it would be easy. I think it won't be easy to start another organization because the status that we have, the MRU has already, like church legal person, and it's on the basis of the agreement from the, it was the 30s. Yes, it was from the 30s. So it's
30s, 1930s?
1936, actually. Yeah. So it is a long time ago, and it didn't change at all from that time. So probably it should be changed. But it's, the community, Muslim community is so little in Poland. So I guess there's no, maybe not possibility, but they don't feel the need to change that.
Right.
Yeah. So as there is one organization that allows, let's say, Muslim religious in Poland, so this is okay that there is a one only organization. Maybe Katarzyna.
Yeah, I will just add if I may.
Yeah.
So we have chaos. So on one side you have this by one Muslim religious union, and on the other side, starting from the 90s when we stopped being socialist, there are 5 more religious associations, Islamic religious associations, that are registered within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And they have technically the same status as MRU, except for the fact that there is no legal act as the MRU has. So on one side, MRU represents legally all Muslims in Poland. On the other side, there are 5 other organizations who are also religious Islamic organizations. Unfortunately, the president and so on, he only meets and greets and invites the MRU. The others are not welcomed. Yeah. Just by coincidence, these are Tatars and the others are not.
Okay. Wonderful. Dr. Akub says in relation to the earlier discussion, according to him, that zakat amount could be a lot more than 6% of income, which is deductible. So just mention that. Any other questions or comments? Yes, go ahead.
You mentioned how zakat, like you would collaborate with the Christians in Poland for them to do the charity, and then you would cover zakat. So like, how did that collaboration? Can you talk more about that collaboration?
Christians and Muslims.
In Poland.
The Christmas zakat.
Yeah. Okay. So Poland is a very Catholic country. When we refer to the Pope, one Pope is our Pope. The John Paul II, we refer to him our Pope, and so it's very Catholic. So from this perspective, the converts to Islam, they have to negotiate somehow how to live with the mainstream Catholic families. It usually comes, to Christmas events, to celebrating Christmas at school, and so on and so on. And this example that I referred to, it comes from the book that we wrote with Anna Piela. So this is one of the successful examples, I would say, of being the only Muslim in the family, and then you have this Catholic family who doesn't really accept maybe you as a Muslim, and then negotiate somehow. So this is how it was possible, but it was only this one case, because in general, zakat is not a thing, I would say, the most important thing among Muslims in Poland. If you Google, if you go through the literature, if you want to find any information, it's like something very, very, very small. But if you want, I can send you a link to more cases of how it is to be a Muslim family in Catholic majority context in Poland. It's fascinating.
I think we will have to stop here. We're out of time. I'm sure we can continue our discussion during the break. Just on the issue of zakat or fitr as zakat, this kind of understanding I've heard in Bosnia too, that people think that zakat al-fitr is equivalent to zakat. Once you pay zakat al-fitr, that's it. And even the book that Sarah quoted, that Patricia Sloan White, I think it has somewhere there where people say, you know, as long as I pay my zakat al-fitr, I have paid my zakat, that's it. So you have all of these different, obviously common, you could say, folk understanding of zakat, but it's actually quite common among the people. So again,
Can I just add one thing to that?
sure.
Because what did you call the Tatars when they give on Eid, when they give sweets? What do they call it?
Sadoga.
Sadoga.
Yeah.
It reminds me so much, Mariam, you would probably remember this from one of the remnants of the enslaved Africans in the Americas. Is one of the remnants they found was like on Gullah Gullah Island and the coast, the Carolina coast, is this practice that they call it sadaka, I think.
Yeah.
Is that they give something called sadaka, which is sweet cakes.
Uh-huh.
They hand them out on, I don't even remember the festival, but it's understood to be a remnant of the same thing, like one of the few remnants of the original faith of the Muslims that came up. Most of it was wiped out, but so there's something about the tangibility of sharing food, of that hand to hand, that seems to really, when other things disappear, there's something about that, the sweetness of that relationship.
And I like that.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, join me again in thanking the presenters and also Dr. Al-Fash who couldn't be with us live. Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break, 3:45. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get started with the last session. Second last session, sorry. It's you can tell I'm tired already. Can I get people's attention up here, please? I feel like I'm in a class, not in a conference.
Doing well.
Guys, we're going to get started, please. Thank you. Okay. We have the fifth session here, second last session on zakat and development, and we have two speakers. We're going to get started with, I lost my speaker bios. We have Thaqib Khatib, who's pursuing his PhD in religious studies at the University of Ottawa, and a visiting researcher at Ibn Khaldun University in Istanbul. He holds a BA in Islamic law and jurisprudence from the University of Medina, as well as master's degrees in Islamic finance from two separate universities, majoring in Islamic law. And I realized I forgot to introduce myself as well. I'm your moderator for this session. My name is Julie Lowe. I am an adjunct professor here in Islamic studies at Huron. With that, I'll pass it over to Thaqib.
Thaqib is going all the way from Istanbul, so thank you. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Yes, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I will present my research findings from my own fieldwork, which is about the practices and perceptions of zakat collection and disbursement in one of the metro cities of India, which is Bangalore, where I belong from originally. So next, these are some of the things I will mention is will be repetitive because we are here since morning. So I will pass by in a quick manner. Yeah, next. So speaking about India, the Muslim population in India is almost 180. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'll start from here. So the Muslim population in India is almost 180 million, according to the census of India, which is equal to almost 14.6% of the total Indian population. So Muslims in India are the largest minority. They form the largest minority in India, and poor Muslims, not just Muslims, poor Muslims face double discrimination in India. That's one is because of their poverty, and the next is just because they are Muslims. So some brief, I'll touch on some points. So poverty is defined according to the Organization of Economic and OECD, some development. It's defined as a condition of life characterized by hunger, disease, squalor, malnutrition, and mental and physical distress. I'm mentioning this because it matters to some of my findings. So the concept of richness or poverty in Islam is not only represented in terms of wealth and goods, but also from what you possess or lack spiritually. This is from a hadith that says, "ليس الغنى عن كثرة العرض ولكن الغنى غنى النفس." So by mafhum al-mukhalafa, it also defines what is poverty. Yes, next. So Imam Qardawi says, Islam considers poverty as a risk to one's beliefs, morals, intellect, as much as a risk to the family and society at large. I'll move ahead next. This is also repeated. So zakat is mainly literally means purification and development. So it's a purification of wealth and soul. Next. Yes, this matters. So funds of zakat should be distributed to 8 categories of people according to Quran. So in my context, about India and Muslims in India, the poor Muslims in India, what matters would be 3 categories. It's the fuqara masakin, and then amilina alayha muallafati qulubuhum. All those is not in practice. Although zakat itself is not in a proper efficient way, it's not practiced in an efficient way. But fuqara masakin and fi sabilillah and ibn sabil is a matter of discussion in India. So if you look what is fi sabilillah according to the traditional Islamic sources, so some of the ulama, they have said that earlier it was the soldiers who needed to be militarily equipped and supported. And based on that qiyas, it has been, they say it could be students, scholars, and others in this category. And then fi sabilillah also forms or discusses the building of mosques. So for example, we look into Singapore, they allow building mosque based on from the zakat money. But when you see in Jordan, for example, they don't allow building mosque from the zakat money. So Indians are again confused, like whom should we follow? And then comes the issue of the role of state. So earlier it was a state responsibility, and then after the fall of Ottoman Empire, the majority Muslim majority governments, they discontinued enforcing the zakat obligation, and they don't administer it anymore. So we find 4 practices where the zakat can be run by governments or individuals. So where the states are not Islamic, there are zakat institutions that are run by Muslim society members under the supervision and accountability of the state. So this like Singapore. And second would be where Muslims are a minority, a lot of zakat payments are made through personal and informal channels. Third, in modern day Muslim world, there is a concept of institutionalization. So payments to the official institution is mandatory in some countries like Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, or it's voluntary, like Qatar and Emirat. But we need to know that in Emirates, so we need to know that this is enforced only on business activities rather than personal assets or savings. No. previous. So where the Muslim majority countries recently, they allow zakat to be administered as charity-based institutions. This is where India falls today. Okay, so the status of zakat in India and Bangalore, the city itself. So India is home to the world's third largest Muslim population, and arguably it could be the second largest Muslim population in the world. But still it struggles with a substantial deficit in the total amount of zakat collected compared to its potential eligible donors. So according to some research from Saudi Arabia, they did a research in India, and they found that Muslims of India, they could solely rely on the zakat of their own Muslims without any assistance from international or external bodies, and the poverty could be eradicated. So now this brings to a question that if Muslims are so rich to eradicate poverty within India by themselves, then why is poverty so rampant among Muslims? Yes. So first thing first, there's no official data of how much zakat is collected or disbursed. According to some studies, annually there's something between 12 million Canadian dollars to 65 million Canadian dollars that zakat is collected. But where is it going? There is no record of it. And this estimate could be more than what is assumed. So there's no state-run institution right now, and this leads to forming numerous local entities, and that leads to decentralized way of administering the zakat. And the zakat management is primarily run by individual religious scholars and by imams and madrasas that function without any regulatory frameworks and hence lack transparency in their financial reporting. And then we have also the problem of ikhtilaful mazahib. So some people, some imams and madrasas, they collect from their own perception, and then they won't disperse the money except if someone is Hanafi or someone is Ahlul Hadith. And obviously poor people don't know where, they just know La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. Subhanallah. Okay, why is there a shortage of zakat in Bangalore? This is confined to my city. So there is an absence of law enforcement, and this has led to the reduction of awareness among payers and recipients. And then one part also plays, scholars also should take this blame, as my research also finds. And then there are unauthorized collection and management practices, and we cannot know we cannot identify who is a rich person, who is eligible, who has to pay, and who is eligible recipient. Next. Research methodology. So this is my research is actually an ongoing research. We wanted to start with looking into some institutions, like how they work and how is the management practices in those institutions, but we were not able to find a single proper efficient zakat institution in Bangalore. So we focused on payers and recipients, as in people. So this is a 4-month study using semi-structured interviews, and it's a qualitative research. I followed a qualitative research method. Before I present my findings, I have to give a short prelude, but I think I mentioned some. So yes, it was, we wanted to study about some institutions, but we couldn't find. And some of the findings, some of the participants, it was easier to engage with the payers rather than the receivers, because most of the receivers, they are not, first of all, they're not well educated. And then there's the idea that they are embarrassed to share their status. Okay. So most of the payments in India they are done independent, and the payers prefer to pay the zakat directly to the beneficiaries. So because it's a private practice in India, mostly people, Indian Muslims independently pay their zakat at their own discretion, and usually to people in their acquaintances who are mostly relatives. 80% of the payers, yes, 80% of the payers preferred to pay directly to individual eligible receivers, compared to 20% who preferred paying to institutions, although none of them, or hardly some of them, they were able to share which institution they prefer to pay. And similarly, 30% of the receivers were hesitant to receive directly from payers, compared to 70% who did not mind receiving either from institution or payers directly. And much of the results were found that our scholars or ulama, they are not doing they're not playing their part very well. So they are ready to join any new institution that is formed, because they might get either recognition, or else part of the salary is based on amilina alayha. Most of the recipients also, like 55% of payers indicated learning that zakat is wajib during their teenage years, but they don't know the details of it. Next. 34% almost, they said that they believe their scholars are knowledgeable about zakat rulings, but the same 34% people said that 26% of them, they believe that imams themselves need to be well versed. This is because there are new forms of currency nowadays, like stocks, non-movable assets, and cryptocurrencies, but the scholars are not well educated. Next. Also, from other perspective, most of the participants, whether payers or recipients, they found that their own imams and ulama, they are not part of they have not assimilated in their communities. Hence, there is no trust to pay the zakat to them, and they would deliver to eligible people. There's also a taxation problems with the taxation. So most of the payers, they do pay their tax, their zakat directly, but they don't know that if there was if they had paid to an institution, or it was institutionalized. So there is a tax act of India under the 80G income tax of India, where they have a tax rebate policy. Next. Okay, so most of the payers, they just give their zakat to imams, to any imam, whether he's eligible or not, and to madrasas. Yeah, better. And 65%, it's mostly paid in Ramadan. 65% of payers preferred to pay their zakat during Ramadan. And this is a common thing we have been hearing today. It's also part of Indian mindset. So most of the wealthy Muslims who pay their zakat, so they pay during the Eid grounds. So we call it fitra zakat. And when I met them, and they said, is it not the same thing, that zakat and fitra zakat? Because in our colloquial, it's the same words. So they pay it before the imam starts his Eid prayer to any beggar who might be a Hindu or anyone, but they just dress up and come to the Eid grounds, and they believe their zakat is paid. Most of the zakat is consumption driven, which means if there is a major disruption, it can lead to complete financial collapse of the Muslim of some of the poor Muslims. There's a need to be shifted. There's a need to shift this to results-oriented distribution methods. Most of the payers and receivers, they are not satisfied with any zakat committee which is run by random individuals in India and in Bangalore, because of the mistrust they have on the committees. Next. More than mere financial impacts. There are also some practical impacts of zakat on society. So there's reports. Some of them, they reported domestic violence and health issues, mental health issues, and manners that had affected their marital status. Next, so the most important finding, I mean, it should not show up this way, but the most important finding, which was very, it was good to know, is that I met with some voluntary people, youngsters who work on zakat, and they call themselves amilin alayha fi sabilillah. So in Indian, I mean in Urdu mindset, fi sabilillah means to do something for free, not on the sake of in the path of Allah. So they call themselves amilin alayha for free. So these groups, mainly because of COVID, they gathered, and it's all so far it's all on WhatsApp. So they go out to reach the poor people and validate whether they are eligible, and then they themselves go to they find the rich Muslims of Bangalore, and they connect them with the poor people. That's one easy method. What happened next is they once they verify the poor people, Muslims of the society, they found some NGOs who are working on zakat issues, whether they are working properly or not. But to promote them and to bring some trust of the community on these NGOs, so they go to these NGOs and introduce these poor Muslims who are also embarrassed to meet the rich people or the payers by themselves. So they introduced the rich community to those NGOs and made them to trust, and then the payments are paid. Moreover, what these volunteers they do is they verify the cases of some poor people who are admitted into hospitals. They go to hospitals, verify how much payment is pending and whatever, and then they take those bills to the NGOs rather than the poor people knowing anything about this. And the NGOs reaches out to the rich people, and they get the payments done. Meanwhile, the poor is still thinking like they have the payments to be done. And also there are some of them, because they are suffering from day-to-day payments, so they have a monthly program where the basic food is delivered by supermarket themselves to the poor people by the help of these NGOs. And all this system is verified by these for free by these youngsters. By this I end, and thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the presentation. So we've gone on a bit of a world tour this afternoon from Poland to Kuwait and Africa to India. We have about 15 minutes for questions for the presenters. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm curious about these youth that are doing the academy, and how many are there who are just connecting people at the end of your talk? And then can you imagine an instance in which this is the group that really kind of revolutionizes what's happening in Bangalore? Like how many people, like what is the capacity?
So through my research, I would say I met at least 5, but because Bangalore is a metropolitan city, it's big, and this concept is growing growing majorly or in a fast process following the COVID. So it would be somewhere easily 100 to 200 without the use of with the use of WhatsApp and Facebook or whatever.
And are they facing any like pushback from religious
So
leadership or?
So they are not facing any pushback from the government, from the institutions, from the scholars, from the payers, from the receivers. Yes, so far. So they are also afraid, like almost 95% of the participants, the payers, they said we don't want our government, the current government, to interfere with any sort of Islamic and especially zakat institution. Once they interfere, maybe these people will have some problems.
Follow-up question, if that's okay. I'm just curious to know, I know you touched on this in your presentation, but what is the main motivation of these individuals? Because I'm assuming they do other, like they must have school, something else they're doing. So yeah, what inspires them to continue to do this?
Yeah, that's a good question, because in few years they might not continue, given the financial status of, or they need their own salaries and stuff.
Yeah.
So all of them, they are educated, they have the salaries. But what made them do this is because, as one or two, they shared that they had their own relatives who were eligible for zakat, and they are not the payers themselves, these volunteers. And they saw how these Muslims are suffering. And these volunteers, they know some of the richest Muslims in Bangalore, and they are not able to connect to each other. So if you go through an institution, no one trusts them. And these volunteers themselves, they don't trust. So they promote the connection of rich people to the poor, and they promote the trustiness, and I mean, they instigate this feeling within the NGO and the rich people.
We have a question over here. I have a question for you too. Do you think that it's, because you said that the wealthy in India can suffice the poor. So do you think that zakat should be like citywide, like in your city, like collected and distributed, or would it be better like to be collected from all of India and distributed to all of India? Is it better to do country or city?
So India is the 7th largest country in the world. So from state to state, we are so different by clothing to food to language and all of this. So obviously this affects our needs to collect zakat money. So in some states, food is like people are deprived of food, but if you look into some states, it's not the food, it's the amrad or the medical necessities more. So if you focus, for example, there was the tsunami which came into Indonesia. So part of India was affected. But if you collect money or you go to collect money from the north of India, they don't know anything of tsunami, and they won't even spend for what's a natural disaster. And then we have enmity between north and south and a lot of things. So I think we should look into Islam as a ummah, and then start from our own community. So the understanding of Agniyaihim or Fuqara'ihim, I think it starts from for India, it will start from state and then it can.
Assalamu alaikum everyone.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you.
So I'm loud.
That's good. So I think everyone is tired. It's at the end of sessions. But this is a very interesting session. We have two good presentations. It's a student research panel. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mahdiya Intezar Khair. I am an associate professor of economics here at Huron. And we are going to have two presentations. The first one is by Bayan Saidam. She is a third-year economics and English student at Huron University. She's interested in Islamic finance and economics, especially understanding them through the lens of modern economic models. She co-leads nonprofit Teens Get Involved London, Ontario, and is a director for the Western Muslim Students Association. So she's going to have 20 minutes for presentation and around 10 minutes at the end for questions. And then I will introduce the next presenter then. Okay, so enjoy the presentation.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Bayan. I'm a third-year economics student here at Huron University, and it's my absolute pleasure to be presenting to you the research I've been working on the past couple of months under the mentorship of Professor Mahdiya Intezar Khair. Thank you so much for all your mentorship and guidance, and thank you to Dr. Ingrid Matson for giving us this opportunity to come together and for all your guidance as well. Next slide. So why do I have a cucumber on the slide? I have a quick story. When I was in 8th grade, I remember that was the first time I learned about zakat, because my brother and I thought it would be a good idea to make a What is Islam presentation to our apartment building in like the lobby. So we put together a presentation about the different pillars, and he was in charge of the zakat one. And I remember he explains zakat as basically a cucumber. And he said if you cut it into 10 slices and you cut that one slice into 4 slices and that small slice, that's zakat. So I don't think we ended up doing the presentation. I don't know what came up, but that really stuck with me. And especially doing this research the past couple of months, I realized that subhanAllah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is as shakur, the most appreciative. And he could take something so small, like that small portion of your wealth, and not only appreciate it in the hereafter, but also in this dunya through the economic growth and reduced income inequalities that we'll be exploring today. Next slide. So I went over a total of 20 different literature articles, and I sorted them into the different countries. Some of these countries were areas of publication, and others were just where the studies were based on. But you can see, even with just 20 articles, there was a total of 17 countries covered, which really goes to show how this is an international effort, and it's something that we're all working on figuring out together. And you'll see that Indonesia, Malaysia, and United States are some of the areas that have come up a lot in my research because I've been conducting it in the English language. But if I did conduct also an Arabic search, and that's how I was able to uncover Libya and Kurdistan, Iraq. So I think, like, you know, there's many different literature out there in different languages, and today we'll be covering a little bit of what that's been like. So the key themes I'll be exploring today on economic impact is first, income inequality. So what is there in the literature that points to zakat reducing that inequality? And the second will be economic growth. So looking at it from the modern economic point of view and how zakat can influence that. And third, we'll be going into the tax and welfare system. So how does zakat compare to taxation, the system that we're all familiar with? And finally, we'll talk about collection and distribution that we've been, talking about yesterday and today with the struggles of different organizations to actually put zakat into implementation. Next slide. So the first thing I'll be exploring is income inequality. So across the literature, it's been shown that zakat reduces inequalities. Next slide. According to Hassan and Khan from 2007, they said the zakat undoubtedly bridges the gap between the poor and the rich. And I love the concept of a bridge because I feel like it's, you have the poor population and you're giving them that bridge so that they can, one day become zakat payers too. And the Islamic model, it's not one of like, communism that no one should be rich in society and everyone should be like, the same. It actually wants to empower the poor population to be financially independent, and then the rich can, even, continue to like develop their wealth. And so when it comes to the qualitative or quantitative data, there was a 10-year stimulation that showed that from zakat can reduce the inequality from 9-1 to 6.15 to 1. And there was another study that showed that zakat doubled the income of the poorest 10% of society. So that one is like, depending on the underlying assumptions, and but it does definitely increase their income since it is a direct wealth transfer. And finally, the Gini coefficient and the Atkinson index are modern economic tools to measure inequality on a scale of 0 to 1. So in both of those studies, it's been shown to decrease that coefficient. So not only does zakat, give money to the poor and needy and the other categories, but it also facilitates economic growth. And so next slide. The modern view of seeing economic growth is measured through the nominal GDP change from year to year. And GDP is calculated, one of the ways is through the expenditure approach, which takes the summation of consumption, investment, government expenditure on goods and services, and net exports. So I'll be taking that equation and just breaking it up, next slide, into the different components, and just exploring how zakat can influence all three of them and even net exports. So we'll start with consumption. So zakat, by giving, directing that wealth from the rich population to the poor, it reduces that income inequality, but it also increases consumption in society. And that's because people with lower income have a higher propensity to consume, which means a higher tendency to consume. So for example, my little brother is 13, and if I gave him $500, he's going to be thinking of, Popeye's outings with his friends and, all the things that he could be doing, and it'll make a big difference to him. Whereas if I gave $500 to a millionaire, he'll be like, okay, like, you know, he's not going to think of different ways to spend that. And obviously when it comes to poor population, like there's actual basic needs that need to be met and need to be consumed on, and, you know, might move to like a different house and things like that. So there's a lot to, you know, develop from that, like sum of money. And so the relationship is shown through the so income on the x-axis and consumption on the y, and it shows that the higher the income, the more that you'll be consuming. And so the Kurdistan Iraq model shows that zakat actually shifts the entire line upwards, and so you'll end up with higher income as well as higher consumption. Next slide. And so what that means is that when there's more consumption in the economy, the demand for consumption goods is going to shift to the right, and that's going to require more supply and more production needs in society. And so that's going to cause the output to go from Q1 to Q2, which is going to create more employment opportunities. And that's how zakat can influence consumption. The next topic is investment. So there's been 3 approaches that I've seen throughout the literature. The first one is that zakat in of itself prevents money hoarding. So what that means is that this morning we were talking about that $100,000 under the mattress. And if the 1 year goes by, then you pay 2.5% on that. But what's interesting is that if you leave that money in the mattress for another year, another 2.5% will be deducted. And then the next year, another 2.5%. So slowly, actually, that wealth will diminish if that person does not do anything with that wealth, whether it's consuming or investing. So they could start a Popeye shop, or they could, my brother, really, but they could start something that would actually employ more people in the community and cause more employment opportunities. So it really is against that money hoarding just in of itself. It's incentivizing wealthy individuals to actually put their money back into the economy. The second 2 ways are a little bit controversial with the jurisprudence. I can already sense our imam, is, we're going to see, but it does exist in the literature. The second way is investing zakat money. So there is a difference of opinion on that, but if people go with that approach, it would be investing the zakat money and then distributing that additional amount to the poor as well. And that could be a way to increase investment in the economy. And then the third way is the productive zakat. So Omar Yaqub talked about this yesterday with, giving capital to, or in the form of like sewing machines or financial literacy classes. And that's a way, it's called productive zakat. Instead of giving cash or food or necessities, you would give means to make your own income. So that's another way, if zakat is used on capital goods like that, it's another way to increase investment in the economy. So the third approach, I was actually very fascinated by this because it never came to mind, is that zakat can also increase government expenditure. So with government expenditure, the government can gain, taxes, and then they have to subtract transfers. And transfers are payments that you just pay out, like, unemployment benefits or, rehabilitation of the aged, like just transfers. And that's actually not calculated in the GDP because it has to be on consumption goods. So that transfer is actually not contributing to GDP at all. But what zakat does is it releases funds from the government budget. So in Bangladesh, it was shown that it could replace 43% of the government budget because it covers areas that the government is spending on in the welfare system, like family welfare, income support, and things like that. Next slide. And so what zakat does is it not only just boosts the economy one time, it's like a one-time boom and that's it. It's a continuous balanced growth cycle, as stated by one of the academics. So if you start with higher income, to those who have a higher propensity to consume, you're going to have a higher consumption in the economy, which is going to lead to increased production because now supply needs to meet the demand, and that's going to create even more employment, and that employment is going to give people more income, and that cycle is going to continue so that the economy can develop further. So what exists on the empirical side is, it really ranges from no effect to 3,000%. But if we look at the middle 3, we have, Malaysia and Indonesia and several countries, and it shows that for every 1% of zakat collected, the GDP would increase by 12 to 28%. And, more research would need to be done to look at that in North American context. So the third thing we'll be looking into is tax and welfare. So how does zakat compare to the taxation system that we have? I put together a table just comparing the two. But next slide, we're going to just highlight those middle two that really look at the economic differences. So zakat is levied on wealth, whereas taxes is levied on assets and expenditure. So what that means is that for zakat, you're raising that propensity to consume, as we've seen in that graph from Kurdistan, Iraq. And then that's actually, it's encouraging consumption in the economy. Whereas for taxes, they tax your income. And then when you get a chocolate bar, they tax the chocolate bar, and they just, at that point, you're double thinking the chocolate bar. And so it's a discouraging consumption in the economy, what it is. So zakat in that way, it's, continuing to develop the economy instead of making people try to consume less. And zakat, according to Bullock and Damey, is allowed to be given to people who would not qualify for welfare and to cover costs not allowed under welfare. So it's even more expansive and more comprehensive. Next slide. And so how can we really tackle the issues in collection and distribution, and how does it impact the economic outcomes? Next slide. The relationship between zakat and economic growth, as stated by Al-Ashfahani, is strongly influenced by the effectiveness of the collection and distribution of zakat. So in order for us to see the economic outcomes of the eradication of poverty, reduced inequalities, and economic growth, it's really going to look at, we need to find a way for collection and distribution to be more efficient. And so what's currently on the ground is that, for example, in Indonesia, the collection out of 30 trillion that could have been collected in their currency, 1 trillion was collected in that province. And then when it comes to distribution, out of 60 million that was collected, only 2 million was distributed. So if you think of it, there's a lot of inefficiencies within, and a lot of mistrust between zakat givers and agencies that are collecting zakat, that is causing zakat to be very fragmented and discouraging people to even look into it or fulfill that obligation. So Al-Bawab put together a game theory model, and Prof, I haven't learned game theory yet with you, but basically it's looking at different economic techniques and an economic technique to look at strategy. And what they found was that if zakat givers sense that the zakat collection organizations are putting in a low effort to collect and distribute, if they see those stats and they say that out of 60 million that was collected, only 2 million was distributed, they're going to have that mistrust, and they're going to go towards A, which is lower payment. But when they see that there's a high effort, they're going to go towards full payment. So because zakat is not just a one-time thing, it's an annual thing, there's hope and potential for that relationship to continue year by year. So if we look at the figures from Indonesia, there's been an upwards of 47.5% from 2007 to 2016 of zakat collected. And so it really is starting to take off, and it's showing that an increase in the future. Next slide. And so basically, one of the academics from last year in Indonesia, he put together a simulation using system dynamics. So not just making it a static point in time that's been already, really common in the literature, but really looking forward and seeing how would, a decrease in delay time between collection and distribution affect, the actual outcomes with zakat, and how would the incorporation of productive zakat as a mode of distributing influence the economy. And he found that if both of those are increased by a certain percentage, then Indonesia's poverty eradication would happen within 32 years. And I found this really fascinating, because I think that just sometimes we accept poverty as something that is just something that is part of our society, and it's never something that could be eradicated. But I think when we have that forward thinking of no, here's in this many years we want to eradicate it, and here's how we're going to use zakat for that, we can reach that point just like the previous Sahaba have been able to eradicate it. Next slide. And so one of the ways that was explored was the using a zakat platform. So have it connecting distributors and collectors in the same, the donors and the donees in the same platform, and also incorporating Qad Hasan in that model. So Dr. Ngudi talked about interest as being a source of poverty for people. So, Qad Hasan is like that loan. It's not, and zakat is actually related to that, because if someone, it's almost like a safety net. Like if someone can't pay you back that money, then zakat actually covers them, because now they're people who are in debt. So it's really all working together, and it's something that we can think about using fintech for future. And so what I suggest for the future research in North America particularly are 4 suggestions. The first one is to identify the zakat potential in North America. So really putting together statistics from all different organizations and seeing what is that potential, because if we have that, then we can work towards, increasing the collection rate every year. The second thing would be to look at the government budgets that our governments have, and how much would zakat be covering that. And with that new, but like with the amount that the budget has now like freed up, what kind of investment is possible in the country, and what could we propose for a new budget on a government scale. And the third thing would be to look at economic growth over time and shifting from static to dynamic models. So looking at like future, how can we eradicate poverty, and how can we change different variables to get to that point sooner. And the fourth thing is to look at decentralization and decentralization of zakat. So is it better to collect everything, citywide or countrywide, or should the ones giving zakat have direct access online to the different people they're giving it to? So could we centralize it online using fintech? So these are all questions that are worth exploring, especially in like a highly technological society. And overall, I think that zakat is a very, very powerful tool. From that small cucumber size of your wealth, can make a difference for, the people around you, Muslim brothers and sisters, but also humanity at large. So thank you so much.
So thank you very much for the great presentation. So we have like 5 minutes for questions. Anyone has any question for Bayan? There is one. Okay. Yes.
First of all, congratulations, wonderful presentation. And also thank you and Dr. Ingrid, because she insisted that we have a student research panel. So it's quite fascinating that you put all these different things together. And to me, I was thinking, how could you make this into something that can reach more people? I'm thinking book, but then no, not book. So this what you presented, because it's really composed of many small snippets. It lends itself to like short TikTok videos. And each of them could be where you bring the data and support it. And it would be a great educational tool, actually. So that's what I was thinking. And I really was fascinated, and a wonderful presentation, really. Thank you.
Actually, there is this AI tool that allows to make a podcast. So you just feed the paper to it, and then it makes a podcast like for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So you can do that. Yeah.
So I'll be a TikToker and a podcast,
A lot of visuals and data. Yeah, wonderful.
Anyone else? Yes, there is one there.
Okay, you are a student, so I can ask you about this, background of your studies. You study economics, as I have read. So what were the challenges for you to, in a way, translate most probably conventional economics into what you were doing? Because my sense is that we are, in a way, in this, classical conventional economics, and you went far beyond. So how did you do it?
Good question.
Honestly, like the research that I was looking into, a lot of them had pieces of like, zakat's impact on investment, zakat's impact on consumption, zakat's impact on this. Then I was like, Prof. Mehdiya, one day in class, she presented GDP. So it's, I honestly like, I remember in grade 11, the reason I wanted to go into economics was because I wanted to figure out, what is the Islamic financial and economic model. So just being here all these years later and actually starting to put the pieces together, and from what all of you said, has been really incredible. And I think that zakat is really I'm now after this, I'm a true believer of, establishing zakat on a larger scale. So it's really, subhanAllah, it's, God's, tawfiq and his blessing, but also all the support that is around me. So.
Okay, we have, I think, time. Yes, one more question.
I have a question from online.
Raise your voice.
You talked about poverty and the welfare system. Do you think there is a role or the potential that zakat can play? That zakat can play to create a basic income project for people in poverty or relying on the welfare system?
Mm-hmm. So, I think from my understanding, zakat is, to me, it does seem like it's already an income system, as in providing them a basic income, if they're unemployed or something like that. So I think just my understanding of zakat is it is already kind of that system of raising the low income person's income and giving them that ability to participate in economy. And I've read a lot too about financial inclusion and how giving them purchasing power and allowing them to be part of the economy and to purchase different things with the income that zakat provides is what's going to lead to all the economic growth. So I think zakat is in of itself, it is the fact that it provides income to those who are poor population. That's what's gonna boost the economy and eradicate poverty.
Excellent. So we have just 40 seconds. Question. I just wanted to mention that in economics, Piketty just in 2014 wrote this book for tax on wealth. That it just reminds me a lot of zakat. We had zakat for many years since Prophet Muhammad's time, and they just started noticing it, and then many economists got interest in that aspect, why we had it in our religion for a long time. It's an observation that came to my mind. Thank you very much for your great presentation.
Yeah.
Now let's move to the next one. So this presentation is, is it on? Okay, yeah. So this one is by Asim Bayanouni. He's a graduate of the Department of Fiqh and Usul al-Fiqh at the International Islamic University of Malaysia, and is currently pursuing a master's in Islamic Studies in Uranium. Okay. So you have again 20 minutes. The time. So please start now.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank CICW and Professor Madsen for organizing this informative and wonderful conference and giving me the opportunity to participate in it. It has been a long day, so I will ensure that my presentation is concise and focused, inshallah. Okay, next. One more. Okay. So paying zakat in cash or its monetary value has become almost the norm in zakat collection across North America and the world, despite the fact that it's not always distributed solely in cash. In fact, many people are unaware that zakat can be paid in kind. Additionally, the hesitation some obligated individuals have in paying zakat in monetary value, along with the case studies conducted by various charities and on distributing donations in kind versus a monetary form, suggests that we need to revisit the concept of paying zakat in kind. It's clear that the preference of fatwa councils for monetary payment is based on the benefit of the rights holder and the ease of distribution. However, ongoing challenges such as inflation and supply chain distributions have introduced new difficulties. This raises a question about whether the preferred opinion, which favors monetary payment, has upheld at the expense of other valid opinions that require zakat to be paid in kind, including categories like business inventory, or excluding it. Paying zakat in kind and through usufruct could actually address many challenges. For example, Muslim farmers could donate their produce instead of paying cash, ensuring their direct participation in the process while experiencing the spiritual fulfillment of zakat. Similarly, real estate owners with vacant properties could allow rights holder to reside in them, considering the value of the benefited service as their zakat. Likewise, doctors could offer their medical services as zakat rather than paying it in cash. However, such opinions face challenges due to the zakat principles such as tamlik, and the second issue is the concept of usufruct. So tamlik means actually ownership transfer or the unrestricted ownership. So before delving into further details, I believe it's essential to examine how Islam conceptualizes zakat. So next slide, please. So actually in the Quran, we see zakat as a characteristic of a pious believer, in hadith as a pillar, in another hadith as a share of Islam, and in another hadith as the bridge of Islam. So through this lens, we see that zakat is a characteristic, a pillar, a share, and a bridge of Islam. While the well-known interpretation of the bridge of Islam suggests that one must pay zakat to reach Islam, some scholars have interpreted this hadith as a bridge linking the rich with poor. I do believe that before actually delving into the payment process of zakat, we need actually to have like a small talk about the impact of zakat. So it's crucial to discuss the impact of zakat to understand the significance of this discussion. Unfortunately, in North America, we lack case studies that analyze the impact of zakat. While some studies examine how much zakat is collected, along with the age groups, ethnic backgrounds of contributors, we still do not have sufficient data on its economic impact. In fact, most case studies on zakat's impact have been conducted in Malaysia and Indonesia, with little to no research on how zakat affects economic growth or income inequality among rights holders in North America. A study on zakat's role in reducing poverty in Malaysia found that between 2004 and 2009, the poverty rate dropped from 5.7 to 3.8, which is equal or translate to 33% in 5 years. Another study in Indonesia found that before the zakat distribution, the top 20% of the population controlled almost 49% of the total income. But after the zakat distribution, this percentage decreased significantly by 145% in 1 year. On the other hand, the income share of the bottom 40% of the people increased by 113% within just 1 year in both rural and actually urban areas. These findings highlight the significant impact of zakat and how much important that we need to reinforcing the need to optimize its implementation. So in order actually to reach the end, we need to discuss a few topics. One of them is zakat fulfillment. So in general, when scholars talk about zakat fulfillment, they mention two pillars. The first one is niyyah, which is intention, and the second one is tamlik. While niyyah is essential since zakat is an ibadah, the most critical aspect of the process is tamlik. I will not go deep into a discussion of scholarly differences for the sake of time, but in short, the Hanafis require this condition to apply to all 8 categories. The Shafi'is and the Hanbalis limit the absolute ownership condition to the first 4 categories. The Malikis hold a similar opinion, but they include the needy traveler. Lastly, some scholars like Shawkani and the Zaydi scholars and some contemporary scholars like Mustafa Zarqa and Sheikh Qaradawi concluded that tamlik is not a requirement for zakat payments. Actually, all of this discussion is based on many hadiths and ayahs, but these are the main verses. So the Hanafis interpret the preposition lam for zakat is only for as signifying ownership, which is argued to mean that those are the people who deserve it. The Hanafis also argue that the word wa'atu, give zakah, which is used in the Quranic command pay zakah, implies an act of giving that requires the transfer of ownership. Scholars from other schools have disputed this interpretation, arguing that the word give could carry different meanings other than transferring ownership. Therefore, they assert that transferring ownership is not necessarily a requirement to fulfill zakat. Ash-Shawkani and other contemporary scholars believe that tamlik is not a requirement, citing a hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah, which mentions that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ allowed his companions to eat from zakat money placed in front of him without transferring the ownership to them. The hadith state, whenever a meal was brought to Allah's messenger, he would ask whether it was a gift or sadaqah. Here sadaqah means zakah. If he was told that it was sadaqah, he would actually tell his companions to eat it. But if it was a gift, he would hurry to share it with them. They also emphasize that none of the verses or hadiths used by scholars who require tamliq explicitly state it as a requirement. They argue that there is no verse or hadith that explicitly mentions tamliq, and all opinions regarding its necessity are based on ijtihad. So why actually scholars emphasize on tamliq? There are a few reasons, but the most important one, it prevents the misuse of zakat funds because you have to allocate it to the asnaf. It ensures the zakat reaches deserving recipients only. It preserves the autonomy of the recipients. So the recipient has the full autonomy on actually how to spend that money. But the lack of explicit legal resources in Islamic literature requiring this condition to fulfill zakat or specifying the method of paying zakat makes it an ijtihadi matter. So it's open to new reasoning. Additionally, the hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah clearly shows that the companions benefited directly from zakat without ownership being explicitly transferred to them. This is in turn leaves the issue open for scholars to choose between these opinions based on the benefit of the 8 categories and the zakat payer. It's very important to highlight that the legal maxim in Islamic law says matters shall be judged by their objectives. Given the purpose of requiring tamliq is to safeguard the rights of the 8 categories and to ensure that their needs are met, fulfilling zakat by providing for the 8 categories can still be beneficial for the recipients of zakat and the payer. In such cases, the objective of zakat is achieved for both parties and the legal maxim is fulfilled as well. Furthermore, many contemporary meanings and concepts such as constructive position have been attached to terms like position in our Islamic jurisprudence history. Accordingly, achieving the objective of zakah by fulfilling the needs of those who deserve it could actually be considered a form of a transferring position, even if it doesn't strictly meet the traditional tamliq requirement. Now, actually, after solving the issue of tamliq, we can actually move how to pay zakat. So the issue of paying zakat either in monetary value or in kind has been a subject of discussion among Muslim jurists, both classical and contemporary. The Hanafi school permits the payment of zakat in monetary value, allowing individuals to choose between paying in cash or in kind. Similarly, the Malikis share this opinion but consider it irreprehensible. Likewise, the Hanbali scholars have accepted this opinion for fatwa, arguing that the benefit of the poor is better achieved by paying zakat in monetary value rather than in kind. On the other hand, the Shafi'is maintain that zakat should be paid strictly in kind. However, this debate didn't extend to the other forms of wealth subject to the zakat, such as business inventory or urud al-tijara. In this regard, some Shafi'i scholars have aligned with the Hanafis in granting the payer the option to pay either in cash or in kind. But the dominant Shafi'i opinion holds that zakat on business inventory should be paid in monetary value, asserting that paying it in kind doesn't fulfill the zakat obligation. It's very important to note that although the Hanafi school permits the zakat payment in value and grant the payer the option to choose, there are differing opinions within the school regarding which method is preferable. Also, it's also noteworthy that while the Hanafis permit zakat payment in monetary value, they do not disregard the significance of in-kind payment, which they consider the default. In general, fatwa councils in Islamic organization have followed the Hanafi position, allowing zakat to be collected in monetary value across all types of wealth. This is justified by the argument that monetary payment is more beneficial for the poor and facilitates immediate distribution. Consequently, it's evident that the primary objective of fatwa council is to ensure both the benefit of the poor and the fulfillment of the zakat obligation by payers. Next. Paying zakat in kind or in value has advantages and disadvantages that were more apparent in the past. The main advantage of paying zakat in kind is that the payments made in assets such as crops or sheep, or even nowadays like homes or even what is this sort of wealth, automatically adjust with the market changes, ensuring that neither the payer pays too little nor the recipient loses anything. Additionally, in rural areas, paying zakat in kind was often more durable due to the lack of cash. On the other hand, zakat in kind results in administrative burdens as it's difficult to handle, store, distribute, which are not issues with cash payments. Furthermore, a mismatch between the needs of the recipients and the type of goods given is another problem that can arise with in-kind payments. It's important to highlight that inflation is a common issue nowadays in North America. Paying zakat in kind helps protect the currency's purchasing power, which is not the case with the cash payments. In-kind payments mean that there is no need to use cash to purchase products, as the goods have already been provided to the asnaf, thereby reducing the demand on cash. Scholar has extended this discussion to usufruct in zakat payments, referring to any form of usufruct that could actually be provided to the asnaf. Scholars debate whether usufruct constitutes mal, wealth. Why the Hanafi school doesn't actually consider usufruct as a mal or wealth, the Maliki, the Shafi'i, and the Hanbali schools recognizes it as such, based on the principle that mal encompasses anything that can actually provide benefits. However, the Hanafi school maintains that mal must be something that can be stored, used in times of need as well. Based on this, scholars have disagreed on whether it's permissible to pay zakat in usufruct or monetary value. This issue arises in the following scenarios. So, waiving the debts of the poor, this occurs when a poor individual incurs a debt for usufruct received but lacks the means to pay. For instance, if a tenant is unable to pay rent and thus becomes indebted to the landlord may attempt to deduct the value of the unpaid rent from their zakat. This constitutes paying zakat through debt cancellation. However, the majority of scholars deem this impermissible, arguing that the poor person never truly gained ownership of the wealth. Waiving a debt and deducting it from zakat is merely a cancellation of liability rather than an actual transfer of ownership. Furthermore, scholars argue that the practice could serve as a means of evading zakat obligations. The second scenario, providing usufruct or services as zakat. This scenario involves granting a poor person the right to benefit from usufruct directly without causing them to incur debts. For example, a zakat payer may allow a poor individual to live in their house rent-free for a year, with the rental value equating to their zakat obligation. According to the Hanafi school, this practice is impermissible because usufruct is not considered a form of wealth. However, the other schools which recognize usufruct as mal allow it under certain conditions. The Fatwa Councils of the Zakat House in Kuwait has concluded that if a poor person requires usufruct or a service but lacks the financial means to pay for it, it's permissible to fulfill zakat obligation in form of usufruct or services. However, they stipulate the following condition. The usufruct service must be permissible to use and have recognized monetary value. The usufruct or service must be clearly defined and measurable. The valuation of the usufruct or service must be reflect fair market value and avoiding any exaggeration. Moreover, due to the lack of case studies examining the impact of zakat payments in kind or in cash or in usufruct in North America, Fatwa councils face difficulties in determining which method is most beneficial. As a result, they often follow the seemingly easiest approach, without relying on case studies with a concrete data. Such studies could provide a more informed basis for selecting the most suitable opinion for their specific context. The importance of the case studies arises from the need to balance the right of the 8 categories who have the right to allocate zakat funds according to their needs, with the obligation of the payer to discharge their duty in a manner that neither causes undue hardship nor compromises the intended purpose of zakat. So my suggested solution is actually to allow the payment of zakat in kind. So with the rising cost of groceries and other fundamental needs, many families in North America are facing hardship in providing food and essential services. In Canada, the surge in food bank use, with over 2 million visits in March 2024 alone, and the growing inflation, which has pushed food prices by 5% in 2024, is a clear indicator of the challenges faced by low-income households. Similarly, in the US, 40 million people depend on the food banks, and inflation, especially the cost of basics like eggs, has actually made the situation worse. Muslims can play a crucial role in addressing these pressing issues by studying and adopting the most effective means to fulfill the community's need. One of the most viable solutions can be focusing on in-kind payments or usufruct as an alternative to monetary zakat distribution. This approach allows the immediate fulfillment of zakat obligation while also ensuring that the needs of the community are met effectively. Providing direct goods or services can offer more targeted support, addressing both short-term crisis and long-term sustainability. For example, farmers could actually donate eggs as part of their zakat payment, corresponding to the value of their zakat obligation. A crucial area where in-kind zakat could have significant impact is in healthcare, especially dental care, which many families find unaffordable. According to the statistics, approximately 38% of the Americans delayed or avoided medical care due to the cost concerns. And similarly, a significant number of Canadians struggle to afford healthcare services. Raising awareness among doctors and medical professionals and encouraging them to provide their services and deduct the cost from zakat could actually help bridge this gap, as their services would actually be considered a usufruct with monetary value. This model would allow for immediate zakat distribution while alleviating the burden of healthcare costs for vulnerable populations. In conclusion, the rising cost of essentials in Canada and US highlight the urgency of innovative approaches to community support. By using in-kind payments, usufruct, and other services as methods for zakat distribution, individuals can provide assistance to the needy while ensuring that their zakat obligations are fulfilled immediately and effectively. This approach would not only help those facing hardship, but also strengthen community ties and create more sustainable solution to ongoing economic challenges.
Great, thank you very much. So now we have 5 minutes for questions. Just give me a second to put it on. Okay. Anyone has any question? Yes, there is one question.
15 minutes.
Pardon?
We have till 6.
Yes.
Okay. 15.
5 minutes. So should I give the rest of the time for questions? Okay. So we have then 10 minutes.
May Allah bless you for your presentation. It's a good area to explore. Let's say we're coming to your conclusion that you encourage for giving the zakah in kind. Is when it comes to the surface, like a doctor, like physician or something, you need to value that. So that's what's gonna lead us to other problem, because how you estimate that service, in value, because he has to pay the zakah at the end of the day. So he has a cash, and he has, some of the zakah went in kind. So that has to be, there's a kind of, guideline about this. I think, generally speaking, that to consider the lowest, maybe not even the average, the lowest, to be in a safe side, considering that surface that you're giving in terms of the cash flow.
Actually, when it comes to farmers, the things are actually much easier than the doctors, because you have demand and supply. Correct. So actually, you can actually choose the market value of things. When it comes to medical care, in Canada, all the dentists actually follows like a structure in terms of pricing, and they have to do that. So actually, we can consider that structure in evaluating or valuing the services that are provided. Of course, the safe approach will be your approach there. So actually, they will take the minimum to make sure that they are not exceeding.
In a safe side. Other question about the tamlik. Well, I don't want to go in the debate about that as a condition, but it can be, according to those, they didn't consider that handing out, and giving the zakah. Can you, for example, forgive the one that you lended just because if you say, without even telling the person, even or telling, say, okay, I didn't need you to pay me back, as you consider that by your intention you forgive him.
There is a discussion between scholars about that. Ibn Taymiyyah has, Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah has a nice opinion regarding that, and other scholars, but still it's in debate. And I always prefer actually to follow like Fatwa Council's opinions, because I always actually appreciate the collective work. The Zakat House in Kuwait is one of the places that I trust, because the scholars there, they are the giants like in the area and the field. So when actually they came to this situation, their fatwa was no. And they have allowed it in certain condition where actually if the payer give the money to that person, and that person without any agreement decide actually to pay him back, in that case it's allowed. In other cases, no, because it's like a debt cancellation. So actually you are deleting or removing your liability.
Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned that because of this is going back to the previous discussion about the mental health, mental health model that Adam's suggesting. So the kind of dictating on the person that how we utilize the zakah. But in this case, you give it to him, and then if he's gonna pay you or use it in somewhere else, that he has a choice. So you cannot dictate on him how he utilizes the zakah he received. Which that the majority of scholars, so they are taking the opinion that's not the famous one, or not the one that all scholars in line with.
I believe that a better approach will be actually considering the use of direct payment. So if you are going to the mental health doctor, instead of actually paying him cash, if he's a Muslim or she's a Muslim, then actually how much is your session, and consider that from your account, because you are offering the service. So you have transferred the ownership of the service to the recipient, and it already has that. Like it's a complete transaction.
Yeah. So I don't know anything about economics, but I know that things are connected, right? So this, I think inflation is a really important thing to consider, as is when we look at the cost of living crisis, or whatever it's called now. The biggest problem is housing, right? And why has housing become so expensive? The primary reason is the financialization of housing, okay? The financialization of housing means that it's not like I'm so-and-so and I'm investing in a property, I'm renting it out. No, we have big corporations buying a lot of property that is for rental, outbidding ordinary people who want to just buy a house, outbidding them, so that they can buy that house and rent it out, sometimes maybe do a little adjustment and rent it out for a higher price. And who's getting the money? They're shareholders. Now in Islam, if I look at, and maybe Dr. Yaqub Mirza is someone who needs to, because he's doing the investing, right? So I haven't heard that it's impermissible for Muslims to invest in housing. Right? Like we can't invest in pork and alcohol, and there's certain screens. But our Islamic investing, on the one hand, may be increasing the unaffordability. And the thing is that zakat can help gap. You know, both of you showed studies with helping to bridge that gap between rich and poor, but I don't think zakat can bridge that gap if that gap is not only increasing, but there's an acceleration factor. So the increase is, the widening is accelerating, not just increasing, because of a factor like financialization. So I'd like to hear from either of you about some of these complicating factors when we look at whether zakat can help or not.
Economics is not my specialization, so I don't actually prepare to speak about that.
Maybe Bayan, in front of your teacher.
No, honestly, it's a really complex topic, because like you said, now you have like shareholders and people who are accelerating that, and then with the zakat model, you're providing that income so that they can consume more and, you know, cause more employment opportunities. But it's, you know, if the housing is so much more expensive, then how is that going to work? So I think then we'd have to get to the root of that issue and maybe like put policy, like on a government level, on what is allowed and not. And I know that rent ceiling is not good in economics. You can't like, because it creates inefficiencies and stuff, and it's better where supply meets demand. But once, demand is like, billionaires, I think then we need government insurance.
It's gonna help to alleviate the gap. I don't think it's gonna help it to just make it disappear. It's gonna help it to get a bit better. Again, it goes back to what Piketty did. I mean, the main problem with zakat is that we don't have data to be able to examine empirically to see, okay, what is the impact?
But we saw during COVID, the part where their housing crisis got worse is during COVID, when the government actually gave money to people, like actually make cash transfers. And it increased the demand, but the housing couldn't keep up, and it can't keep up with a lot of rich people. They kept their own apartment, but they also bought a house in the country. They didn't even give up that space.
Then that's why government is changing the policies right now for purchasing houses. I mean, they try to adopt different policies to address this issue. It's not just one aspect. There are many things that are connected with each other. And I think zakat is going to help alleviate this inequality, but it's not going to make it disappear. Maybe we need to use it like for 100 years to see that it actually makes everything disappear.
And I think zakat, like it's a main thing, but it shouldn't be the only thing, especially a situation like that where we're having like, business involved with shareholders, and we need to put like regulations and like, maybe like block that from happening.
Yeah.
So we have to look at many things, but that's the really good.
Actually, to confirm Professor Mahdi's outcomes,
Go to the
last year, Professor, I did a research with you about sharing the wealth in Islam, and we saw that zakat was really actually is about elevating, not eliminating. So we saw a reduction in poverty, but at the same time, as actually Bayan said, we shouldn't actually forget we have other charity means within our Islamic literature. We have waqf, we have sadaqah, we have fidya, kafara. All these are contributing to the same purpose. So at the end, we need to balance. Zakat is not the only thing to fix all the issues that we have.
You had a question.
Right, there's. Okay, if there's no one else.
I'm not sure. How many minutes do we have?
You go 24 seconds.
2 minutes?
Don't ask the question.
You go 1 minute, then I go 1 minute. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ladies first.
I was actually, in terms of Dr. Matson's comment and question, Desmond has this book, Poverty by America, and he says, and he agrees with the Quran essentially, like if we want to understand poverty, we have to look at what wealthy people do, right? Because they are actually responsible for poverty and alleviate, perhaps, and part of the alleviation. And like, even though that graph I showed only indicated the top 1% of wealth and what they hold as relating to incarceration, we actually have to also consider like the top 40%, of which many of our ummah are in. And I think this goes back to the financialization question, right? In terms of how we benefit from a system that really makes poor people more poor.
That's
and
a
rich
very
people
dangerous
more
statement, because we don't want to fight with those top 40% or top 1%, not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how markets are working.
But it's a consciousness amongst us to recognize how we precipitate poverty by, the example he gives is the, my United.com credit card, where I get all these benefits from being able to have a credit card and get free things from an airline, whereas someone who is poor, who doesn't fly as much, will end up paying a lot more, right? And so that happens around housing. It happens around a lot of our services, right? Taxation and how all of that works often benefits the wealthy, and the poor often pay more than their share. But then the other thing, and I think this is where we can do a lot of work too, is that they're often, like Adams Center does this, like a lot of poor people aren't aware of all the resources that they should have access to. They don't access them. And part of it is probably because the affect in which they are talked to is that their poverty is all their fault, right? and that there's that stigma around it, which is why people don't want to receive zakat when it is their right. Right? And so I think part of this is also thinking about it in this conversation in terms of terminology becomes really important. Charity centers an idea that I am the good person because I'm giving of my wealth. It's not my wealth. It's my responsibility to deliver it as a caretaker of it, right? And so I just think that in terms of the question of zakat, it's actually a much bigger question around our participation in this very exploitative system that has become that much worse with all the speculative financialization and market activity. That's my
Yeah, we'll see what Dr. Yaqub says when he comes on.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Thank you. Here he is.
But Ahmed had a
Yeah, thank you so much.
So, actually, we are at 6 o'clock. Do you want to give more time to questions?
Just maybe the one, two more questions. Dr. Yaqub, hold on. We're going to
Very good question.
Relatively quick. In regards to in-kind zakat giving, I think there's a tremendous value to intermediaries, especially within the community context. Most of the people who would give zakat in kind, the example cited, are professionals who often have the ability to give. If they give through an intermediary, then the service can become tax receivable and then also observed by a third party for assessing fair value. And so I think those are maybe compliments to what you're doing.
Actually, I have a lot of friends who are dentists in this saga, and in general, they are not low-income family. They actually generate good revenue on annual basis. What happens right now, they do have some distrust with actually the organization that they have, and that led actually to where they are not going to pay the zakat. They say that I don't trust them, so I'm not going to pay the zakat. So I told them about this idea, and they have started to consider it. So while you are not actually underestimating the importance of the intermediaries, but at the same time, because of the lack of transparency from a lot of organizations we have in the market, we need to find solution that encourages people to pay the zakat, especially the rich people who doesn't care actually about the tax receipts. Like for them, tax receipts is nothing.
What I would say, agree. I think intermediaries actually provide trust brokering for both parties. So that dentist might be like, oh, how do I know this person is actually eligible? They don't necessarily want that to be part of their specialty or part of their intake. So the intermediary can also help in that area.
That's what Suhair does at Adams. She's a social worker. So she's the one who then directs, she does the intake. If they need a dentist, then she might send them to the clinic. But that's different. That at that point isn't in their systems accountable, but could it be, or a zakat offering?
So what we can do, for example, the same thing, actually, the organization will go for like examining and everything, and the organization, they are not going to receive any zakat. They are going to redirect that rights holder to the doctor, and the doctor actually will pay the zakat by the treatment.
But in the case of doctor, it's easy. But for example, if we have a farmer who has a lot of eggs and wants to give it as zakat, where they are going to send eggs?
Food banks, for example.
But it should be on time before getting going bad, or I don't know how it's gonna work.
The cash payments has the same problems with inflation.
But it's not as
For
they
sure.
don't go bad
Yeah.
as quick as eggs.
For sure. I'm just suggesting a solution. We need actually to do more case studies because we don't have enough points. Actually, it's very interesting that some.
We're gonna, this is gonna be our next conference that I'll have.
Just 10 seconds. One question, 10
And
seconds.
then you'll end at Mahdia and we'll go to the.
Yes, please.
Okay, Brother Asim, Jazakallah khair for the question to you. So yeah, because we've heard a lot of, mashallah, different, fiqh schools here, and myself learned it in the Shafi'i madhab. But do you agree that in the modern world we are in now, especially in North America, do you think that the school of the greatest Imam, Abu Hanifa al-Nu'man, is the best practically for the zakat?
we have even though I do have ijaza in Hanafi madhab, but I'm not actually qualified to do such a big statement saying that the Hanafi madhab is the best for North America.
Dangerous question.
Thank you very much. Let's thank this panel.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we're gonna have our closing now. We have I asked my co-conveners of this conference to come up. You're here, Ermin, Eunice, and we
So
have
Dr. Ingrid, you want me to answer your question?
I'm going to in a minute. I'm just going to tell the audience what we're doing, and then we'll have you answer, and then we're going to bring the people up for closing. So again, Maghrib comes in very soon, but we're going to do a short closing, inshallah, and be able to pray Maghrib after that. Then we're going where to?
Damascus.
Damascus House, the restaurant. Everyone's invited. Okay. So, Justin, can you come sit here too? We just have our closers. So, Dr. Yaqub, I'd like you to answer any questions or make any comments on the last panel, and then just give a few closing remarks, and we'll have the rest of us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Really, this has been a wonderful day. But before that, you asked a question about the housing. I don't have all the answers. But what Faith is doing, Tanveer is doing, they have people who come and stay in shelter. And then as soon as they can save money, they allow them to save money with Faith. And they invest it in the Mana Mutual Fund. And it grows tax-free because it is within the organization. And then the county has a special program, first-time home buyers. And when that money is enough to pay a down payment, they pay that down payment to the county, and the county gives them the house on a discount basis. Now, here, every developer is required to have houses like that, which are discounted than the market value. Now, personally, I work with many people to say, okay, you don't have a house, you want to get a house, and we'll help you with the down payment. And they draw from their retirement accounts, whatever, get them in, and then they can make the payment going forward. What happened in the COVID area, I was shocked. Our mortgage business just boomed. So what happened is that many people who are living in the city, they realized that they were, working from home, and they're bumping into each other. And husband and wife, they said to each other, if we stay like this, we're not going to die with COVID, but we're going to kill one of each other. So they decided to go outside the city and buy a bigger house. And that's where the housing boom came. Otherwise, salaries remain the same. Nothing changed, really. So there are many other factors, but that's really what it is. Now, people can save money, and then they can also borrow from the retirement account to make a down payment. And that's really what it is. Bayan mentioned about investing zakah money, and she mentioned it as a controversial. I agree. The reason it is controversial is that not everyone is able to invest money. Let's say everybody who has zakah has started investing, and nobody will get zakah, and there's a need for it. And secondly, if you lose money when you're investing, there's no guarantee that you will get money by the rate of return. So if you lose money, then that becomes a qard, and that becomes a musiba on the person. So we are not really encouraged to invest individually. Whereas the institutions can invest because they're more sophisticated, they have surplus, they have more money, and they can invest that. Very quickly, there was a question about 2.5% and 6% in Poland. There are two different numbers. We should not confuse them. Let's say that you make $100,000. Polish law allows you only to deduct $6,000. Whereas if you have $1 million in your wealth and it's doing nothing, you end up paying $25,000 a cop. So you can only deduct $6,000 of the 25 to meet your obligation for zakat, but they are not equivalent. They are two different numbers. So coming to the conclusions, mashallah, you have Irman, Yunus, Yasser, yourself, you can conclude. But I thoroughly enjoyed listening to all of you. It was a great conference. It has served the purpose. I think we raised many more questions than the answers, and that was the purpose. And I think we need advice from you, Dr. Ingrid, to see what is the next. So what
Okay.
is next? Yeah.
Well,
What is the
before
next?
that, I don't know. Before that, I'm going to, in this closing, thank you so much. And I really ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless Dr. Yaqub and his family and all of his efforts for many, many years to uplift the Muslim community, our families, us as individuals, and more than anything, our organizations with such ikhlas, such sincerity. May Allah bless him and reward him and give him good health and strength to continue with his good work. I mean, Ya Rab. I'm going to ask my colleague, Justin Pilon, who's here at Huron and is my partner here with helping to develop all the programs and sites to say a few closing remarks on behalf of sites. And then I'll give a word or two for my co-conveners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid, and hello, everyone. My name is Justin Pilon, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Associate Vice President of Advancement here at Huron. And for the last probably 10 years or so, I've worked in higher education fundraising and have some experience with stewardship from a Christian perspective. But the programming over the last couple of days has been really, really insightful. And I'm so grateful for all of your contributions and participation in this conversation, and particularly to Dr. Mirza and the Family Foundation for their support of this conversation. You heard from Dean Dan Smith yesterday a little bit about Huron's mission to develop leaders with heart. And when I think about the opening session remarks yesterday from Dr. Mirza and his description of zakat as the only pillar of Islam that really requires you to do that in relationship with others. And Dr. Ingrid, your comment about that being sort of in figuring out how to do that, it really is a sort of struggle and a conversation. That's exactly what we want to teach our students to do. And so again, a really, I think, a wonderful discussion. I want to thank each of you, for your contributions, all the presenters, and certainly the conveners. And I really want to wish many blessings as you continue to pursue these conversations moving forward. It is important, I think, from an intellectual perspective. I think it's important for the impact that zakat has in the lives of so many in our local communities and abroad. And importantly, I think as well, in developing in our relationship with God. So thank you again, Dr. Mirza, for all those, I think, in our community locally in London and Windsor who've supported the work of Ingrid and her role as the chair and of sites. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
So I just want to thank Justin for his comments and I want to build off them that this was really a wonderful, invigorating conference. As you mentioned, the idea of the heart is really essential. And Dr. Mattson, you mentioned that in your opening address and the newsletter. I think the idea of zakat is really a manifestation of the heart. It's something that expresses spirituality and religion. But the question I think we've been all dealing with, how do we implement that spirituality and that religious practice here together in North America and around the world? So I really appreciate these conversations. I found that the presentations were all very well organized. They had excellent content, well researched. I was also very happy with the global nature of this conference. That CICW is the Center for Islam in the Contemporary World. We want to have a global perspective. Of course, we are located in North America and our interest is in North America, but benefiting from the experiences of Muslims all over the world and people of all faiths is essential to our mission and vision. Also, I want to mention that I really enjoyed the intersection between the academic and the nonprofit sector in this conference. That was really amazing and something I've not seen in other forums, that we had professors speaking here, but we also had practitioners, people in the field, and hopefully CICW as well as Huron University can keep that synergy alive and have it grow. as an American, I enjoyed coming to Canada and experiencing the cold and the snow and having a different perspective. We had opportunities to learn about the Canadian environment here, the community, as well as how zakat is practiced here. This will give us new perspectives as we go back to the United States. I was less worried about coming to Canada. I'm actually more worried about crossing the border back to the United States. But I really want to thank all of you for your hospitality here as Canadians. And maybe we can give a round of applause to the organizers, Dr. Matson, as well as her team. They did a really amazing job. And as we were planning this conference, we were debating where should it be. And we saw how Dr. Matson and her team had organized previous conferences, and we really were impressed with the quality and their work. So we said maybe the best thing is just to have Dr. Matson lead it again and us just be support. So I think that was an excellent and wonderful decision. And I think all of us benefited from that. So once again, I want to thank all of you for your participation. This was an excellent conference. I learned so much, and there is a continuous commitment from CICW for supporting more research on zakat. Thanks so much.
All right. Assalamu alaikum again. Yeah. Can I moderate one more session?
You did it really well.
Thank you. So I think Yunus had said most of what we at CICW feel about this program, but I want to take a moment here to reflect from the moment that we received these papers and when Ingrid, Yunus, and I were reading abstracts and selecting to the moment that we're in right now at the conclusion of the conference. It's been a wonderful journey. We've met many new people that we didn't know before, and I think this is wonderful. We're expanding our community of academics, researchers, practitioners, community leaders, and that's really what CICW is all about. I want to take a moment also to say that coming from the United States, we're at the moment where there seems to be a lot of hatred and anger and a lot of really bad feelings that are coming out in the open. So coming to this conference, talking about zakat, connecting it to the heart, connecting it to compassion, to helping others, I think is therapeutic in many ways. And so it feels that way really at this moment. And so it shows the kind of work that religious communities and academic communities can do together to heal hearts, to bring hearts together, to get people of different religions, orientations, and whatnot. They come together and feel connected with things like this. So zakat has connected people of different religions, different academic disciplines, and so on. And I think this is really important to reflect on at this moment. I want to thank Huron College. I want to thank Dean Smith, Justin, and of course, Dr. Ingrid and Mesa for being such wonderful hosts to us. Yes. And everybody else, are, wonderful behind the screen or behind the scene team, crew that has made all these wonderful tech things that I wouldn't even know how to operate possible for us, so that people could literally connect from all over the world live, ask questions, be part of this. And even Dr. Mirza, who couldn't travel with us here, he was still able to connect and be with us throughout the day and enrich the conversation with his comments and questions and vast knowledge that he has of zakat, investment, and all of this. So we are looking forward to the future. And that future is going to bring us, hopefully, more conversations like this. We have identified important questions when it comes to zakat. We have given some answers, but more answers are needed. And I think the next step is going to be, logically, to try and convene another gathering at some point maybe in a different form, where we would be able to answer these questions and look at it from two perspectives. One, where you have scholars giving opinions and hopefully coming to some kind of a I wouldn't say consensus, but agreement of the outstanding questions that we have with regard to NISA, percentages, and all of these things. And second thing is to educate the community about it. And I think this is where CICW can do that job with help, of Huron College and others, bridging those two worlds of scholars and academicians on the one hand, and then the community on the other, so that we can have proper implementation of this wonderful, wonderful teaching of Islam. So once again, thank you all. We are looking forward to continue working with Professor Ingrid Metzen and Huron College, not just on this particular initiative, but we will explore other issues and other areas and venues for our collaboration. And we hope that you all will take participation in the future in that and contribute to our work so that we can enrich the world that we live in. Thank you so much once again. Assalamu alaikum.
We will be sending out, once we take a breath, inshallah, maybe to ask you for some feedback, what topics interest you, where you'd like to see more growth and development. With this, though, I'd like to say goodbye and salamu alaikum to our global audience, who connected through this technology and on YouTube as well. This time next week, inshallah, we're going to be breaking our fast for the first day of Ramadan. So I pray that everyone enters Ramadan with a good intention and ability, whether you're capable of fasting or not. Still, there's so many ways to connect with Ramadan, and that you experience all the blessings of that month that we need so badly. So, Assalamu alaikum. There we go.